The following programs were originally aired live, long before the advent of high fidelity, and they were recorded using a variety of means, from direct recording onto early audio tape and glass records, to simply placing the microphone of a wire recorder in front of the speakers of a radio playing the program. I hope, however, that any variance in audio quality will not take away from your pleasure in listening to these, some of the all-time favorite shows. Welcome to another stream of nightly old-time radio shows. Today is February the 1st, 2024, and let's get on with This Day in History. In 1587, Queen Elizabeth I of England signs death warrant for a cousin, Mary, Queen of Scots. Thanksgiving dinner must have been awfully awkward that year. In 1843, the oldest continuous writer of insurance in America, Mutual Life Insurance Company of New York, opens. And they still haven't, and in typical insurance company fashion, they still haven't approved a single claim. In 1884, the first volume of the Oxford English Dictionary, A through Ant, is published. They hope to get through the letter H sometime later this year. In 1908, King Carlos I of Portugal and his heir Prince Louis Philippe are assassinated by Republican sympathizers in Terno de Poco, Lisbon. Ouch. Well, can't really put a humorous spin on that. In 1968, Saigon police chief, I apologize to everyone from Saigon, Nguyen Ngoc Loan, executes Viet Cong officer Nguyen Van Lim. Wow, for such a hard to pronounce name, that Nguyen thing sure was popular. With a pistol shot to the head, the execution is captured by photographer Eddie Adams and becomes an anti-war icon. In 1979, Ayatollah Khomeini returns to Iran after 15 years in exile, and is horrified to learn that he had kept a library book out for that entire time. In 2003, Space Shuttle Columbia disintegrates during re-entry into Earth's atmosphere, killing all 7 astronauts on board. That one I actually remember watching as it happened. In 2021, military staged a coup in Myanmar, detaining civilian leaders, including Aung San Suu Kyi, and declare a 1-year state of emergency. In film and TV, in 1893, Thomas Edison completes world's first movie studio at West Orange, New Jersey. In music, on February 1st, Giacomo Puccini's opera La Bohème premieres in Turin. In sports, in 1960, Australian Championships men tennis in a classic all-Australian final, Rod Laver beats Neil Fraser 5-7, 3-6, 6-3, 8-6, 8-6, Lever's first Grand Slam title. In 2023, at age 45, Tom Brady, regarded as the greatest NFL quarterback of all time, announces his re-retirement after after a 23-year career and 7 Super Bowl titles with the New England Patriots and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Retirement. Can any of these guys just stay retired? Well, that was this day in history, and now on with the shows. Who's on first? Why, it's Bud Abbott and Lou Costello. Coming up next.
The Abbott and Costello program, brought to you by Camel, the cigarette that's first in the service. Camel stay fresh, cool smoking, and slow burning because they're packed to go around the world. Listen to the music of Freddie Rich and his orchestra, the songs of Connie Haynes, the stars of the Monday night Blondie program, Penny Singleton and Arthur Lake. Tonight's guests of Bud Abbott and Lou Costello.
Oh, there you are, Costello. Well, why are you late this time? Where have you been?
Oh, boy, Abbott.
What happened?
I just got back from the Naval Base of San Diego, and I got a message of great importance for all the sailors, from all the sailors to every woman and girl in this audience.
Well, what is it? No. Shut up, Costello. What were you doing down at the Naval Base?
Oh, what was I doing down there? I was helping them launch a submarine, and they gave me the most important job on the boat.
Really? What was it?
Well, when the sailors got the submarine ready to dive, I ran forward and held its nose.
Then what happened?
Then what happened? Down we went, Abbott, 60 feet in the water. When we got down to the bottom, I hopped off and took a walk.
You took a walk in 60 foot of water?
And why not? I had my rubbers on.
Oh, you know, after all, we have to give those sailors... No, really, we have to give those sailors credit. They're wonderful.
Oh, I like sailors too, Abbott. But I'm really in love with a Marine.
You're in love with a Marine?
Yeah, Marine O'Hara.
Oh. Look, talk sense, Costello. Between you and me, love is silly.
Between you and me, love would be ridiculous.
You don't even appeal. All right, never mind all of this. Listen, we've got important work to do. The government has started a national waste paper drive. And as mayor of Sherman Oaks, I mean to collect every scrap of paper in this town.
Good. I gave all my paper, Abbott. I even ripped the paper off walls. Then I repapered the walls with the rolls of music from the player piano.
You covered the walls with the player piano rolls?
That's what I did.
That's fine.
Good. Fine? Fine nothing. Now, every time I sneeze, the walls play Mersey Dotes.
Listen, will you get down to business, please? This campaign is important. I want you to do your part by going from door to door. Now, can you do it?
Oh, that used to be my racket. One time I went from door to door selling mosquitoes.
No, that's idiotic. Who'd buy mosquitoes?
Nobody.
Then why did you sell them?
No competition.
Oh. Oh, here's Ken Niles.
Well, hello, fellows. How's the waste paper drive coming along, Mayor Abbott?
Just fine, Ken. Costello just promised to go all over town collecting scraps of paper from houses, scraps of paper from offices, scraps of paper from vacant lots.
Well, you couldn't have picked a better man. He's scrap happy anyway. Hey, you see
Funny fellow.
You see what a sense of humor I have, Costello? 1, 2, 3, and I jump all over you.
4, 5, 6, and you get right off.
Now, let's not start an argument. Say, Ken, what did your wife say when I appointed her head of the paper drive committee?
Oh, she was very happy, Bud. She says people will think she's the most fortunate girl.
She'll be fortunate if people think she's a girl.
Oh, I heard that remark, you overstuffed low boy.
I said it for you to hear, skinny dinny. And just a minute, Mrs. Niles, I ain't fat.
Oh, no. You look like 2/3 of We the People.
Costello, you should treat Mrs. Niles with respect. She has character. Look how high she carries her head.
She's had her face lifted so many times, it's a wonder she can stay on the ground.
Oh, Costello, I never had my face lifted. Of course, I have used facelift lotion.
Oh, you have used facelift lotion?
Yes.
Well, I once used that same lotion on a horse.
Did it lift the horse's face?
I don't know. We can't get him down off the chandelier.
Come in.
Bonds and bombs will beat the Axis, so be sure to pay your income taxes. Save your old tin cans, your ironing lead, and give it all your waste paper to Dagwood Bumstead. Ha!
Costello, it's Dagwood. Where's Blondie, Dagwood?
Oh, she's out in the car. Wait a minute, I'll call her. Blondie!
Hello, Mr. Costello.
Uh-huh.
Mayor Abbott. Dagwood and I are helping Mrs. Niles with the waste paper drive.
Yeah.
Oh, well, the first thing you ought to throw in this, I fixed it up this afternoon at rehearsal, too, didn't I? The same line, huh? Well, here we go again. Well, the first thing you ought to throw in is the paper that poem was written on. I got it! Hey, Dagwood, did you make up that poem yourself, or did some other jerk help you?
Oh, no, I made it up myself. You had nothing to do with it.
Just a minute, Deadwood.
Deadwood.
Driftwood.
No. My name's Dagwood.
Have you been inspected for termites?
Oh, now, Mr. Costello, don't you and Dagwood have a fight when there's so many important things to be done?
Yeah, and we want every bit of waste paper you've got in this house. Mm-hmm. Yeah, some men I know are even giving up their college diplomas. Have you got a college diploma? Huh?
No.
Have you got a high school diploma, hey?
No.
Then have you got a grammar school diploma?
No, but you're getting warm.
Oh, never mind the diplomas, Dagwood. Have you got the waste paper ready, Mayor Abbott?
Yes, Blondie, it's all collected.
Okay.
Costello, carry that old burlap sack out to the truck.
Okay. You know, you always fool me, Mrs. Niles. I mean, the way you fold yourself over.
Thanks for your help, everybody. Now, Dagwood, you gather up those loose papers and hurry. We've got lots of stuff to make.
Yeah.
Well, you're doing a wonderful job, Blondie.
Thank you.
And you keep up the good work, Dagwood.
Oh, don't worry, Mayor Abbott. Dagwood will work his head to the bone for you.
Yeah.
Well, come on, Dagwood, hurry up.
Yeah, well, I got to get going. Now, hold the door open for me, Blondie.
All right, stand back, Mr. Costello. He moves very fast.
Come on.
Costello, come here. Costello, aren't they nice people? No. All kidding aside, aren't they nice people? Costello, why don't you answer me?
Wait till I stop spinning!
Well, come on, Costello. We've got to get down to the studio for our broadcast. By the way, where's our script for tonight?
I got it right here. And, hey, Abbott.
What's the matter?
The script is gone.
Why, it was right here a minute ago. Hey, do you suppose they took it with the waste paper?
That's it, Abbott. They took it. We got to catch that dogwood bedspread or whatever the guy's name is. Out of my way, Abbott. I move very fast. Here I come.
Costello, you're supposed to open the door.
Now he tells me.
West of the Ivory Coast and the Gold Coast is the independent African nation of Liberia, now host to United States Army and Navy men. To Americans stationed in Liberia, to United States bases and outposts throughout the world, go Camel cigarettes. By the million, by the ton. For Camels are first with men in all the services, according to actual sales records. Whether Camel cigarettes go to West Africa or to you, they stay fresh, cool smoking, and slow burning, because Camels are packed to go around the world. Yes, you can be sure Camel cigarettes are fresh. Sure, too, that they have more flavor, the result of expert blending of costlier tobaccos. Freshness and more flavor are two reasons why more people want Camels today, both at home and overseas. If your store is sold out, remember, Camel cigarettes are worth asking for again.
C-A-M-E-L-S,
Camel cigarettes. Camel standard of costlier tobaccos is the same for soldier, for civilian, anywhere in the world. And now, back to Abbott and Costello, who are still searching for their missing radio script.
Come on, Costello. We've got to find our radio script.
Abbott, are you sure this is Dagwood's home?
Certainly. And are they classy? Look, they've got their names painted in gold on the mailbox.
That's nothing. You should see my house. I got the Costello coat of arms painted on the front door.
What's the Costello coat of arms?
2 sheriffs jumping up and down on the second mortgage.
I'll go ahead. Knock on the door. Oh, it's Blondie's little boy, Alexander. Hello, Alexander.
Oh, how do you do, gentlemen? Come right in. Pull up a chair and sit down.
Thank you, Alexander. We're Abbott and Costello.
Oh, well, in that case, I'd better open the window.
Oh, you're a cute kid, ain't you, kid? I must invite you over to the house to play with some of my old... It has to come out one way or another. Must come over and play with my old razor blade.
No, Costello, that's not nice. Look, Alexander, we're looking for your mother and father. They've got our radio script. Do you know where they are?
I ain't saying yes and I ain't saying no.
Well, what are you saying?
I ain't saying.
He ain't saying. How old are you, Alexander?
9.
You're going to reach 10 the hard way.
Say, Costello, look out the window. There's Dagwood and Blondie going into that house across the street. Come on, we've got to get that radio script.
Yes, step aside, Alexander. I move pretty fast.
Out of the way, Alexander. He's coming through.
I don't know how that Dagwood does it. He gets through every time.
Hurry up, Costello. We've got to get across the street while our lights are...
Okay. Abbott! Abbott! Wait for me! Hey, you, fat boy! Get back there in the curb! But, officer, look... Don't butt me! What do you think the traffic lights are for? Well, the red light is the signal for the pedestrians to cross the street. Oh, the red light is it? Then tell me, what's the green light for? That's the signal for the automobiles to cross the pedestrians.
Oh, a wise guy. Well, don't try to cross the street again until you get the green light and I blow me whistle twice. Or I'll give you a ticket for jaywalking.
Costello, will you please hurry over here?
Now go ahead.
Oh, so there you are, young man.
Look, lady, don't stop me now. I got the green light. I got the green light. You don't even know me.
Oh, yes, I do. Why, you're Mr. Squawky from Milwaukee.
Lady, look, I got to get my radio script across the street.
Oh, of course, Mr. Squawky had a mustache and was bald-headed, but honestly, you could pass for brothers, and you dress exactly alike, only he was a streetcar conductor.
Look, lady.
I was the wrong streetcar conductor.
Lady, you're off your trolley. Now, will you let me get across the street?
Hey, you! So you're crossing against the red light again.
Again? I'd like to get over once.
Costello, will you hurry up over here?
All right, now go ahead.
Pardon me, young man, but I'm from the recruiting office. How would you like to join the Navy?
How would I like to join the Navy?
Yes.
I'd like to join Abbott.
Ah, but the Navy's a great place for you. Think of it, you can cross the ocean.
Cross the ocean? I can't even get across the street. Look, I'll see you later. Hey, Abbott, I'm coming.
Aha! So it's you again!
Aha! So it's you again!
Oh, it's you again!
It's you again!
This is the third time you've crossed the street against the red light. Now come with me, I'm taking you to the police station.
Where's the police station?
Across the street!
Good! I finally made it!
Listen, officer, we're Abbott and Costello. Our radio script is lost, and we only have a few minutes to get on the air.
Oh, so you're Abbott and Costello, eh? I never miss your program.
You don't?
No, I don't hear it, so I don't miss it. Now get along with you. Go peddle your corn.
Yeah, but I'm going to take a sock at
Now,
that.
quiet. Look, there's Blondie and Dagwood coming out of that building.
Oh, Blondie! Thief! Imposter!
What's the trouble, Mayor Abbott?
Well,
What's
Blondie,
wrong?
when you took that waste paper basket out of here, the house, you know, you must have taken our radio script, too. We're due on the air any second. Maybe our papers are on that truck.
Oh, no, that load was sent out on the train hours ago. Oh, see what you did, Dagwood? Now what are Abbott and Costello going to do on the air tonight?
Oh, gee, Blondie, maybe I can help them out, huh? My whole family was good at making jokes.
They certainly did all right with you.
Oh, just a minute, boys. I've got a great idea. I've got something here in my purse. It's a school play that little Alexander wrote. You can do it on the air. I'm sure Alexander would give you the rights.
I'd like to give Alexander the rights. And a couple of good lefts.
All right. Wait a minute, Costello. This might be just what we need.
Oh, sure, it's a dandy play. All about Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs.
And I know just the part I'm going to play.
Yeah, so do I. Come on, Dopey.
Here's little Connie Haynes to sing the novel new rhythmic hit, Take It Easy.
Take it easy, take it easy. Don't you know it's more romantic when a dance is slow? Take it easy, take it easy. What's the good of feeling high when all the lights are low? Take it easy, take it easy. We've got lots of time ahead of us, the night is young. Take it easy, take it easy. Don't you know this music should be swayed instead of swung? Take your time, dance it with ease. Take your time, slow if you please. It's a moment tender, now the spell is cast. Maybe you'd surrender, but you move too fast. Take it easy. Yes, I know I'm not supposed to make a run, but jump. Take it easy, take it easy. If I don't, I fear that our romance will hit a bump. Take it easy, take it easy. Yes, I know it's time for romance when the music's sweet. Take it easy, take it easy. I should really try to make my heart control my feet. Take your time, dance it with ease, dance it with ease. Take your time, slow if you please, slow if you please. Take your time, I've been talking about taking my time, but I've changed my mind, and baby, don't wanna take my time.
Well, come on, Costello. Let's get in the studio. We're due on the air in a few seconds. Where's Dagwood and Blondie?
Oh, here we are, Mr. Abbott, and I have the script of Snow White right with me. Now, if you'll all gather around, I'll assign each one his part. First, I will play the part of the Princess Snow White.
Oh, goody, and I will be the handsome prince, huh?
Now, wait a minute, Dogwood. I play the leading parts around here. I'm a real actor. I was born in a theater. And it cost my father 25 cents extra.
You were born in... You were born in the theater and it cost your father 25 cents extra for what?
The stork dropped me in a load sheet.
The stork that brought you should have been arrested for smuggling dope. Hey, that's a good one, Mrs. Niles. Ha, ha.
Now, Dagwood, you keep out of this. I think Mr. Costello is right, Mrs. Niles. This is his program, and he should have the leading part.
Oh, what does Costello know about acting? Now, me, I am part of the theater.
Your lower lip looks like the second balcony.
Costello, please. Yeah. Costello, you know that Mrs. Niles was a dramatic actress?
That's right, Mr. Abbott. Why, it's been only 5 years since I left the New York stage to poke my nose into Hollywood.
You didn't have to leave New York for that.
Costello, please. Will you cut that out and let Blondie assign the parts for the play?
Yeah, now, Blondie, please give me a good part. With Abbott and Costello's audience, I'll be able to reach 30 million people.
It's a good thing they can't reach you.
Oh, don't mind Dagwood, Mr. Costello. He's always wanted an acting career.
Yeah, that's right, fellas. Every time I get near you real actors, I get the smell of the grease paint in me nostrils.
The smell of the what in your who?
The smell of the grease paint in me nostrils.
Dagwood, the word is nostrils, not nostrils.
Well, what's the difference? Nostrils, nostrils. He's got the smell.
Dagwood just doesn't know what to do about it.
The smell?
No, my career.
Dagwood, why don't you recite one of your poems for Mr. Costello? You know, like you do on our Monday night show. He might like to hear it.
You want a bet?
Now, come on, Costello. Give him a chance. Go ahead, Dagwood.
Go ahead, huh? Well, thank you, Mr. Abbott. You're a kind man. You remind me of my father.
But, Dagwood, Mr. Abbott only has one head.
Yeah.
What am I laughing at? Why don't I think of a joke like that?
Go ahead, Dagwood. Recite your poem.
Yeah, go ahead, huh? Very well. Now, this is called The Raven. The Raven. As I sat rocking, gently rocking on my chamber floor, came a knocking, gently knocking at my chamber door. Quoth the Raven, nevermore. There, how'd you like that, huh?
Don't look now, but the raven just laid an egg.
Costello, let's go on with the play. Ken Niles, will you please set the scene?
Okay, Bud. Ladies and gentlemen, we now present the Waste Paper Players, starring Abbott and Costello and Dagwood and Blondie. We present tonight an episode from Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, entitled The Seven Dwarfs Sat on the Wagon, or The Surrey with the Shrimps on Top. As the scene opens, the princess is calling to her prince.
Oh, Prince. Oh, Prince. Here, Prince. Come, Prince. Here, Prince. Come here, Prince.
Here I am, princess. I have come to save you from your cruel stepmother. I have just arrived by Greyhound.
What's that?
Oh, my dogs are tired. My lovely princess, let me smother you with kisses.
Oh, Prince.
Hey,
Oh,
Blondie.
Prince.
Hey, what's going on here? He's kissing you.
Oh, Dagwood, this is just a play.
Yeah, but he isn't playing.
Dagwood, you're not supposed to talk now. You represent the forest. You play the part of a tree.
What part?
The set.
Hey, now, wait a minute.
Ah, so you're a tree.
Now, never mind.
And I'm Prince.
All right, never mind. Here. Just a minute. Now, Costello, please. Never mind that, Costello. Go on with the play. Come on. Go on with the play, Lou.
Okay, now we go on with the play. Now, let me see. My lovely princess, please let me smother you with kisses.
Yeah, wait a minute. You just did that kissing scene, Mr. Costello.
Listen, isn't that deadwood a little too young for you, Blondie?
Dagwood, in this play, Mr. Costello is my brave, bold knight.
I thought knights were big, tall fellers. Huh?
This is spring, and the nights are getting shorter.
Costello, will you please read your next line?
Okay, my fair princess, what brings these tears to your lovely eyes?
My stepmother is so cruel to me. She makes me do all the drudgery. All day long it's wash and scrub. And at night she makes me sleep in the broom closet.
What do you hear from the mop?
Oh, woe is me. All I do is work. I work my fingers to the bone, and what have I got to show for it?
Bony fingers.
Hark! Princess, look, the queen. Your wicked stepmother approaches.
But how did she get across the moat?
He must have caught the guard with his bridges down.
Here comes the queen now.
The queen, she looks more like the three of clubs.
Good morning, my little princess. I have brought you a nice red apple.
Hey, Blondie, don't eat that apple. It's poison.
How do you know?
I'm reading on the next page.
Costello, don't let the princess eat the apple. You must save her.
Here, Snow White, give me that apple. I'll make the ugly queen eat it herself. Open your mouth, queen.
Oh, you silly baboon. This is me over here. You're feeding the apple to my horse.
The teeth fooled me.
Oh, my brave prince. You have saved me from the poison apple. How can I ever repay you?
Come into my arms and let me smother you with kisses.
Hey, wait a minute. There's too much kissing going on here. Hey, Blondie. Hey. I don't like
I'm
this.
sunk, brother.
Hey, Blondie, I don't like this play. Come on.
I do.
Yeah,
I'll go on home, Dagwood. I'll see you next Monday night.
Hey. Woo! Hey, come on, let's go home, Blondie. I'm getting hungry.
Oh, what a spot for the poison apple. Here, Deadwood. Open your mouth and I'll toss you the apple.
Oh, boy.
Brother, he was really hungry. Only 3 seeds hit the ground.
Costello, will you stick to the play?
Pardon me, everybody. Pardon me, I'm the NBC usher in this studio. Hold the door open, Costello. Stand back, everybody. They move very fast.
Costello, what was that?
What do you think it was? The audience!
Oh, get out of here.
Abbott and Costello will be back in just a moment.
Thanks to the Yanks of the Week. Tonight we salute Second Lieutenant Paul M. Kerner of Pontiac, Illinois, who led 22 Americans in fall of our tanks against a German-held town on the casino front. After smashing a German self-propelled gun on a tank, Lieutenant Kerner and his men attacked fortified houses, taking 30 prisoners. Then, sending some men back with the prisoners, the young lieutenant and 10 other men, using tanks and bazookas, took the town, capturing about 50 more German prisoners, including a whole battalion staff. In honor of you and your men, Lieutenant Paul M. Kerner, the makers of Camels are sending to our soldiers overseas 300,000 Camel cigarettes.
Each of the 4 Camel radio shows honors the Yank of the Week, sends 300,000 Camel cigarettes overseas, a total of more than 1 million Camels set free each week. In this country, the traveling Camel caravans have thanked audiences of more than 3.5 million Yanks with free shows and free Camels. Camel broadcasts go out to the United States 4 times a week, a shortwave to our men overseas and to South America. Listen tomorrow to Gary Moore and Jimmy Durante. Saturday to Bob Hawke in Thanks to the Yanks. Monday to Blondie. And next Thursday to Abbott and Costello with their guests Alan Hale and Sally Eilers. And now here's Abbott and Costello with the final word.
Thanks, Ken. Well, Blondie and Dagwood, thanks very much for being with us tonight.
Hey, Dagwood, I listen to your program every Monday night, and I'd like to know how you get through those doors without crashing.
Oh, there's nothing to it, Mr. Costello. Dagwood, take his hand and show him.
Okay, here we go. Hold the door open, Blondie.
Okay.
We're moving fast. Come on.
Gee, they made it. I don't see them. Dagwood, Costello, where are you?
We're down here. Who left the cover off this manhole?
Good night, folks.
Tune in next week for another great Abbott and Costello show with our special guests, Mr. Alan Hale and Miss Sally Eilers. And remember, get Camels for more flavor. If you're looking for a cigarette that won't go flat no matter how many you smoke, get Camels for more flavor. This is Ken Niles wishing you a very pleasant good night from Hollywood.
More pipes smoke Prince Albert than any other tobacco in the whole world. And if you want to give your tongue a holiday, make your pipe one more pipe to smoke Prince Albert. You see, PA's no-bite treated to give you cool, tongue-happy smoking comfort. Crimp cut, too, to pack and burn and draw just right. Yes, sir, get a big red 2-ounce package of PA for real pipe appeal. You'll be buying around 50 rich-tasting, swell-smoking pipefuls. More pipes smoke Prince Albert. It's the National Joy Smoke.
This is the National Broadcasting Company. KF.
Now let's join a true legend of American comedy who also entertained troops for nearly 60 years, Bob Hope.
The Pepsodent Show, starring Bob Hope and his guest, Humphrey Bogart.
Here we are at noon, folks, time for Moon and Spoon, folks, and a laugh with all the staff in our Bob Hope.
Thank you. How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? This is Bob June Bride's Hope. telling you girls that even if you don't get flowers from your feller, if you use Pepsodent, you'll always have white lilies under your smeller. Well, yes, sir, here we are back in Hollywood. Last week we did our show from Camp San Luis Obispo for the 40th Division, and what a time we had. And from the way those soldiers greeted me, believe me, folks, America's ready. They gave me a souvenir when I left. I'd show it to you, but only it's too soon to take the bandages off. Dorothy Lamour went up to the Army camp with me, and you should have seen Dorothy with those 7,000 men. You should have seen her. I didn't. Dorothy left one of her sarongs up there as a souvenir. I don't know who got it, but that ain't a pup tent the general's sleeping under. Of course, romance is in the air at this time of the year. You can tell June is here. All the girls in Hollywood are sending out their trousseaux to be cleaned and pressed. Again. And everybody's, That was a sneaky little word, wasn't it? And everybody's getting married. I saw a car driving up the street with a pair of shoes sticking out behind it. I said to the driver, wedding? He said, no, pedestrian. I went to a wedding the other day. It was a typical Hollywood wedding. The bride looked beautiful. She was wearing a long white veil. So long you could hardly see her slacks. It was a beautiful thing. And the groom was so nervous his beret fell off. The bride was one of those Hollywood glamour girls. She cut the wedding cake with her fingernails. And the groom was a musician. What a romance they had. He met her during a hot break in the Hut Sut song. And what a wedding. What a wedding. The bride was carrying 4 roses, rather well. And the bride's mother and father walked down the aisle with her. It's just like a convoy. It's a pleasure to protect the merchandise. Just the same, you're awfully happy to get rid of it. But it was a lovely spectacle. 2 little girls ran in front of the bride, unrolling the red carpet. When they got it all unrolled, there was a groom. But romance is everywhere this month. I went down the beach the other day. The ocean was beautiful. All morning the surf was glistening with foamy whitecaps. Then Cecil B. DeMille took his box of Lux and went home. And what a crowd at the beach. A lot of people, change into their bathing suits in their cars. And I think it's disgusting when it's so much easier in the bus. And, gee, the new bathing suits the girls are wearing. Aren't they? Boy, what girls. What strapless bathing suits. What confidence. A lot of beautiful girls were there swimming, but Betty Grable beat them all to the raft. And you should see Skinny Ennis in the bathing suit. You know the picture on those ads that say before and after? Skinny looks like the one that says not yet. Skinny was wearing a nice white bathing suit. Later on, we found out it was a piece of spaghetti with armholes. But I want to tell you, Skinny can dive. He did a beautiful swan dive with his arms stretched out, but he got nervous when he started to gain altitude. Say, Bill Goodman, come here.
Yes, Bob. Say, gee, we had a swell time at the beach this weekend, didn't we?
Yeah, and I thought I was dressed exceptionally well for the beach. Why, when I walked out and took off my robe, did you see everybody crowd around me?
Well, after all, Bob, ermine shorts. But there certainly were a bunch of pretty girls on that beach.
Yeah, Bill, and the way you stared at them, you should have seen how far your eyes popped out.
Well, maybe they popped out a little.
A little. Bill, one of your bags turned under you. I'll be back. Wait a minute. I should pop mine out a little here.
I guess maybe my eyes did pop out a little bit.
Thank you for the feed. A little, Bill. Bill, one of the bags under your eyes turned to the other and said, we'd better get packed. It looks like they're leaving for the weekend.
Well, Bob, I'm sorry to say this, but, I don't like going to the beach with you. You're too much of an exhibitionist, pretending you were drowning.
Bill, I wasn't pretending. I was really drowning.
Well, all right, but you didn't have to yell, help, help, see the road to Zanzibar, help!
Hey, Bill, did you see Skinny Ennis lying on the beach?
Yes, I did. And lying on the beach that way, Skinny looked like a picture.
Yeah, no blood and sand. I want to tell you, there's one man in this program that knows all about swimming, Professor Colono. Professor?
Coming.
Sneakers. That did it. Professor, on second thought, I don't see why I should ask you to give our listeners health and swimming hints. You don't seem to have much of a physique.
Now, hold on there, Hope. You can't speak about my physique like that. Did you ever see me in a bathing suit?
Yes, I've seen you in a bathing suit.
Roly-poly, son of a gun, ain't I?
Well, tell me, Professor, when you get into the water, can you swim far?
No, after I swim a few feet, the faucet hits me in the head.
You have gum trouble tonight yourself, huh? Well, have you ever been in over your head, Kelowna?
Yes.
What happened?
The Bank of America gave me an extension. Now, just to show you what a great swimmer I am, I'll climb up this 50-foot pole for my famous dive.
Here I am. But, Professor, what are you going to dive into?
Into that cup of coffee.
You mean you're going to dive 50 feet into a cup of coffee?
Yes, sir. Here goes. What do you know? No cream.
Look, Kelowna. Kelowna, why don't you take a powder?
I will if it's Pepsodent. Here's a kid that'll be working next year.
Yes, sir, and Pepsodent tooth powder will be working next year and for years to come to make your teeth brighter. Listen to this.
Pepsodent tooth powder has the power to produce a luster on teeth twice as bright as the average of all other leading brands.
Now, there's a statement that means something. Because it has the backing of several important and authoritative testing laboratories which conducted tests on all the leading tooth powders. After they finished testing, they all agreed to that statement. It's your proof that Pepsodent tooth powder is the one for you. Well, that is, if you really want your teeth to sparkle and gleam as they never did before.
Right you are, Bill, right. For Pepsodent with patented composite metaphosphate can make your smile twice as bright, twice as effective when you turn it on. So, friends, if you're hiding a dull, tight-lipped smile, here's the way to get straightened out. Go to your store now. It's not too late tonight. Go right up to that man and say, I want that tooth powder that beats the others by a mile. I'm fixing up a bright new smile. Give me a package of that high-polished Pepsodent tooth powder, please.
People all over been asking us this. How about a number that features a miss?
Ooh, old rocking chair's got me chained by my side. Hand me that shawl, son, for I tan your hide. Can't get from this cabin, ain't going nowhere. Just sitting here grabbing at the flies round my rocking chair. Ooh, dear old Aunt Harriet, up in heaven she be. Send me sweet chariot, 'cause the end of trouble I see. Old rocking chair's got me. Judgment day is near. Chained to my rocking chair.
Rockin' along, rockin', rockin', rockin'. Oh, Aunt Harriet, in heaven she be, swing low. Sweet chariot, swing low, and the trouble I see.
Oh, rocking chair's got me. Judgment day is near. Chained to my rocking chair.
Keep on rockin', rockin', rockin'. Keep rockin', Miss Polly.
That was our 6 hits in a minute singing Old Rocking Chair, Where I Belong. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to introduce a very fine actor and the toughest guy on the screen, recently seen in Warner Brothers' High Sierra and The Wagons Roll at Night, Humphrey Bogart.
Thank you. Thank you, Bob.
I'm glad to see you got down off that mountain all right, Humphrey.
Just a minute, Hope. My pals call me Bogey. What do the fellows on this program call you?
There must be some way to answer that and still stay on the air. Oh, pardon me if I'm a little nervous around you, Humphrey. You're so tough. You know, when you walk down the street, the people run into their houses.
Yeah? And then you come on the air and they run right out again.
Just a minute, Bogart. You can't talk to me that way.
What's that? What'd you say?
I don't know. I wasn't listening. But I'm warning you, Humphrey, don't fool around with me.
Why? Do you carry a gun?
You see this hip?
Yeah. What about it?
Bulges, doesn't it? Wait a minute. Don't reach for your rod.
I was just kidding, Bob. All I got in my pocket is a handkerchief.
I still think it's a gun.
No, it's a handkerchief. Watch. I'll use it. Bad cold.
Say, huh? You know, 2 weeks ago we had your co-worker Priscilla Lane on this program. She just finished a new picture at Warner Brothers, a $500,000 baby.
Oh, now, wait a minute, Bob. Not a $500,000. The name of the picture is $1 Million Baby.
You mean it was before the tax? Say, tell me, Bogey, what picture did you just make over there?
I made a picture called The Wagons Roll at Night.
Oh, you mean like Crosby's horses? But you're so... Oh, that'll kill her in this. Oh, for that Norman, anything. But you're so tough in your pictures. Tell me, Humphrey, were you always a mug?
Oh, no, I was the nicest boy in my neighborhood. I always went to school dressed in my cute little Lord Fauntleroy suit, and when I walked down the street, all the neighbors would point at me and say, "There's the little rat who blew up the pool room."
Say, I was a tough kid, too. In school, I used to make spitballs and throw them all around the room.
No, you did? You did? Me, too. It only took me a half an hour to make a spitball.
Well, I could make one in a minute.
You mean you didn't wait for the cement to harden?
Humphrey, you're just a mug at heart. You're the kind of guy who would put a mustache in the Mona Lisa.
Oh, no, not me. If he can't raise his own, I'm not going to help him.
Well, I've watched you a lot in pictures, Humphrey. Tell me, doesn't it make your flesh crawl when you stand there pumping bullets into guys, sticking knives into guys' backs, putting guys in wet cement and tossing them in the river?
Oh, no, don't bother me at all. I go right home and sleep like a log if a fuse don't blow.
If a fuse don't blow?
Well, good gracious, you didn't expect me to sleep with the light out. You know, Bob, everybody thinks I'm tough, but I'm not really tough at all. In the evenings, I like to get out in my rock garden.
You've got a rock garden?
Yeah, sure I have. I get the seeds from the government.
Say, my brother's in a rock garden under government supervision, too.
Yeah, he is?
Yeah.
What does he grow?
A little older each year. Tell me, are you going to keep making those gangster pictures over Warner Brothers with George Raft?
Yes. As a matter of fact, George Raft and I would like to have Skinny Ennis in our next picture with us.
Why? What's good with Skinny Ennis being a prison cell?
Well, we could pick the lock with him.
Well, I'll call Skinny over here and have him meet you. Hey, Skinny, come here.
Hiya, fellas.
Skinny, this is Humphrey Bogart.
Well, shut my mouth. Shut my mouth.
Be careful, Skin. This guy'll do it.
Hiya, Skinny.
Hiya, big shot. What do you have from the mob?
Get a load of public adrenaline, number one.
Oh, Bob, me and Bogey come from the same neck of the woods.
Is that so? Where were you born, Skin?
No, he wasn't born. A St. Bernard dug him up.
Yeah, hold on now. Maybe I don't look like so much on the surface, but, man, when you look a little further, you'll find I'm really nothing.
You did it. By the way, Skin, how's your girl?
Oh, she's getting awful hard to handle.
Now, listen, Skinny, I'll help you. There are two ways to handle a woman. Either you treat her very gently, or you treat her very rough.
Well, which is the better method?
Neither. Whichever you use, they still like a guy who owns a Cadillac.
Well, Skinny, you ought to handle your women like Humphrey does. Assert yourself.
I do. Only the other day, I looked my girl in the eye and I said, "Woman, you're my woman. And you got to do exactly as I tell you."
Did that make an impression on her?
I guess so. She laughed so hard I fell off her lap.
Well, is your girl here tonight, Skin?
Yeah, Bob, I'll call her.
Hey, Magnolia.
Come on, honey. Oh, hi, y'all.
Well, shut my mouth if it isn't Magnolia's.
Oh, Mr. Hope, well, shut my mouth.
And this is Mr. Bogart.
Oh, shut my mouth.
And what a business I could do in zippers.
are you the big bad man that's in the movie?
That's what they tell me, yep.
Well, shut my mouth and pull it way down over my chin.
I would, but I see somebody beat me to it.
Say, you better be careful what you say to her, Humphrey. Skinny worships the ground she crawled out of.
Are you really Humphrey Bogart? The rat who forces his attentions on girls and makes them kiss him and kiss him and kiss him and until the poor things are almost unconscious?
That's me.
See, Skinny, that's what I mean.
Oh, so you finally got around to speaking to me, huh?
Oh, I didn't mean to neglect you. How are you, honey lamb?
Oh, he's just fine.
How do you know?
He's using my blood today.
Hey, isn't Mr. Bogart a tough-looking guy?
Oh, he's not so tough.
Oh, no?
No. I dare you to knock this chip off my shoulder.
Magnolia, let me down.
Oh, gosh, Mr. Bogart. I wish Skinny could kiss like you.
Oh, well, what's wrong with Skinny? Does he give you the fatherly kiss or the brotherly kiss or the real sweetheart's kiss?
Well, I don't know. Which is the one where I have to bend down and pick him up after it's all over?
Hey, you see, Skinny's the weaker type. I'll show you how to kiss her, Skinny. Come here, dame, and throw your arms around me.
I will not.
Oh, no, I'll show you who's boss around here.
Ooh.
That'll show you. Now let me down.
Thank you, Humphrey Bogart, and he'll be back with us in a few minutes, folks. Take it, Skinny.
Keep your thumbs up. What's an elegant way to greet a new day that comes up? Just keep your thumbs up. Don't be Humpty Dumpty when you take a fall. Pull yourself together and climb back again on the wall with thumbs up. That's a very good sign that everything's fine and dandy. So come what may today, raise your voice and shout. You may be down, but you'll never be out of luck if you keep your thumbs up. Humpty Dumpty when you take a fall. Pull yourself together.
Climb back up again on the wall with
Thumbs up. That's a very good sign that everything's fine and dandy. So come what may today, raise your voice and shout.
You may be down, but you'll never be out of luck.
If you keep your thumbs up. Very good sign that everything's fine and dandy. So come what may today, raise your voice and shout. You may be down, but you'll never be out of luck if you keep your thumbs up. Thumbs up. Sing and keep your thumbs up.
That was Skinny Edda singing Thumbs Up. Boy, wasn't that a swell solo, Bill?
Oh, no, that wasn't a solo, Bob. That was a duet by me and Skinny.
Duet? I didn't hear your voice, Bill.
Oh, I don't sing. I just hold Skinny up to the microphone.
Yeah, you stop kidding me, Bill Goodwin. I'm getting sick and tired of this. I got a good mind to whale into you and just tear you apart, you hear me? I'll tear you apart. Man, I got to lay off them double malted.
Well, now, take it easy, Skin, and you stick to those double malteds, too. Anytime you can get double value, that's money in the bank. Look at the new Pepsodent 50 Tough toothbrush. There's a good example. And Art Baker's the man who can prove it.
Yes, the new Pepsodent toothbrush has 50 tufts of marvelous DuPont Fibrex bristles, twice as many in a small, compact head as in any other brush. You know what that means? Double the number of tufts, double cleansing power.
You see, the bristles in the new Pepsodent 50 Tough toothbrush are gentler. They're kinder to your gums. They don't have to be stiff and harsh because they depend on union for their strength. 50 Tufts united for strength, yet gentle for a better feel in your mouth.
You don't have to break in this brush at the expense of tender gums. No, sir. You just open the sanitary glass tube it comes packed in. You grasp that handsome, form-fitting colored handle. You add Pepsodent tooth powder, and then you have the grandest feeling, the most thoroughly effective tooth-cleaning combination in the world. So get a new Pepsodent 50 Tough toothbrush tonight at your favorite store. It's the same price as ordinary brushes, just 50 cents. But what a whale of a difference in the results you get.
Get a Pepsodent 50 Tough toothbrush tonight.
Well, Bogey, here we are in this prison cell. Steel bars all around us, 14 feet of concrete in the walls, 200 guards outside with submachine guns, handcuffs on our wrists, and a steel ball and chain on each of our feet.
Yeah, pal. You know something? What? I think they got us.
Well, I don't like it here.
It's your own fault that you're in jail trying to spend that phony dollar bill that your brother made.
Oh, gee whiz, no one would have known it was counterfeit. Only brother is such a sentimentalist.
Yeah, but it was the first time I ever saw a dollar bill with George Washington dressed as a June bride.
Gee, I wish we could escape.
Yeah, so do I. Say, you broke out of this jail once, didn't you?
Yeah, but they caught me all on account of that big searchlight.
And did they flash the searchlight on you when you went over the wall?
Yeah, and like a dope, I took a bow.
Gee, you know this prison is off.
Yeah! Stand it, I tell you. I can't stand it. Every day, bread and water, bread and water, bread and water. I can't stand it.
Well, why not?
Well, gee whiz, can't I have just one piece of Melba toast?
Say, listen, Bogey, we got to get out of here. My trustworthy pal, Professor Cologne, is going to help us escape. I think he's on the outside now.
Hope. Yes. Are you locked in the cell? Steel bars all around? Manacled hand and foot?
That's right, Colonna.
What do you do when you have a bite?
Hey, Professor. Have you got the tools to help us escape?
Yes, I'm baking them in a cake right now. I'd better see if that cake is done. I'll pitch it. Hostess cake.
Colonna, hurry and get us out of here.
Listen, Hope, why are you so anxious to get out of jail?
Well, since I've been in jail, I've been hearing queer rumors. I hear that someone's trying to get my job with Pepsodent, and someone's been making calls to Shanghai on my phone and throwing wild parties at my house, and that someone's been taking my girl out every night.
Ah, yes. I've been a busy little bee, haven't I?
Oh, Colonna, you go to my head.
No, I was there yesterday, and there was nobody home.
Bogey, Cologne will never get us out of here. We got to make the best of it. Gee, all we got is one pack of cigarettes.
How long are we in for?
99 years.
You think we need some more cigarettes?
No, these are the slower burning kind. You know, Humphrey, my dear old Ma was supposed to come and visit me here today. Gee, I hope she can make it. It's a long walk from her cell.
Hello, son.
Oh, hello, Ma. Why, Mother, let me look at you. Is your hair turning gray?
No, I just had a big beer with a lot of foam on it.
Hey, why didn't you bring Junior with you? I don't see him around anymore.
No, the parole board picked up his option.
Say, Ma, how's Paul?
They hung him a few days ago.
Oh, well, I thought they hung him last Thursday.
They did, but they cut him down so they could hear Rudy Ballet.
Did they hang him right after that?
Yep. Him and Rudy signed off at the same time. And I'm signing too. So long, son.
So long, Ma. So long.
So long.
Oh, the last mile. It's terrible, that last mile. Oh, that last mile.
Gee, is he going to be electrocuted?
No, he went for a drive on Decoration Day.
Hey, fellas, I'll be with you in a minute. But first, I'm going to do a good deed. I'm rescuing someone right from the electric chair.
Colonna, don't try to rescue anyone from the electric chair. The current may be on.
It's all right. I'll just grab him out quick. Well, I always wanted to see how I'd look with my head up.
Hey, Bob.
Yeah.
Hey, Bob. What's going on in the next cell there?
Why, they're giving the third degree to Mendel the mug.
I won't talk. Ouch! I won't tell you. Ouch! I won't tell you.
Gee, that guy must have a pretty important secret.
Yeah, he knows all the words to the Hut Sut song.
Oh, me, oh, my, oh, my, oh, me. Here I am, fellas, and drink is my curse. You know, I've had so many martinis, I'm breaking out in small olives.
Hey, Andy Knox, what are you doing here?
What am I doing? Well, how do you like that? They put me in jail for being drunk. Me, who's absolutely sober. Sober with a capital sob.
You're sober?
Sure I am, but they're giving me the drinker's test, see?
The drinker's test?
Yeah, I got to sit at one end of the table, and at the other end of the table is their bottle of scotch. Now, I've been sitting there all afternoon, and the question is whether I went over and took a drink or not.
I see.
Yes, sir, that's the question. And that's the answer.
Say, come here. Say, Canadian Club, what are you in jail for?
Oh, I gotta confess, Mr. Hope, I did a terrible thing. A horrible thing. I killed a midget.
You killed a midget?
Yes.
That's an awful thing to do. How'd you kill him?
Oh, the poor little fella. When I think of his eyes, he drowned. He did. It was my fault, too.
Well, how was it your fault?
Well, there was a fly in my beer, and just kidding. I told him it was the seaplane for Hawaii.
Hey, Bob, I don't know why they let drunks in this jail.
Neither do I. Why don't they stay in their cars where they belong?
Say, Hope, still in jail?
Yes?
Tight little script, isn't it?
Come on, Kelowna. How are you going to get us out of this jail?
Well, I'm up above you on the roof. I shall drop a rope down past your window. Then the three of us will slide down the rope when I count three.
Let me get this straight, Kelowna. You're up there on the roof. You're going to drop a rope down past our window. Then the three of us will slide down the rope when you count three.
That's right. Ready? 1, 2, 3.
Kelowna, what happened? We all fell down. Even the rope fell down. Didn't you have the rope tied securely?
Sure, look. It's still around my waist.
Good night to all who tune our humor hall. Our thanks for dialing in. The cast and crew all send their best to you. Till next time that we begin. Thanks, Humphrey Bogart. Your art with a villain's part held us from the start to the end. Use Pepsodent, folks. It's I should stick to the Hut Sut song. Next Tuesday night, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be broadcasting from La Jolla, California. We're all going down to Camp Callan and entertain the boys of the Coast Artillery. And, boy, we're going to have Birth of the Blues. Mary Martin will be with us to sing for the boys. And believe me, they'll like Mary Martin down there. So until next week, this is
Bob Hope.
Yes, sir.
And, Bob, I understand next week, by the way, next Monday, in fact, you'll be on the Lux Radio Theater with Carol Lombard.
Yeah, we're going to do Mr. and Mrs. Smith for old Cecil B. DeMille. I think we'll have a lot of fun there.
Wonderful, Bob.
Good night.
This is Bill Goodman speaking for Pepsodent. It's the National Broadcasting Company.
Adventures in Space await you with Buck Rogers coming up next.
Buck Rogers in the 25th century.
Buck Rogers is on the air, brought to you by the makers of Popsicle, Fudgicle, and Creamsicle, those delicious frozen confections on a stick. And now a message from the famous fellow who won the contest for the typical American boy, Popsicle Pete.
Say, kids, seems like everybody's saving bags from Popsicle, Creamsicle, and Fudgicle and getting the dandiest free gifts. Get a free gift list in your ice cream store. It's full of colored pictures of the presents.
Everybody loves Popsicle, Creamsicle, and Fudgicle on the handy stick. Are they good? So pure, so delicious, so downright refreshing.
Gee, you're making my mouth water.
Now they're full of energy, too, and a great big one costs only 5 cents.
the biggest nickel's worth I ever saw.
And remember, everything that goes into these great big luscious confections is the freshest and the finest. The kind of ingredients Mother uses in her own kitchen. Eat Popsicle, Fudgicle, and Creamsicle as often as you like. They help make you strong, but be sure you get the genuine. Look for the name Popsicle, Creamsicle, or Fudgicle printed on every bag.
Save bags for free gifts every day. Save your gift list, too. It's got a coupon on it worth 10 bags.
Well, now with Kane and Ardela established in the headquarters at the ruins of ancient Philadelphia, with Black Barney under the influence of the psychic restriction ray, things promise to be pretty exciting. But let's first pick up Buck and Wilma aboard their rocket plane as it roars along on its way to Dr. Hewer's laboratory in Niagara. Here we go, 500 years into the future.
Doggone it, Wilma, I certainly wish I knew why Dr. Hewer insisted we turn around and fly back to his laboratory this way.
I know it, Buck. And just when we were beginning to get somewhere in our hunt for Black Barney.
Right. That was a good, strong rocket trail we were following, too. And there was no question about it being his.
Unless Killer Kane took that ship away from him.
Wilma, that's a greater possibility than I care to admit. Yes, sir, you'll never convince me that Barney had run off with an experimental ship that way unless somebody forced him into it.
And who could it be but Killer Kane?
Right. And that's why I hated to leave the hot rocket trail we were following.
Dr. Hewer knew we were on that trail, didn't he?
Sure. I had Central Radio Bureau tell him we were.
Then he must have something mighty important up his sleeve to make us turn back this way.
Yeah. Well, we'll be at his laboratory in a couple of minutes now and find out what it's all about.
Buck,
Yeah?
why not radio to him? Plenty of time to do it before we land.
Sure. Here, you take over the controls while I do it, will you, please?
Surely.
Only you'd better keep cutting down on the power or we'll fly on by Niagara before we know it.
Hey, I should say so. Do you know how fast we're traveling?
How fast?
A little over 1,200 miles an hour.
Phew. That is stepping along, isn't it?
You bet it is. Out in space with no air friction to heat up the hull or slow us down, it would be like crawling along. Down here within the atmosphere, it's going some.
Yeah. Well, you take care of navigation while I make this call.
Okay, and the first thing I'm going to do is cut down the power. There.
Calling V121. Buck Rogers calling V121.
Of course, he may not have got back to his laboratory yet, Buck. Central Radio Bureau said he had just started when we talked to them.
Well, calling V121.
Hello, Buck. Did you get my message through Central Radio?
Why, yes, Doctor. And we're on our way into you now.
Good. Well, then why are you calling?
Oh, just to find out what this is all about. We were hot on Barney's rocket trail
Yes,
and...
yes, I know, Buck.
Well, yes, sir, and that trail was so fresh the gas analyzer pointers were fairly popping off the dials.
Yes, but, Buck, I have an idea that finding Barney is going to be far more difficult than simply following up his rocket trail.
Sure, Doctor, but it's the first thing for us to do in any case.
No. So the first thing for you to do is come back here to my laboratory.
But why, sir?
Tell you when you get back here. Now, come along.
Okay. We'll be there in a minute.
Signing off.
Signing off.
In a minute is right. Want to take over the controls?
Yeah, thanks. We can start coasting to a landing in about 2 shakes.
Well, take it easy. This ship isn't equipped with the gyrocosmic relativator, you know.
I wish it was. Poor old Barney and Willie thought they were doing us a favor when they took off in the ship that was equipped with one. And right now it'd be mighty handy to have it aboard here.
Well, here we are.
Yep. Hang on for landing. Now, let's go.
Right with you. Oh, hello, Doctor. Here we are.
Oh, come right in here, you two.
Right, sir.
Your radio call held me up a bit, but I'm finished with this thing in a minute.
Why, Doctor, it's the gyrocosmic relativator. Don't tell me Black Barney and Willie came back here.
Yes, Doctor. When did they bring it back?
They didn't. This is a brand new one.
Oh, I thought it'd take weeks to put one of these things together, and that you'd need impenetrite from Pluto.
Well, I used a few scraps I was able to salvage in the main power room of the Central Radio Bureau.
Yeah?
I've been spending every minute working on this.
Well, I'm beginning to see the light. You had us come back here so we could install this on our ship before continuing the search for Barney and Willie.
Exactly. As long as his ship is so equipped, yours must be too. And Buck.
Yeah?
I don't know how you feel about it, but I'm of the opinion that Kane and Ardela must have something to do with the disappearance of Barney and Willie.
We certainly agree with you on that, sir.
Yes. There, now.
Great day. You must have done some fast work on this thing.
Yes.
and under a real handicap in the limited amount of impenetrite at my disposal.
What about the reports of impenetrite ore out near the city of Omaha?
Yeah, I've heard about that, too, Doctor.
Yes, but the ore is so poor that an entirely new means of reduction must be developed to really make it worthwhile.
Worth investigating, though.
Well, I'm going to look into it at the very first opportunity. Meanwhile, our only sure source is the far-off planet Pluto.
We can't very well afford to lose this relevator, then, can we?
No, sir.
But is there anything I can do to help you there?
I'll fit the photoelectric cell unit into place, will you, please?
Yeah, sure. Goes right in front of this gear system unit, doesn't it?
That's right. You'll have to use the power vise to fit them together.
Okay. But how about fastening them?
Oh, molecular tension will take care of that because of the extreme care with which they've been machined. Go right ahead and put them into the vise.
Yes, sir.
Help you carry, Buck?
No, thanks. I can make it.
There we are. Be sure the sections are accurately lined up before you try to fit them.
Yeah, they're in perfect alignment. And here goes the vise that'll make the gyrocosmic relativator that'll help run down Kane and Ardela.
Barney, how do you feel now? The psychic restriction ray isn't so bad, is it?
It's marvelous, Chief. Just leave it on for a couple of hours or two more, will you?
Sounds to me as though he's had plenty, Kane.
Right, Ardela. You can turn it off.
All right.
All right. Get up now, Barney.
Yeah. Thanks, Chief. I certainly appreciate your letting me get exposed to it. Yeah.
Then perhaps you can be of some help to us now, eh?
Oh, I'll try awful hard, Chief.
That's the stuff. What we ought to do, Ardela, is get hold of Rogers and put him under the psychic restriction ray.
Not a bad idea.
Dumb as he is, I think he might really be of some use to us. Well, from now on, we've got to take it easy and carefully plan everything we're going to do. Now, Barney.
Huh? Yeah, Chief.
Go out to where we've buried the rocket ship that has the gyrocosmic relativator on it.
Okay.
Take along a non-recoil energy projector so you can push the dirt and rocks away from the door of it and get abroad.
And then what?
Then take out the radio and bring it in here. But be sure you leave the path to the door of that rocket ship clear.
How come?
I want that ship to be ready for immediate takeoff, just as soon as it gets dark.
Okay, Chief, I'll do it right away. How about bringing the ship up out of its hole onto the level ground?
Not much. That would leave it in plain sight of anybody who might be flying around looking for us.
Oh, yes.
Having that natural waterfall out there to cover up the entrance to this headquarters is a real help.
Yes. And right here in this old laboratory of Professor Smith's, we have all the scientific apparatus we could possibly want, Ardela. Our setup is perfect.
Well, what are we going to do with it?
Before anything else, Ardela, we must send Barney out after supplies and equipment.
Whoa there, Kane. Wouldn't it be much safer for you to go?
Not by a long shot. The minute anyone in this country saw me on the loose, every radio in America would start buzzing. But Barney's all right. People are used to seeing him around, and no matter what he might be doing, nobody would try to interfere with him.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
Of course I am. The only thing he'll have to do is stay clear of Niagara, where they know he's missing.
So far as that's concerned, though, they probably know he's disappeared in every city of the country.
Ardela, you seem to forget that our friend Barney is Prime Minister of Mars in his spare time. They wouldn't dare broadcast news of his disappearance in this day and age.
Okay. What are you going to have him do?
Go into a bunch of small towns and pick up all the weapons he can find. And bring us a good, fast space cruiser.
What would he do with the ship we have now?
Bring it along, too. It's equipped with magnetic grapples, isn't it?
Yeah.
Then all he needs to do is pick out a likely-looking battle cruiser, clamp onto it with the grapples, and bring it back here.
How about the chances of his rocket trail being picked up?
No chance. That ship carries a rocket dampener, which I hooked in. It'll leave such a faint trail that the wind will blow it away within a few minutes. Isn't as though he were flying out in space, you know, where there's no wind and a rocket trail stays put.
Okay. But don't you think this business of taking a lot of weapons from small towns is dangerous? Suppose somebody sees him taking them and gets suspicious.
Then all he needs to do is doff his flying helmet, look official, and pass some remark about being hot on the trail of Killer Kane and Ardela.
And what about the chances of Barney's trying to double-cross us?
Don't worry. The psychic restriction ray has taken care of that. Well, here he is now.
And look at him. What happened to you, Barney?
I'm all right, Miss Ardela. Only I got kind of wet coming through the falls.
Oh, Why didn't you use a force ray to push the water aside?
On account of I had to use both hands to carry this radio. Here you are.
Did you get that wet, too?
Yeah, Chief. I guess maybe it did a little.
Then we'll have to wait for it to dry out.
Maybe it'll work anyway. I'll plug it in and see.
All right. Now, Bonnie.
Yeah?
Just as soon as it gets dark, I want you to go out and get us a lot of equipment from the small towns that lie to the west of us.
Sure, Chief. Only wouldn't it be a good idea if I was to take along some atomic bombs with me?
Atomic bombs?
Sure. To blow up the municipal storehouse where I'm going to get the stuff.
No, Barney. This is one time you'll have to go about it very quietly and unobtrusively.
Yeah, very Huh?
Now listen carefully, and I'll tell you what you're to get. For transportation, of course, you can use the rocket plane. That's equipped with these gyros.
There you are, Doctor. The photoelectric cell unit is in.
Fine, Buck. Bring it over here, and we'll complete assembly of this gyrocosmic relativator.
Right, sir. There you are.
Will this be as good as the one on the ship Barney took away?
It's exactly the same, Wilma. With it, you'll be able to take off and immediately be going at tremendous speed without any loss of time for pickup.
Then Killicane, beware.
Fasten the power terminal line, Buck, and it'll be all finished.
Okay. There you are.
Good. Now, it's all ready to be put aboard your space cruiser.
Well, then, let's go. I want to get back on Barney's rocket trail before the wind blows it away.
Right. Coming with us, Doctor?
No, Wilma, I'm afraid not. I'm very anxious to investigate the possible supply of impenetrite ore near Omaha just as quickly as I can.
Which will mean more of these relativators.
I hope so.
You want to open the door for me, please, Wilma, so I can carry this one out to the ship?
Surely, Buck.
Perhaps I'd better go out there with you to make sure you get it installed properly.
I wish you would, Doctor.
There you are, Buck.
Thanks. No, look.
What?
Well, yes. And it's coming right down here.
But so fast. Who's at the controls?
Whoever it is, he's going to crack up.
Then look out.
Back, Wilma. Here he comes.
Look out.
Well, I wonder who and what under the sun that was. I certainly hope none of our friends got hurt. Fellas and girls, if you'd like a real treat, a wonderful treat, get yourself a creamsicle on a handy stick. Does that hit the spot? A great big chunk of delicious ice cream covered with chocolate fudge or pure fruit flavors. What a nickel's worth. Nourishing, cooling, and made fresh every day in only the best, sunny, inviting ice cream plants. Remember, whether you buy creamsicle, popsicle, or fudgicle, be sure they're genuine. Look for the U.S. registered trademark name printed right on the bag.
Kids, save those bags. Get swell free gifts. Skates, table tennis, a sleeping doll, a wristwatch. Gee, everything you always wanted. But start right away. Because the more bags you save, the better presents you get.
Orson Welles and his supporting cast of Academy Award-winning actors present yet another classic tale in The Campbell's Playhouse, coming up next.
Good evening. This is Orson Welles. Craig's Wife, which is the title of tonight's offering, has been a personal enthusiasm since I first saw it. This story of 24 hours in the life of a husband and wife. As we've rehearsed it here in the studio, we've been impressed to find that Craig's Wife is fresh and vital and true in the same degree as it was when it first played on Broadway. Got the Pulitzer Prize. Miss Fay Bainter, who was to have played Mrs. Craig, is unfortunately one of the many victims of our local epidemic of flu. In her stead, we're something more than lucky in the very personable person of an actress distinguished both in motion pictures and in the living theater, whose triumphs have been memorable in both fields and richly deserved. Miss Anne Harding.
Mrs. Harold! Mrs. Harold!
Well, Maisie, what is it now?
Did you see the evening paper?
No, what?
It's a murder right over near us, too, on Willows Avenue.
For land's sake, I used to work over on Willows Avenue. Who was it?
Fashionable Willows residence, scene of double tragedy. Bodies of J. Fergus Passmore and wife, socially prominent in this city, found dead in library from bullet wounds.
Land's sakes.
Empty revolver near fireplace. Cause of death shrouded in mystery. Police working upon identity of gentleman visitor seen leaving premises in automobile shortly after midnight. Gives me the creeps, it does.
Well, creeps the nooks. You better brush up them rose petals from off the living room floor. And don't leave the evening paper lying about either.
You're not expecting the lady back already, are you?
Can't ever tell about women like Mrs. Craig. If she gets an idea that there's a pin out of place around here, she'll take the first train out of Albany and come right back home.
Honest, Mrs. Harold, I never worked for a woman like Mrs. Craig. Sure feel sorry for Mr. Craig.
Oh, she could build a nest in that man's ear and he'd never know it.
She certainly is the hardest woman to please I ever worked for.
Did I tell you about her wanting me to dust the leaves off that little tree in front of the dining room window last week?
Dust the leaves?
That's the honest truth. And me with rheumatism at the time. You know how I done it, don't you?
What'd you say to her?
I told her right up. I said, I'll dust no tree for nobody.
No, you done right.
She says, you mean you refuse to dust it? Yes, I says, I refuse. And what's more, I'm going to stay refuse. Well, she says, it needs dusting whether you dust it or not. Well, I says, let it need it. A little dust won't poison it. We'll be dust ourselves someday unless we get drowned.
You sure done right. I think the worst kind of woman a girl can work for is one that's crazy about her house. Say, how long is she going to be away in Albany?
Well, I guess till her sister's better. But still, you never know about her. She's liable to find some excuse to come home. She don't like to be away from her home. Mrs. Craig don't.
All right, dear. Just leave your bags here.
That's Mrs. Craig.
Mrs. Harold? Mrs. Harold?
Coming.
Yes, Mrs. Craig.
Oh, good afternoon, Mrs. Craig. We didn't expect you back so soon.
Good afternoon, Mrs. Craig.
This is Miss Eldridge, my niece, Mrs. Harold. Maisie, will you take her things up to the corner room? She's staying with us for a few days.
Yes, Mrs. Craig.
And will you see that catch is on the screen door, Mrs. Harold? It was half open when I came in.
Yes, Mrs. Craig.
Aunt Harriet, are you sure we were right to leave Mother like that? Oh, Ethel, dear, you mustn't start that. Your mother's been through this very same kind of thing many times before. Be careful with that suitcase, Maisie. Don't scratch the wall.
Oh, Aunt Harriet.
Yes, dear?
Suppose something should happen.
Oh, nothing's going to happen, dear child. Mrs. Harold. Miss Harold?
Yes, Mrs. Craig.
Where did those roses come from?
Why, that woman across the street brought them over to your aunt.
Mrs. Fraser, you mean?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, you better take them out of here, Mrs. Harold. The petals will be all over the room.
Maybe Miss Austin would like them in her room. She and Mrs. Fraser are up there having tea.
Do you mean to tell me that Mrs. Fraser is upstairs in my aunt's room?
Yes, ma'am.
And how did she happen to get up there?
Miss Austin asked her.
Really? Oh. All right, that will be all, Mrs. Harold.
Aunt Harriet.
Yes?
You know, there was something I wanted to tell Mother, but the doctor said he thought I'd better wait.
Is it something important?
Yes, it was about Professor Fredericks at school. Mother met him last year when she was up there at commencement, and she liked him very much. And when we got home, she said that if he ever said anything to me, she'd be glad if I could like him well enough to marry him. She said she'd feel easier about me in case anything ever happened to her.
And you mean he has said something?
Yes. He asked me to marry him right after Easter.
I don't know why your mother'd be so panicky about your future, Ethel. You're only 19.
She said she'd like to feel that I have somebody.
But why does a person need anybody, dear, if one has money enough to get along on? Oh, really, I think you're a very foolish girl, Ethel, if you rush into marriage.
Oh, but Aunt Harriet, if he and I
Are you engaged to this Mr.
Mr. Fredericks. Yes, I am, Aunt Harriet. I knew Mother liked him, so when he asked me...
Well, that's all very nice, Ethel, but simply liking a man isn't going to go very far toward keeping things going.
Well, I have money of my own, Aunt Harriet.
Well, I know that, dear child, but surely he isn't marrying you because of it.
Oh, no, of course not. He doesn't know anything about that.
Well, hope not. You did say he was a professor, didn't you, dear?
He's a professor of Romance languages.
Naturally. And I suppose he told you that he loves you in all of them.
Were you married, Aunt Harriet?
I had no private fortune like yours, Ethel. I married to be on my own in every sense of the word. I haven't entirely achieved the condition yet, but I know it can be done.
I don't quite understand what you mean, Aunt Harriet.
I mean that I'm simply exacting my share of a bargain.
How?
By securing into my own hands the control of the man upon which they're founded.
But how are you ever going to do a thing like that, Aunt Harriet?
Haven't you ever gotten Mr. Fredericks to do something you wanted him to do?
Yes, but I always told him I wanted him to do it.
Well, there are certain things that men can't be told, Ethel. They don't understand them, particularly romantic men. And Mr. Craig is inveterately idealistic.
But supposing he would find out sometime.
Find out what?
What you've been telling me, that you want to control him.
Oh, one never comprehends, dear, what it is not in one's nature to comprehend. That's where we women have such a tremendous advantage over men. Oh, I know you're deploring my lack of nobility.
Oh, no, I'm not at all, Aunt Harriet.
Yes, you are. I see it in your face. You think I'm a very sordid woman.
Oh, no, I don't think anything of the kind.
Well, what do you think?
Well, frankly, Aunt Harriet, I don't think it's quite honest.
It's very much safer, dear, for everybody. Because, as I say, if a woman is the right kind of a woman, it's better that the destiny of her home should be in her hands than in any man's. Don't you see?
Aunt Harriet, I'm rather tired. Would you mind if I rested a bit?
Oh, of course not, child. You go right upstairs. I'll be along in a few minutes to see that you're comfortable. Harold. Miss Harold.
Yes, Mrs. Craig.
Have there been any letters or messages for me since I've been away?
2 letters, ma'am. One came this morning and one came Tuesday.
No telephone calls?
None for you, ma'am. There was a gentleman called Mr. Craig this afternoon about 4 o'clock. He seemed real anxious to get in touch with Mr. Craig and for him to call him as soon as he came in.
Who was that?
Mr. Berkmeyer, ma'am. He was the same gentleman that called Mr. Craig last night. But he must have got in touch with him, for I gave him the number Mr. Craig said he'd be at.
You mean Mr. Craig was out last night? Where?
I don't know, ma'am. He didn't say. But he left a number for me to give anybody if they call. I wrote it down in this paper so I wouldn't forget it. It was Levering 3100.
Levering 3100. He didn't say whose number it was?
No, ma'am. He just left a number and the gentleman called and I gave it to him like he told me.
I see. All right, Mrs. Harold. I'll tell him when he comes.
Yes, ma'am.
Information? Could you give me the address of the telephone number Levering 3100? Oh, you don't give out addresses. I see. Well, it isn't important. Thank you very much.
Well, look who's here, bright and smiling.
Hello, Walter.
Harriet. When'd you get in, my dear?
A few minutes ago, left Albany at noon.
Why don't you wire or something, or
I
write?
never thought of it, to tell you the truth. There was so much to be done around there, getting Ethel's things together, and one thing and another.
Miss Ethel there?
Yes, I brought her back with me. She's upstairs, lying down.
How's your sister?
Why, I couldn't see that there was anything the matter with her more than usual. But you'd think from her letter she was dying. Then I have to walk out and leave my house for a whole week and go racing up to Albany.
Glad to have you back again, Harriet.
Oh, stop it, Walter. You're so strong.
Seems you've been away a month instead of a week.
Don't break my bones, Walter.
That's what I think I'd like to do sometime.
Now, stop it. Stop it. Here, take this hat and put it there where it belongs.
Okay.
Take this paper out of here, too. This room's a sight. Your aunt's company will be scandalized.
Oh, has Auntie Orson got some company?
She's upstairs with her. The woman across the street there.
Mrs. Fraser? Hey, it's a wonder she wouldn't bring a few of those roses over here, Auntie Orson.
I guess she has sense enough to know that if we wanted roses, we could plant some. Walter, whose telephone number is Levering 3100?
That's Fergus Passmore. Why?
Oh, nothing. I was just wondering. Miss Harold told me you gave her that number last night in case anybody wanted you. I was wondering where it was.
Fergus Passmore. I was playing cards out there last night.
What did Billy Berkmeyer want you for? Mrs. Harold said he called you out.
Yeah, Fergus asked him, too, but Billy called me up later to tell me that his father had just come in from St. Louis. He wouldn't be able to make it. I wasn't here when he called, so he talked to him from there.
I hope you're not going to get into that card playing again, Walter.
Hey, never gave up card playing.
We haven't played in nearly a year.
Well, I suppose that's because you don't play, and most of the folks know that, so they don't ask me.
Was Fergus' wife there?
No.
I suppose that's the reason Fergus asked you then, wasn't it?
What do you mean?
Well, you're not insanely jealous of her,
Oh.
used to be.
Sure, he's never jealous of me.
He was jealous of everybody, from what I could see.
Oh, don't be silly, Harriet.
But you wouldn't know it, Walter, even if you were.
I'm glad I wouldn't.
You come to find out, I'll bet that's just the reason Billy Berkmeyer dodged it. That's just what he called you up to tell you.
He called me up to tell me anything of the kind, Harriet. He simply called me up to tell me his father had come in unexpectedly from
Oh, I
St.
don't mean last night. I mean when he called you today.
He didn't call today.
Yes, he did, this afternoon, 4 o'clock.
Here?
So Mrs. Harold told me. Said he wanted you to get in touch with him as soon as you came
I
in.
wonder why he didn't call the office.
Well, probably did, and you'd gone. Really, Walter, I can't understand Auntie Austin. The minute my back is turned, she invites one of the neighbors into my house.
Why shouldn't she, Harriet?
Why shouldn't she? Well, really, Walter. She stands there right out on the front porch saying goodbye to that Mrs. Fraser.
You say Ethel's here?
And she's in the guest room.
I think I'll go up and say hello to her. Right, dear. I'll be right down.
Oh, hello, Harriet. How did you find your sister? Mrs. Harold told me a moment ago that you were back.
Yes, Auntie Austin, I'm back. I think it's about time I came back, don't you?
I don't understand what you mean.
Well, from the looks of things, if I stayed away much longer, I should probably have come back to find my house a thoroughfare for the entire neighborhood.
You mean my having Mrs. Fraser here for tea?
You know perfectly well what I mean, Auntie Austin. Please don't try to appear so innocent. It's exactly what that woman's been trying to do ever since we've been here. And the minute you get my back turned, you let her succeed. Just for the sake of a lot of small talk. How did she happen to get in here?
Well, she brought me some roses over, which I think was very thoughtful of.
Of course. And you walked right into the trap.
Well, why do you think she should be so anxious to get in here, Harriet?
For the same reason that a lot of other women in this neighborhood want to get in here. To satisfy their vulgar curiosity. See what they can see.
And why should you care if they do see?
I don't want a lot of idle neighbors on visiting terms. Let them tend to their houses. They'll have plenty to do. Mrs. Fraser's very likely one of those housekeepers that hides the dirt in the corners with a bunch of roses.
You know nothing about her house.
Well, I don't want to know about it. And I don't want to know about her.
She wasn't here to see you.
She was in my house, wasn't she?
And in your husband's house?
Oh, well, she was hardly here to see my husband, was she?
Mrs. Fraser was here to see me, your husband's aunt. And I made her welcome, and so did he. And asked her to come back again. And I don't think you'd find him very much in accord with your attitude if he knew of it.
Well, you'll probably tell him.
Oh, I've a lot of things to tell him, Harriet. I've had plenty of time to think about them during the past 2 years up there in my room. And they've been particularly clear to me this week that you've been away. That's why I've decided to tell Walter, because I think he should be told. Only I want you to be here when I tell him, so that you won't be able to twist what I say.
You have a very good opinion of me, haven't you, Auntie Austin?
It's not an opinion I have of you at all, Harriet. It's you that I have.
Well, whatever it is, I'm not at all interested in hearing about it. I want you to know that I resent intensely your having brought Mrs. Fraser in here.
Oh, be honest about it, at least, Harriet.
But what do you mean?
Why particularize on Mrs. Fraser?
Because I don't want her here.
You don't want anybody here.
I don't want her.
You don't want your husband. Only that he's necessary to the upkeep here. But if you could see how that could be changed or managed without him, his position here would be as secure as the position of one of those pillows there.
Well, I must say, Miss Austin, that's a very nice thing for you to say to me.
You want your house, Harriet. That's all you do want. And that's all you'll have to finish, unless you change your way. People who live to themselves, Harriet, are generally left to themselves. For other people will not go on being made miserable indefinitely for the sake of your ridiculous idolatry of house furnishings.
You seem to have borne it rather successfully.
I did it for Walter's sake, because I knew he wanted to have me here. I didn't want to make it difficult. But I've been practically a recluse in that room of mine upstairs ever since you've been here, just to avoid scratching that holy staircase or leaving a footprint on one of those sacred rugs. I'm not used to that kind of stupidity. I'm accustomed to living in rooms. I think too much of myself to consider their appearance where my comfort is concerned. So I've decided to make a change. Only I want my reasons to be made perfectly clear to Walter before I go. I think I owe it to him, for his own sake as well as mine.
What's the matter? You all the way upstairs.
Haven't the faintest idea, I'm sure. But from what Auntie Austin has just been saying, she seems to think there are quite a few things the matter.
What is it, Andy?
She tells me she's going to leave us.
Nothing very new, Walter.
Leave the house, you mean?
So she says.
You didn't say that, did you, Andy?
Haven't I just told you she said it?
I'm leaving tomorrow, Walter.
Why? What's happened?
She says she finds my conduct of affairs here unendurable.
I'll be obliged to you, Harriet, if you'll allow me to explain the reasons for my going. I know them better than you do.
Well, you haven't any reasons that I can see, except the usual jealous reasons that women have of the wives of men that they've brought up.
You'll have plenty of time to give your version of my leaving after I'm gone.
Well, sit down then and let us hear your version of it.
I prefer to stand, thank you.
As you please.
I doubt if I'd know quite how to sit in one of these chairs.
What do you mean, Andy? I can't believe you've had a difficulty with anyone, especially with Harriet, who thinks the world of you. Now, you know she does, Andy. Harriet's just as fond of you as I am.
I'm glad you're here to hear some of this.
I suppose there are little irritations that come up around a house occasionally, just as there are in any other business. But I'm sure you're too sensible, Andy, to allow them to affect you to the extent of making you want to leave the house. Why, Andy, what did we do here around you without you? It wouldn't seem to me that we had any house at all. What was it you said to Auntie, Harriet?
I said anything to her, of course. She's simply using her imagination.
Well, if it isn't anything that Harriet has said to you, Auntie, what is it?
Oh, no. Harriet has never said anything. She simply acts and leaves you to interpret, if you're able. It takes a long time to be able until you find the key. It's all very simple, very ridiculous, and incredibly selfish. So much so, Walter, that I rather despair of ever convincing you of my justification for leaving your house.
Well, what has Harriet done, Auntie?
I'll tell you what I did, Walter. I objected to Auntie Austin's having brought that woman across the street in here while I was away.
You mean Mrs. Fraser?
Yes, I mean Mrs. Fraser.
What's the matter with Mrs. Fraser?
She's a vulgar old busybody. That's what's the matter with her. She's been trying to get in here ever since we've
What do you
been
mean
here.
she's been trying to get in here?
Well, you wouldn't understand if I told you, Walter. It's a form of curiosity that women have about other women's houses that men can't appreciate.
I'm afraid I don't quite understand it. If you feel, Auntie
You're
Austin...
a man, Walter. You're in love with your wife. I'm perfectly familiar with the usual result of interference under those circumstances.
Well, I hope I'm open to conviction, Auntie, if you have a grievance.
Oh, it isn't my own cause I'm about to plead. Doesn't matter about me. I can't be here. But I don't want to be witness to the undoing of a man by way of becoming a very important citizen without warning him of the danger.
I don't understand what you mean, Auntie.
It's probably the great part of the danger, Walter, that you don't understand. If you did, it'd be scarcely necessary to warn you.
Of what?
Your wife.
What are you laughing at, Harriet?
Oh, don't you think that's very amusing?
I don't know that I think it's so very amusing. No, I didn't, Harriet.
Well, wait till you've heard the rest of it. You'll probably change your mind.
Harriet isn't really laughing, Walter.
What am I doing, crying?
You're whistling in the dark.
Oh, dear.
You're terrified that your secret's been discovered.
Really? What is my secret?
I think it's hardly necessary to tell you that, Harriet.
But I'm interested in hearing it.
Well, you can listen while I tell it to Walter.
Very well.
But I want you to know, before I tell him, that it didn't remain for your outburst against Mrs. Fraser here a few minutes ago to reveal it to me. I knew it almost as soon as Walter's mother knew it.
She means that I've been trying to poison you secretly, Walter.
Not so secretly either, Harriet.
Well, I'm sorry I must go. Don't intend to stay.
I didn't think you would.
Why not, Harriet?
Because I've something more important to do than listening to a lot of absurdities. I hope when you finish discussing me, you will be as frank in letting Walter know something of what I've been putting up with during the past 2 years.
Oh, Harriet.
Playing the martyr as usual. You could have almost spoken those last words for her, Walter. I know her so well.
I wish you'd tell me what's happened, Auntie.
Walter, your mother asked you to promise her when she was dying that you'd take me with you when you're married. She asked me to promise her that I'd accept your invitation when you made it. You see, she knew her woman, Walter. The woman you were going to marry.
Mother didn't like Harriet?
Nobody could like Harriet, Walter. She doesn't want them to.
I like her.
You're blinded by a pretty face, son. As many another man has been blinded.
What's Harriet done?
She's left you practically friendless, Walter. Why do you suppose your friends have so suddenly stopped visiting you? They always visited you at home. And I dare say all those charming young men and women that used to have such pleasant times at home thought that when you married, your house would be quite a rendezvous. But they reckoned without their hostess, Walter. Just as they're beginning to reckon without you. You never go out anymore. Nobody ever asks you. They're afraid you might bring her, and they don't want her. Because she's made it perfectly clear to them that she doesn't want them.
I don't think that's true. No, Auntie, I think just
I
that
want to tell you
Harriet...
something that I saw the other day in the city. I was having luncheon at the Colonnade, and 2 of your old Thursday night poker crowd came in. Sat at a table within hearing distance of me. Presently, a man and his wife came in, sat down at another table. The wife immediately proceeded to tell the man how he should have sat down, and how he should sit now that he was down, and so on. I distinctly heard one of your friends say to the other, "Listen to Craig's wife over there." That's a little straw, Walter, that should show you the way the wind is blowing. Your friends resent being told where they shall sit and how, and so they're avoiding the occasion of it, just as I'm going to avoid it. But you can't avoid it, so you must deal with it.
How? How should I deal with it?
By impressing your wife with the realization that there's a man in the house, as well as a woman, and that you are that man. If you don't, Walter, you're going to go the way of every other man that's ever allowed himself to be dominated by a selfish woman, become a pallid little echo of her distorted opinions, believing finally that every friend you ever had before you met her was trying to lead you into perdition, and that she rescued you and made a man of you.
Oh, Harriet could never turn me against my friends.
Walter, they can make men believe that the mothers that nursed them are their arch enemies. That's why I'm warning you. For you're fighting for the life of your manhood, Walter. And I can't leave this house without at least turning on the light here and letting you see what it is that you're fighting
Auntie,
against.
I can't see you leave this house. That's all there is
But
to
if I'm not happy here.
I promised Mother that you'd always have a home with me, and if you go, I'll feel somehow that I'm breaking that promise.
You haven't a home to offer me, Walter. You have a house with furniture in it. It can only be used under highly specified conditions. Do you know, I have the impression somehow or other, when I look at these rooms, that they're rooms that have died and are laid out.
Well, whenever they are, they'll seem less if you leave them. I don't think I'd feel worse if it were Mother herself that were leaving.
Oh, be glad that it wasn't your mother, Walter. She would have left long ago.
Beg pardon, Mr. Craig, but there's someone here to see
Ask him to come in.
I'll see you before I go, Walter.
All right.
I have a lot of things to do here.
Hello, Miss Austin.
Oh, hello, Mr. Beck.
Hello, Walter.
Hello, I called your house. I couldn't get you. What's up? Something wrong?
Something wrong? Well, that's what I came to see you about. You were out there last night.
What are you talking about?
You mean you don't know? Haven't you read the evening papers? Fergus Passmore and his wife are dead.
What?
Both of them. Murdered.
What?
I've seen every paper in town. That's why I wanted to see you. The paper says they're looking for a man seen leaving the house after midnight.
Sure, that was me, but Fergus was alone when I left him.
Now, listen, Weber. You've got to move carefully in a thing like this. This kind of affair is pie for the newspapers, and the fact that we were invited out there to play cards wouldn't read any too well.
I never thought of that, but you've got nothing to worry about. You weren't there.
Well, I know that, but I'm not sitting back in the corner in this thing, you know, Walter. Well, it just so happened that I wasn't out there, but I talked to you on the telephone out there last night from my house. And in a thing of this kind, they trace telephone calls and everything else.
Oh.
Now, Walter, I think the wise move for us is just to hop out there and try and find out what's going on. We've got to move mighty carefully, you know.
Yeah, I know. I can't get over it, Billy. Just a few hours ago, I was sitting in his house playing cards with him. He's laughing and joking. You know the way Fergus is when he's in a card game. Well, hey, Billy, I'm just beginning to realize that I was the last man to see Fergus Passmore alive.
Oh, don't I know it? And that's what the police are looking for. You. Come on, now, let's get going.
All right, my car's out front. We hurry, we can get over there in 10 minutes.
Walter, where are you? Walter? Oh, Mrs. Harold. Maisie.
Yes, Mrs. Craig.
Maisie, where's Mr. Craig?
I don't know, ma'am. Maybe he went out with that gentleman that was here a while ago.
What gentleman? Who was he?
I don't know, ma'am. I never saw him before.
You're sure he's not around somewhere?
I haven't seen him, ma'am. You've been reading the paper. Ain't that a terrible murder, ma'am? I was just saying to Mrs.
I
Harold...
don't want to talk about it, Maisie.
Did you know them, ma'am? The Passmores, I mean?
Oh, be quiet, Maisie. Leave me alone.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, why did I ever leave this house?
You are listening to the Campbell Playhouse presentation of Craig's Wife, starring Orson Welles and Anne Harding. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Maisie, go up and see that Miss Elder's door is closed and be quiet about it, Maisie. And don't disturb her. She's asleep. Hello? Yes, this is Mrs. Craig's residence. Yes. Oh, yes, Mr. Fredericks. Well, Ethel is lying down now. She was very tired, poor child. No, there's nothing really you could do if you came down, Mr. Fredericks. Well, I'd much rather not call her, Mr. Fredericks, if you don't mind. Can't I take the message? Oh, I see, of course. Yes, I understand. Oh, no, I wouldn't think of disturbing her just now. I'm sorry. No, Mr. Fredericks.
Mrs. Craig, there's a gentleman to you. He says he's from the police headquarters.
Police? Show him in and tell him I'll be right down.
Will you step this way, please, mister? Mrs. Craig will be right in.
Thank you.
Good evening.
I called to see Mr. Craig.
Oh, Mr. Craig isn't in just now. I'm sorry.
Have you any idea what time Mr. Craig will be in?
I'm expecting him any minute. He was here less than half an hour ago, and I went upstairs, so he must be right here in the neighborhood somewhere.
I see.
He'll certainly be back for his dinner at 7 o'clock, if you'd care to call back.
Well, it may be that you could give me the information I'm looking for, as well as Mr. Craig. Would you sit down for a minute?
Oh, certainly.
I'll tell you what it is I wanted to see him about, Mrs. Craig. I suppose you've seen the evening paper about this unfortunate affair out here on Willows Avenue.
You mean that shooting affair?
Yes, at the Passmore home.
Isn't that a dreadful thing? I've just been reading it.
I'd want to alarm you, Mrs. Craig. There's no particular connection between that and my visit here.
Oh, I'm very glad to know that.
There was a man seen leaving the Passmore house shortly after midnight in an automobile. One of the neighbors happened to see him, but it was too dark to establish any identification. Besides, that wouldn't account for the death of Mrs. Passmore. Of course, she didn't get in until after 3 o'clock, and the man left there between 12 and 1.
I see.
Of course, as you understand, Mrs. Craig, it's part of our business to follow up any little outside clue that we happen to get hold of that might throw some additional light on the case.
Yes, of course.
And that's what I wanted to see Mr. Craig about.
You mean, you think Mr. Craig might be the man that was seen leaving there last night?
No, that circumstance is really not being seriously considered. House of that description might have had any number of visitors during the evening.
That's very true.
But we've had a report late this afternoon, Mrs. Craig, from the Lynbrook Telephone Exchange, where your calls come in, that there was a call made on your telephone here at 5:27 this evening, about 30 minutes ago, asking for the address of a telephone number of Levering 3100. And that happens to be the number of the telephone Mr. Passmore's home.
You mean that somebody called from here?
On this telephone, yes, ma'am. Oakdale 623, that's the number of your telephone here, isn't it?
Yes, it's our number.
Yes, that's what I've got here.
Well, I can't imagine who it'd be that called.
Report says it was a woman's voice.
And the call was made at 5 o'clock this evening, you say, half an hour ago?
5:27, my report says. The operator didn't give the address, of course. It's against the telephone company's rules.
It does seem strange, doesn't it?
Has this telephone here been used at all, to your knowledge, Mrs. Craig, since 5 o'clock this afternoon?
Why, I answered a call a few minutes ago from Northampton, Massachusetts.
A long-distance call, you mean?
Yes. It was a Mr. Fredericks at Smith College there calling my cousin to inquire about her mother. Her mother's ill in Albany.
I see. You don't know whether or not anybody from the outside has been in here since 5 o'clock?
Not to my knowledge. Well, except a neighbor from across the avenue there, Mrs. Fraser. She brought some roses over to my husband's aunt. She was here when I got in, although I scarcely think she would have used the telephone.
Mind if I use this phone here for a minute?
Oh, not at all. Go right ahead.
Keelan's. Tell calling. That's so. I gotta wait in there before 6. Righto, Chuck. I'll be right over. Won't have to bother you any more right now, Mrs. Craig. There's been a bit of additional information coming over at headquarters that'll hold things up temporarily.
Has there been some new development in the case?
Yes, Mrs. Craig, a very important development. Good evening, and thank you, Mrs. Craig.
You're very welcome, I'm sure. Walter, where have you been?
I was Billy Berkman, why?
shut that door.
Right. Matter.
Haven't you seen the evening paper of Fergus Passmore and his wife?
Yes, I've seen it.
Well, what about it, Walter?
What about it? What do you mean?
Well, I've been nearly out of my mind for the last half hour. I happened to see it in the paper there when I came downstairs. I couldn't find you anywhere. Well, probably you'd been arrested or something.
What would I be arrested for, Harriet?
Connection with this thing, of course. Police are looking for you. One of them just left here not 5 minutes ago.
Are they looking for me? What are they looking for me for?
Well, doesn't it say in the paper there? You were seen leaving Passmore's at 12 o'clock last
It doesn't
night.
say that I was seen leaving there.
It says there was a man seen leaving there.
I
Who
know.
else could it have been but you? You were out there, weren't you?
Yes.
Well, that's enough, isn't it?
But they don't know that.
Oh, don't be absurd, Walter. Didn't you tell me that Billy Berkmeyer called you on the telephone out there last night?
Yes?
Well, didn't the butler get your name then?
No, Fergus answered the phone himself on the extension, the library. Did the policeman say they knew it was I that was out there last night?
Oh, I don't remember what he said exactly. I was too upset. But he wanted to know where you were, and of course I couldn't tell him because you were here when I left the room, and then you suddenly disappeared. I was never placed in such a position in my life. I'm sure that man must have thought I was evading him. Where did you go with Billy?
Over to Fergus' house.
Oh, what in heaven's name did you do a thing like that for, Walter? Do you want your name to be dragged into this thing? I should think your own common sense would show you what it would mean to have your name mentioned in an affair of this sort. I would be in every newspaper in the country.
It wouldn't bother me in the least.
Wouldn't bother you?
No, not in the least. My conscience is clear.
Oh, don't be so absurdly romantic, Walter.
It isn't a question of romanticism at all, Harriet.
No, and it isn't a question of conscience either. Simply a matter of discretion. If you've had nothing to do with this thing, what's the use of becoming involved?
What do you mean if I've had nothing to do with it?
Oh, don't start picking me up on every word, and don't take out a cigarette, Walter. You know you can't smoke in this room.
Oh, all right.
Well, that's a nice place to throw it, I must say. Into the fireplace. Don't you want it?
What good is it if I can't smoke it?
Well, there are plenty of other places in the house smoke if you want to.
I don't know where they are.
Well, you can smoke in your den, can't you?
If I shut the door.
Oh, now don't act martyred, Walter.
I think I'll call up Billy and see if the police have been to see.
You're not going to call Billy Berkmeyer.
Why not?
Don't you realize that that telephone is being watched and that they're probably watching Berkmeyer's too? And if you call him and the operator listened in...
She's got something else to do but listen in on our calls, Harriet.
Well, she
believe
listened in on this one, didn't she?
me. Which one?
Huh? What did you say?
You mean the police said the operator had reported on a call from here?
Oh, I don't remember what he said distinctly. He just kept rambling on about a telephone.
Well, I want to know why our phone's being watched. What's more, I intend to find out.
Now, listen to me, Walter Craig. You must not use that telephone. I will not allow you to drag my name into a notorious scandal.
Harriet, I've got to find out where I'm at this thing.
If you speak over that telephone, I'll leave the house. And you know what construction would be put upon that under the circumstances.
What do you mean? To leave the house?
I mean exactly what I said. Do you think I could stay in this neighborhood 24 hours after my name had been associated with a thing of this kind?
Harriet, you surely don't believe I had anything to do with the murder.
It isn't for me to determine the degree of your guilt or innocence. I'm not interested. I'm interested only in the respect of the community we've got to live in.
You mean you'd rather know I was involved in this thing and keep the respect of the community than know I was the victim of circumstances and lose it?
All right, Mrs. Harold. Put it up, will you? I'll be right out.
Harold.
Yes, sir?
Miss Harold, do you know if anybody's called that number that I gave you last night here today on the telephone, Levering 3100?
No, sir.
You haven't had occasion to call that number today on this telephone.
I never even thought about it today until Mrs. Craig asked me for it when she came in this evening, and I gave it to her.
All right, Mrs. Harold. Thank you very much. And it was you that made that call. What are you doing? Checking up on me?
Don't flatter yourself, Walter.
You were doing, wasn't it? Why didn't you tell the truth? You were playing safe, that was it, wasn't it?
Exactly.
And at my expense.
I knew if I told you I made that call, you'd be on the telephone in 5 minutes telling the police.
Well, I intend doing that anyway.
Well, if you do, you'll explain my leaving you, too.
That wouldn't worry me in the least, Harriet.
Well, it might worry the police.
But it's you the detectives are looking for,
Oh,
Harriet.
you needn't try to turn it on to me. They wouldn't be looking for either of us if you'd stayed at home last night instead of being out car playing with a lot of irregular people. I felt it in my bones up there in Albany that something would happen while I was away. I knew as soon as ever my back was turned, you'd be out with your friends again.
And what has your back being turned got to do with my visiting my friends?
Well, you wouldn't have been visiting them if I'd been
What do
here.
you mean? How'd you stop me?
I'd have stopped you all right one way or another.
What you've done, locked the door on me?
Wouldn't have been necessary to lock the door on you. You haven't been visiting them in the last 18 months, have you?
No, I haven't.
And they haven't been visiting you either.
You mean you kept them out of here?
Well, if I did, the end justified the means. You at least haven't been in the shadow of the law in the last 18 months.
My aunt said here a while ago she'd driven all my friends away from the house. I thought she was imagining things. Said something else, too, something I didn't believe. She said you were trying to get rid of me, too, without actually driving me away from the house. I believe that's true, too.
What if I wasn't cordial to your friends? You think I wanted my house turned into a tavern?
Friends never turned my mother's house into a tavern.
Well, evidently your mother and I had very different ideas of a house.
Very different indeed, Harriet. There was more actual home in one room of my mother's house than there'd be in all of this if we lived in it 1,000 years.
Why didn't you stay in it then if you found it so attractive?
Now you're talking, Harriet. Now you're talking. Why didn't I do just that? Don't make any mistakes that you didn't want my friends here simply because they played cards. You wouldn't have wanted them if they'd come here to hold prayer meetings. You didn't want them because, as my aunt says, it's implied an importance to me. That it was at variance with your little campaign, the campaign that was to reduce me to one of the wife-ridden sheep that's afraid to buy a necktie for fear his wife might not approve of it.
Oh, don't try to make yourself out a martyr. You've had your share of this bargain.
I never regarded this thing as a bargain.
Did you expect me to go into a thing as important as marriage with my eyes shut?
I wanted you to go into it honestly, as I went into it 50-50. You've been playing safe right from the start. You've been exploiting me consistently in your shifty little business of personal safety. And you'd throw me right now to the suspicion of implication in this double murder to preserve that safety.
I've been trying to preserve my home.
That's all I've heard from you since the day I married you.
Well, what else has a woman like me but her home?
Hasn't she a husband?
She could lose her husband, couldn't she, as many another one has?
Couldn't she lose her home, too?
She couldn't if she knew how to secure it.
That's the point in a nutshell, Harriet, if she knew how to fix it for herself.
Well, what if I have fixed things for myself? You haven't lost anything by it, have you? If I fix them for myself, I fix them for you, too. Your home is here. And maybe if I hadn't played the game so consistently, it wouldn't be here. And I wouldn't be the first woman that's lost her home and her husband, too, through letting the control of them get out of her hands. I saw what happened to my mother, and I made up my mind it would never happen to me. She was one of those I will follow thee, my husband, women, that believed everything my father told her, and all the time he was mortgaging her home over her head for another woman. And when she found it out, she did the only thing that women like her can do, and that was to die of a broken heart within 6 months, leaving the door wide open for the other woman to come in as stepmother over Estelle and me, and then get rid of us both as soon as Estelle was marriageable. But the house was never mortgaged over her head, I'll promise you that, for she saw to it that it was put in her name before ever she took him, and she kept it there, too, right to the finish.
Why didn't you ask me to put this house in your name?
Because I didn't want it in my name.
Yes, would have been more honest.
I haven't done anything that wasn't honest. Simply tried to be practical, but with your usual romanticism, you want to make me appear a criminal for it.
I'm not reproaching you at all, Harriet. I'm merely saying that you simply married the wrong man.
I married a romantic fool. That's what I married. I'm seeing it more clearly every day I live.
Oh, well, we understand each other now, Harriet.
Do we?
Huh?
Walter. Now, who on earth moved those ornaments on the mantelpiece?
Brass of you. Presumption. Just wondering how you get that way.
Walter, did you move those ornaments?
So brazenly presumptuous as to say such a thing to me. What have you ever done for a million others like you that would warrant the assumption of such superiority over the men you're married to?
I asked the servants a dozen times not to touch the things on the mantelpiece.
You should set yourself up to control the very destiny of a man as though I was some mental incompetent.
Sorry, ma'am, but I had to remind you about dinner. It's going to be spoiled.
Oh, Mrs. Harold, who moved those ornaments?
I only dusted them, ma'am.
You know perfectly well I never allow anybody even to dust that mantelpiece but myself. I even bought a special little brush for those ornaments because I wouldn't trust them to anybody else.
But you were away, Mrs. Craig.
I am not interested in your excuses. I have told you over and over again never to touch those ornaments, and you deliberately disobey me.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Craig.
Well, don't let it happen again. You may put up the dinner. We'll be in 2 minutes.
Yes, Mrs. Craig.
Walter, you better go along in and get your dinner before it's cold. I'll go up and tell Ethel and Auntie Austin.
Did something get broken here, Mr. Craig? Did that ornament fall off the mantelpiece?
No, Mrs. Harold. I smashed it.
On purpose, you mean, Mr. Craig?
Yes. I didn't like it.
Walter, did something fall down there a moment ago?
No.
Well, it sounded up here as though the house fell down.
Maybe it did, Harriet. I'm just standing here, wondering.
Is this the Yellow Cab Company? Oh, will you send a cab to 8545 Franklin Avenue? At once, please. Thank you.
on earth is going on down there this morning, Mrs. Harold?
It's the men taking out Miss Austin's cup, Mrs. Craig.
Well, tell them to keep it away from the wall. I don't want that wall all scratched up. I only had it painted in April.
Yes, ma'am, I'll tell them.
Are you up, Walter?
Yes?
Good heavens, Walter. What a mess your room is, honestly. Oh, is that the morning paper? What did it say about the past morning?
Quite safe. Quite safe. His brother got in last night from Pittsburgh with a letter that Fergus had written him intimating his intention.
Ah, then Fergus did it himself.
So it appears.
I was told he was jealous of his
He
wife.
did it because she was dishonest.
Well, thank heaven I kept my head last night and didn't allow you to telephone and make a show of us all. You can thank me that your name isn't in every paper in the city this morning.
Why, I can thank you for more than that, Harriet.
Another thing. I want to know about that ornament there that broke downstairs last night.
I smashed it.
Oh, what were you doing? Leaning against the mantelpiece again as usual?
No, it wasn't an accident. I did it deliberately.
What do you mean you did it deliberately?
I mean that I smashed it purposely.
What for?
I became suddenly heroic. Yeah, I smashed it into 1,000 little pieces. Then I smoked one cigarette after another till I had your sanctum sanctorum absolutely littered with ashes and cigarette butts. Oh, I was positively a whale of a fellow around here for about an hour last night. Should have seen.
What did you do? Go out of your mind or something?
No, it's particularly clear in my mind, strange to say. You made a remark here last night, Harriet, that completely illuminated me. And illuminated you. Suddenly I saw for the first time everything. Just as one sees an entire landscape at midnight in a flash of lightning. But unfortunately, the lightning struck my house and knocked it down. I sat here all night wondering how I might build it up again.
Oh, really,
I
Walter?
saw your entire plan of life, Harriet, and its relationship to me. And my instinct of self-preservation suggested the need of immediate action. And the inauguration of a new regime here, so I smashed your little ornament as a kind of opening gun. I was going to smash all the other little ornaments and gods you'd set up a temple here and been worshipping before me. I was going to put my house in order, including my wife, and rule it with a rod of iron. I don't wonder that amuses you. It amused me. Particularly when I suddenly remembered the truth of what you called me last night. In view of that, the absurdity of my trying to sustain such a role indefinitely made me laugh, but I'm rather sorry you couldn't have seen me anyway. I think you would at least have appreciated the sincerity of my attempt to continue here as your husband.
What do you mean, attempt to continue here as my husband?
I realize now, Harriet, that the role is not for me. I can only play a romantic part.
Ethel, dear child, what are you doing up so early? You're not ill, are you, dear?
No, but I've made up my mind, Aunt Harriet. I've got to go to Albany.
I know, dear child, but I'm sure you're upsetting yourself unnecessarily. We certainly would have heard something if anything had happened.
And I really should call Mr. Fredericks on the long distance, Aunt Harriet. He'll be wondering what on earth has happened.
He probably hasn't given it a thought.
Oh, don't say that, Aunt Harriet. I know he has.
Mrs. Craig.
Well, Mrs. Harold, what are you doing with your hat on at this hour? Where are you going?
Well, the fact is, I'm leaving, Mrs. Craig.
Leaving?
I'm going with Miss Austin, Mrs. Craig.
Indeed.
She was telling me last night she was going to leave here, and I said I thought I'd be leaving pretty soon myself. So she said if I was going away soon, she'd like very much to have me go with her.
And do you think it's very considerate of you, Mrs. Harold, to walk away like this without getting me any notice? What about the keys?
I left them all on your dressing table upstairs, and Miss Austin's, too.
Well, I better check things over with you first, Mrs. Harold. We'll see who's at the door, will you, Ethel? And whoever it is, neither Mr. Craig nor I are at home. Come on upstairs, Mrs. Harold.
Jean.
Ethel,
Oh, Jean, what are you doing here?
I had to see you, darling. I thought maybe you were ill or something. I called you on the long distance, but I couldn't get any satisfaction. I didn't know what to think. So I just jumped on the night train and got in here at 8:20.
I'm going home right away, Jean.
Did your cousin tell you I called you last night?
Why? No, she didn't.
Well, I asked her to call you to the phone. She didn't seem to want to do it. In fact, she hung up on me. That's why I came down. It seemed such a peculiar thing to do in the long distance.
I know why she didn't tell me you called. She doesn't want me to marry you. Jean, do you really want to marry me very much?
Why, yes. More than anything in the world, I.
Well, yesterday she almost convinced me that I was wrong about loving you. But today I know differently. If you're ready, Jean, we'll go. Uncle Walter will drive us to the station. We'll wait for him on the porch. I don't want to see Aunt Harriet again.
Ethel, you and Mrs. Fredericks get in the car. I'll be right out as soon as I speak to Harriet.
All right, Uncle Walter.
Harriet?
Well? What is it, Walter?
I'm meeting Auntie Austin in town. On the way, I'll take Ethel and Fricks down to the station.
Was Ethel leaving without telling me goodbye?
Do you wonder after what you did to her?
Well, just because I... Walter, don't put those keys on that table. You
This is
scratch.
the key to your car in the garage. There's some other things I've left for you. If you should want me for anything during the week, I'll be at the Ritz.
You'll be where? Walter, you're not serious about leaving this
I
house.
should think that decision would please you very much.
Well, it doesn't please me at all. It's absolutely ridiculous.
But it's so absolutely practical.
Oh, don't try to be funny, Walter. Anyway, I'd like to know what's practical about a man walking out and leaving his wife in his home.
I had no wife to leave. You neither loved nor honored me.
Well, you married me, whether did or not.
I never saw you before in my life, Harriet, till last night.
Well, you married me, didn't you?
And you married a house. If it's agreeable to you, I'll see that you have it all to yourself. You'll be quite alone with your house.
Oh, you'll be back unless I'm very much mistaken.
You don't know your man, Harriet. You know me pretty well, I'll grant you that, particularly when you said my mind worked very slowly. You fail to reckon with the thoroughness of my mind when it does work. We've shown our hands, Harriet. The game's up. But you also showed me how I could keep from making a fool of myself in the future.
Well, you're certainly not beginning very auspiciously, I can tell you that.
I shall be at least a self-respecting fool, and that's something I could never be if I stayed here. Harriet, there's something in a man that I suppose is his essential manhood. You insulted that last night. I should be too embarrassed here under your eye, knowing that you had no respect for that manhood. I should remember my lover's ardors and enthusiasms for our future, and you bearing with me contemptuously for the sake of your future. Couldn't stand it.
Where are you going when you leave here?
Where a lot like me are going. Out-fashion, possibly. You know, Harriet, I can't help but wonder, with all your wisdom, it never occurred to you that one can't play a dishonest game indefinitely.
I haven't played any dishonest game.
Maybe not according to your standards, but I think you have, and I think you know you have. That's the rock that you and I are splitting on. If this affair at Passmore's hadn't revealed you, something else would. So my going may as well be today as tomorrow. Goodbye, Harriet.
True crime stories of the 1940s and 1950s are up next with Jack Webb's Dragnet.
And NBC's great parade of new shows.
Ladies and gentlemen, the story you are about to hear is true. Only the names have been changed to protect the innocent.
NBC brings you Dragnet.
You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned to robbery detail. An armed gang of blitz bandits has started to work in your city. Their pace is fast, 4 and 5 robberies each night. The criminals are not amateurs. They're well armed, dangerous. Your job, get them.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime, investigated and solved by the men who unrelentingly stand watch on the security of your home, your family, and your life. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Thursday, October 23rd. It was windy in Los Angeles. We were working the day watch out of robbery. My partner's Ben Romero. The boss is Ed Backstrand, chief of detectives. My name's Friday. I was on my way back from the statistician's office, and it was 11:42 a.m. when I got to room 27A. Robbery detail.
How'd it work out, Joe? Any good prospect?
Well, I don't know how good they are, but I got a handful.
How many'd you get?
Well, let me see. 15, 18, 22. Ethel down in the stats office ran them on the IBM for me. There they are.
Let's see.
It's a gang of 3 men working on foot. Blitz robberies. They only take cash. M.O. is tie-ups. Work from 8 to 10 at night. One of the gang's tall, the other 2 short.
And these are the men the machine sorted out.
Under that heading, yeah. If our information's wrong, then so's the machine.
Got a good bunch of candidates here. Descriptions match up with what we got.
They seem to. Check the names on that list, Ben. Some of the smartest thieves in the country.
Yeah. Tommy Willis, Ray Grappa, Kemp Satelli, Manny Roberts, George Cross, Mario Koski. Reads like June graduation at San Quentin.
Yeah. George Cross and Tommy Willis are in town. We know that.
And Koski, he was around a couple of weeks ago.
And what about the rest? It's a big field.
Have to check them out, I guess. Might as well start at the beginning.
Did you go through the overnight reports yet?
Yeah. No restaurants, no liquor stores. That makes 5 days the gang's laid off.
Well, they can afford to, can't they? 18 robberies in 24 days, that's a pretty good haul.
This stop-and-go strategy of theirs, Joe, it's got me.
Yeah. They work hard for a week in one area, and then they lay low. If they just keep going, we might have a better try at them.
Hey, Joe.
Yeah, Chandler.
Fellow out here to see you, Joe. Name's Decker.
Decker. Henry Decker?
Didn't say. Want to see him?
Yeah, send him in.
Right. All right, Mr. Decker. This way.
How are you, Joe? You're looking good.
Oh, Hank Decker. How are you?
I'm fine.
Oh, what are you waiting for? Applause? Come on in and shut the door. Hank, this is my partner, Ben Romero. Ben, Hank Decker.
All right, Hank.
How are you, Ben?
Hank and I are in service together.
Yeah, I just dropped in for a visit, Joe. Are you busy?
No more than usual. Sit down.
Thanks. I remembered you telling me you were on the PD, so I figured I'd drop around and get an inside track.
How do you mean?
I just filed with civil service to take the exam next month. Figure I'd like to work at being a cop.
He shell-shocked, Joe.
Great pep talk you boys hand out.
You sure you want to be a cop?
Oh, look, I'm 30 years old, Joe. I'm married, high school education, about a year at junior college.
What's your wife think?
She's not sold. Well, that's why I dropped in. How about coming out to the house for dinner tonight?
You want me to sell her?
Just talk to her. 7 okay?
Yeah, 7's okay.
I'm glad to have met you, Ben.
Same here, Decker. See you again.
Right. Bye, Joe.
See you tonight, Hank. Well, what do you think, Ben?
Ought to make a good cop.
We had a list of 22 possible suspects. By 5 o'clock, Ben and I had checked out 2 of them who might possibly have had a hand in the blitz robberies of the 18 liquor stores and restaurants in the past 24 days. Number 1 man was Thomas Willis, Caucasian, age 29, 5 feet 11 inches, 175 pounds, dark hair, blue eyes. Number 2 man was Mario Koski, Caucasian, 5 feet 6 inches, 170 pounds, dark hair, dark eyes, large scar under his chin, running across his throat, up to and behind his left ear. According to our informants, and after questioning some of their associates, either Willis or Koski or both could have taken part in the blitz holdups. We showed their mugs to the victims, but none of them could give us definite assurance that either Willis or Koski were in the holdup gang. At 7 that night, I went out to Hank Decker's house for supper. Met his wife, Linda, his 4-year-old twin boys. We talked about the Army, played with the kids for a while. Before we sat down to eat, we put the boys in bed. Hank was in the kitchen carving the roast. His wife closed the door to the kids' room, and we started downstairs for the kitchen.
What do you think of our 2 atom bombs?
They're fine kids, Miss Decker. Hank told me that you were worried about him wanting to join the force.
I was 12 years old when my father was shot down. He was a policeman in Des Moines. He was only 37 when he died. I wouldn't know what to do if anything like that happened to Hank.
What do you want me to say?
But does Hank really want it? Can't you talk him out of it?
You're his wife. Can you? No, I think it's his choice, Miss Decker. He's going to have to make up his own mind.
I'm sorry. If it's what Hank wants, I guess I worry too much.
A lot of women marry cops. They have, and they will, and they all worry. Hank will be all right.
Will you guarantee it, Joe?
During the next month, I heard from Hank Decker only once. He was studying hard. During the same month, Ben and I were working hard, trying to find some kind of a concrete lead to break the Blitz gang. There had been no subsequent holdups which seemed to tie in directly with the gang or its operations. From the list of possible suspects which Ben and I made up, 18 names had been eliminated for one reason or another. Either they were in jail at the time of the robberies, out of the Los Angeles area, or out of the state. But 4 names remained: George Cross, Tommy Willis, Mario Koski, Julian Brock. During the latter part of the month, George Cross was booked on a minor charge, and we questioned him at that time. He showed no knowledge of the holdups. Nearly 2 months after the robberies were committed, Ben and I were still without a solution as to the whereabouts of the gang.
Never known a blitz gang like this way before, Joe. Once they get wound up, they usually go until they're caught.
Yeah. Did you get out those telegram checks to the east yet?
Last night before I went home. Sent out all 3.
Willis, Koski, and Brock. I'd like to find just one of them.
Chicago might have something. That's Koski's old hangout. Willis, too.
What about Brock? He's from Kansas City, isn't he?
Yeah. I got a wire, too. Might have an answer from one of them tomorrow.
That's a slow job. We'll have to wait it out.
Guess so. No follow-ups from the victims we talked to.
I'll get it. Robbery Friday.
Oh, hiya, Joe. Hank Decker. Congratulate me.
What for?
Just passed my written exam. Got the letter this morning. How about that?
That's fine. When do you take your physical?
Oh, not till the end of the month. Next week I take the oral and agility tests, then the physical. If I get by them, I'm in.
Well, you're going to have a full month at the police academy after the test. There's a lot of work, Hank.
Oh, it can't be any worse than these tests.
It's a tough 30 days out there on the Hill. Law, court procedure, evidence, combat fire, target practice. You'll have to wade through all of them.
You ever going to have anything encouraging to say?
Yeah, when you graduate.
I won't count on it. How's your job going?
Slow. How's your wife feel now?
About taking the job?
Uh-huh.
A little better. She said to say hello.
Okay. Keep us posted, huh?
I'll do that, Joe.
Right. Bye. Hank passed his written test.
Sure anxious.
Brandy, Romero, got a minute?
Yeah, Skipper. Come on, Joe.
You got something, Ed?
Yeah, those blitz robberies you're handling. Not having much luck.
We were. Gangs disappeared. Not a trace of them so far.
They leave town?
Oh, we're not sure, Ed. We don't even have a good description. We're guessing most of the way.
What are your guesses? You've had a couple of months to make them.
12 of the holdup victims we talked to told us definitely that there were 3 men in the gang, 2 of them short, 1 of them tall. We've just been working from there.
All 3 of them have dark complexions. Started with 22 possibilities and got it weeded down to 4. No, wait a minute, 3.
Yeah. Tommy Willis, Mario Koski, Julian Brock. Willis and Koski are Eastern Hoods. Brock's from the Middle West.
And where are they now?
Haven't showed their faces around town. Checking some of the cities in the east. That's about all we got, Skipper.
Not much for 2 months' work. Thieves can't be that smart.
Right now they are.
We've sounded out every lead we had, Ed. We're doing our best.
Either of you ever hear of a man by the name of Al Mishikov?
No, I don't think so.
Chicago gunman in the old days, wasn't he, Ed?
That's right.
I thought he was doing time in Joliet.
Paroled last year. Got a tip he was spotted on East Broadway night before last.
You figure it might tie in with our job?
I don't know. Find out. If I remember right, Mishikov's brother used to be pretty friendly with Mario Koski. I helped send both of them up 13 years ago. Same rap, robbery.
Was that all you heard, Ed? Somebody spotted Mishikov?
That's all. If you can track him down, you might get some kind of a lead. That's more than you got now.
That night and for the next 2 nights following, Ben and I had dinner downtown instead of going home, and then we spent the rest of the night covering the lower end of the city in search of Al Mishikov. We got more than a dozen leads on where to find him from some of our informants, but none of the leads paid off. We kept missing him. No one knew where he was staying. No one knew, or no one would tell us.
Worst thing about this job, Joe, leg work.
We must be averaging 10 miles a night.
My feet say 20. Almost midnight.
Here's McCarthy's place. Let's try it.
Right.
Let's go down to the end of the bar, Ben.
Yeah.
Hiya, Ben. Good to see you come in. What's new?
Oh, not much, Bert. Meet my partner, Joe Friday.
Hiya, Friday. What do you fellas have?
Looking for a guy, Bert. His name's Al Mishikov, Chicago. You heard anything?
He was in here earlier tonight. A couple of guys with him.
Are you sure? What do you look like?
6 feet, about 45, I guess. Big build.
Sounds like him, all right, Joe. Is he staying in the neighborhood, Bert?
Down here, I don't think so. Most of those big-timers stay uptown someplace. You looking for Mishikov?
I'd like to talk to him. How long ago was he in?
Oh, about 8 o'clock. A couple of guys with him. They were talking about driving out to the airport. Something about Las Vegas.
Uh-huh. There's an 840 plane for Vegas, isn't there, Ben?
I think so. 840, 850. I can't recall which.
Bert, do you remember the exact time they left?
Exactly. No. Say, there's one of the fellas that was with Mishikov down there in the middle of the bar.
Which one, Bert?
There. One with the sandy hair, big chin. See him?
Yeah. Want to talk, Joe?
Come on.
And Judge, you know what he said? He said when he was in Vegas last week.
Pardon me.
Killing. Yeah, that's where...
Pardon me. I'd like to talk to you a minute.
Yeah, who are you?
Police, Sergeant Friday.
Oh, have a drink, Sergeant.
No, thanks. I said I wanted to talk to you.
Square John, huh? Wait a minute, George. Square John wants to talk to me.
Come on outside. We can talk better out there.
I ain't done nothing. What's the pitch? I got a right to know.
Let's go. Outside.
Maybe I don't want to go outside.
I think you better. Come on.
All right. Quit shoving, you dumb cop, shoving people around. What are you trying to do anyhow? Every sausage.
All right, down this way.
Car's parked up the next alley, Joe.
Hey, look, what's this all about, huh? I got a right to know.
You were seen with Al Mishikoff tonight. Where is he?
Who?
Al Mishikoff. You want us to spell it?
I don't think you can spell your own name.
Nobody's asking you to play smart. Where's Mishikoff?
Out of town. What do you care?
Here's the car. All right, inside, you.
Now, look, you got me wrong. I ain't done nothing.
Where's Mishikoff?
You and some other guy drove to the airport with him tonight. Let's have it.
I'm clear, I tell you. I just drove out with him, that's all.
Where'd Mishikoff go?
Vegas. Took the plane for Vegas.
When?
About 8:30, 8:45. What's up, anyway?
Who's the guy traveling with Mishikoff?
Nobody.
Who's the guy traveling with Mishikoff?
Koski. I just met him tonight.
Mario Koski, is that the guy?
Yeah, I'm leveling. I ain't done nothing.
Ben, get to a phone, call the office, contact Las Vegas police. Ask them to pick up Koski and Mishikoff. When we got back to the office, we questioned the man we had picked up for almost 2 hours. His name was John Delmar, an ex-convict. He'd been paroled from Folsom Prison 2 months before after serving 3.5 years for burglary. He said Mishikoff was looking for a man to work with him and Koski. He didn't specify the work. Delmar said he refused the offer, but they parted on friendly terms. He said Koski and Mishikoff told him that they were going to Las Vegas for a few days, then return to Los Angeles. But when Ben and I checked back with the Las Vegas police the next morning, they reported that nobody answering the description of either Koski or Mishikoff was seen arriving or leaving the airport. We checked with the airlines and sent inquiries to law enforcement agencies throughout the entire area. No sign. 3 weeks went by. Still no sign.
Nothing in the overnights, Joe. No, not a thing.
Oh, yeah, same here. Reno, Sacramento, San Francisco. Nobody's seen him.
Ain't got to come out sometime. We can wait.
Yeah, we can wait. Gets on your nerves. Let's check with Backstrand. Maybe he's got a job for us in the meantime.
You're getting as eager as your friend Hank Decker, Joe. Incidentally, how'd things turn out for him?
He passed all his exams, putting in his month's training at the academy now. He should do all right.
Oh, yeah.
Hi, Mike. Skipper busy?
Not in his office. Won't be until afternoon.
What's the matter?
He's got a lecture at the police academy this morning.
Thanks, Mike. Come on, Ben. Ben and I drove out to the police academy near Elysian Park. We went out to check with Ed Backstrand on the Blitz robberies, not to listen to his lecture. When we walked into the classroom, he was just finishing up, so we sat in the back of the room and listened. It was a pretty good speech.
Because of the alertness of the arresting officer, his talent for memorizing detail, and his knowledge of how a criminal acts under a given set of circumstances, the arrest was made. Well, that's about it, gentlemen. Thank you for your attention. Now, when I ran this speech over at home, my wife said it wasn't a very good talk, but at least it came out on time. Now it seems I'm 2 minutes short, so I guess I failed on both counts. But if I may, I'd like to use the few minutes that are left to tell you what I think of being a cop after 24 years. For one reason or other, you men have chosen the career of a police officer. Well, let me tell you right now, without any qualifications, it's a thankless job. Maybe you can't see it now. Maybe you think I'm exaggerating. But when you graduate next week and get that uniform on, your whole lives are going to change. You're going to lose friends, a lot of them. They'll want parking tickets fixed, some other favors. You'll have to turn them down, so you'll be a heel, a fathead. When you're on the beach, you're going to meet the cream of society and the scum, the lowest. Sometimes you won't be able to tell the difference. Some of you will have to work with thugs, stupid gangsters, dope addicts, cheap women, all the human garbage you can find in a big city. You'll come home at night and take a shower to wash off the dirt, but you still won't feel clean. That's the job. When you buy a box of candy and bring it home for your anniversary, the neighbors will say you chiseled it. When you save up a few dollars and buy a new car or some furniture for the house, that's graft. People are going to want favors. They'll offer you things, a free beer or a new dress for your wife. If you take it, you're a chiseler. If you don't, you're a tough cop. Well, here's a piece of advice. Take nothing from anyone, no matter how good a friend he is. Pay for everything you get and don't ask favors. Treat everybody alike, no matter what they look like or what they believe in. You don't play favorites. There are going to be times when a few men in the department get out of line. The newspapers will play it up because it makes good reading, and the average John public will love it, because that's the only way he can pay you back for that traffic ticket you gave him. Being a good cop is a hard job, but it's a good one. Let me warn you just once more. It's one of the most thankless jobs on earth. That's all, gentlemen.
The following week, Hank Decker graduated from the police academy and hit the transfer list for a regular assignment. He drew a job of teaching combat firing and boxing at the academy. He didn't like it, so he put in a request for a transfer and waited. For the next 6 weeks, Ben and I waited, too, for some sign of the Blitz bandits. There wasn't any. The only possible suspects, Mario Koski and Al Mishikoff, had disappeared completely. We kept a close check on every possible avenue of information. Still, no sign. Ben and I were transferred to the night watch on robbery for a few weeks, and that gave Hank Decker a chance to drop in and visit with us a couple of hours when he went off duty at the academy. He was still as eager as ever.
Hi, Ben. Joe, anything new?
Hi, Hank. Nothing here. What about the academy?
Oh, big news.
What's up?
Getting a transfer starting next Monday. Going to start on a beat.
Thought you were all tied up with that boys' club you started out there.
Oh, I was, but Hanson's going to take over when I leave. The kids sure love it. Free swimming in the pool, boxing lessons. We teach them everything.
Where's your beat going to be, huh?
Central, right in the downtown district. Might learn something, huh?
You'll learn a lot if you want to forget most of it.
Look, it's 7:15. Don't you ever go home for dinner, Hank?
Oh, getting the wife used to it. This new shift's going to be night work, you know.
Wait till you're on it for a year, and then you tell us how you like it.
A year? I want to be in the detective bureau after a year.
Well, you're not even going to last a year if you don't get home to dinner. Your wife's called twice this week already. She calls me.
Okay, when did she call tonight?
She hasn't yet.
Oh, I guess I better head her off. Let me know if anything breaks, huh, Joe? I'd like to tag along.
Okay, Hank. Well, on your way.
Okay, good night.
So long.
Good night. Yeah. How eager can you get?
Were we like that when we started?
Not me. I never had that much energy at one time my whole life. Hot shot, Joe.
I'll get it.
At 767 East Broadway, a liquor store, 211 and slugging. At 767 East Broadway, a liquor store, 211 and...
767 East Broadway, 211 liquor store.
Let's go.
.767 East Broadway, King's Liquor Store. We pushed our way through the small crowd outside the door and into the shop. 2 patrolmen in uniform were already interviewing the proprietor. He had 2 large gashes on his head just above the right temple. He was trembling and badly shaken, but he managed to give us a good description of the hold-up men.
Yeah, I can tell you what they look like. 3 of them. One short, one tall, husky, another short, fat.
You remember what they were wearing?
Coats. All 3, dark coats. One of the short men, he had a big scar here on the throat, like this. After the 3 men robbed the store, they slugged me and tied me up.
Turner, this man's hurt. You call an ambulance?
On the way, Sergeant.
That's fine. We have just one more question, Mr. King. Here's a handful of pictures. We'd like you to tell us if any one of these men were in the gang that held you up tonight.
Let me look.
There you are. Take your time.
No, not him. No. Oh, this one. Here. He took the money from the register.
Would you look through the rest, please? Are there any more?
Let me see again. No. Oh, here. Another one. The fat one with the scar. This is him. I think he's the one that slugged me.
Thanks, Mr. King. Here's our card. We'll be contacting you later. Turner, will you and your partner take the crime report? We've got some checking to do.
Right, Sergeant.
Thanks. Come on, Ben.
Yeah. Koski and Mishikoff. You picked out both of them, Joe.
Yeah, we certainly did, didn't we?
Attention all units. Attention all units.
Wait a minute.
The southeast corner of Broadway and East 3rd, a liquor store and restaurant 211, code 3. All units. The southeast corner of Broadway.
Come on, Ben, let's roll.
and East 3rd.
When we got to the liquor store and restaurant at Broadway and East 3rd, Ben and I knew for certain that Kosky and Mishikoff were back in the city and working hard. Their M.O. matched down to almost the smallest detail. We put a call through to communications, and the entire Central Division was alerted. Then we called Chief Backstrand and told him the news. He assigned a special detail from the Metropolitan Unit to patrol the area until further notice. But at 9:23 p.m., before they pulled out of the police garage, the Blitz Bandits added 2 more liquor stores and 1 more restaurant to their list of victims. Early the next morning, Ben and I met with Chief Backstrand in his office.
You got a make on that third man yet?
We ran his description through R&I early this morning, Ed. Closest candidate's a guy by the name of Julian Brock. Done time here in New York.
Any tie-up with Kosky or Mishikoff?
Mama sheet says he knows Kosky pretty well.
And that's good enough. Now, how do you think you're going to get these thieves?
We've got the alert out, Chief. Special detail from Metropolitan Division's been briefed. Communications all set.
All right. Here's a tip for you. Tell the men if there's a hold-up call that only the car in the area of the hold-up will handle it. These thieves are no amateurs. They may try some decoy trick. Tell the men to stay in the area they're assigned to until they receive a call. Jake?
We'll take care of it, Ed. You going to be on hand tonight?
And when do you figure on starting?
We'll have the full detail out by 6:30.
Play it safe and start at 4. Why chance missing them?
At 3:30 that afternoon, we left the police garage with a special detail from Metropolitan Division, and we started to cruise the central area. We weren't looking for any action the first few hours, and we didn't get any. The 5 o'clock traffic in the downtown area was heavy as usual.
Hope that gang holds off till after 6. We couldn't get out of this traffic if our lives depended on it.
Well, we'd probably do better on foot if it wasn't for radio contact.
Control 4 to 80K. Control 4 to 80K, your location.
Get it, will you, Joe?
Yeah, wait till I get the mic. 80K to Control 4. 80K to Control 4. Our location on Spring Street between 2nd and 3rd.
80K, stand by. 80K, call your office code 2. Call your office code 2, KMA 367.
80K to Control 4, Roger. KMA 367.
Yeah. Now what do I do for a parking space?
You know, you're lucky. That guy up ahead there, he's pulling out.
Good. That hasn't happened to me in 6 months.
Okay, hold on, Ben. I'll be back in a minute.
Yeah.
City Hall.
2511.
2511.
Robbery, Chandler.
This is Friday, Bill. You want us?
Yeah, just a minute, Joe. Chief wants to talk to you.
Hello, Friday.
Yeah, Ed.
Cruiser car just brought in a guy answering the description of Mario Kosky.
Yeah?
Get over here right away and question the guy. If it is Kosky, we can all go home early.
Ben and I went back to the office and questioned the man who gave his name as Conrad Larkin. He was Kosky's approximate height and weight, same color hair, same color eyes. The resemblance to Kosky's picture was evident. We questioned him thoroughly about the Blitz robberies, and then we checked out his fingerprints. The coincidence was hard to overlook, but we were satisfied. The man was not Mario Kosky. There was a phone message on my desk to call Hank's wife. I called her, and then we checked with Chief Backstrand again and started for the police garage. It was 10 minutes past 6.
Hey, Ben, Joe, wait a minute, will you?
Oh, hi, Hank. What's all the excitement?
I heard about those jobs last night, the Blitz gang. How about tagging along tonight?
What's the stare?
You suit yourself, Hank. When are you due home for dinner?
I told the wife I'd eat out tonight.
You sure you're not due home for dinner?
No, not tonight, Joe. Did you have any luck yet?
Not so far, Hank. Maybe later on tonight.
Come on, here's the garage.
How close did you come to the gang last night?
Not close enough. 2 steps ahead of us all the way.
They sure must work fast. 5 jobs in a row.
All right, Hank, let's don't rub it in, huh? Hey, Ben, watch it, will you?
Yeah. Woman driver.
How about it, Joe? You think I can make the outfit?
You can talk to Ed Backstrand. He might get you a transfer after a while.
Yeah, I might try it. Joe, look across the street. There's a guy coming out of the bar.
Where?
In front of the bar. He's standing there. Guy in the dark coat, you see?
Yeah. 2 other guys behind him.
Who is it?
I can't be sure. Ben, you better pull up.
Kosky. Looks just like his picture.
All right. Come on. All right, hold it, mister. We want to talk to you.
Run for it, Al. Copper. Watch it, Joe.
Hank, get down. Get down.
2 of them down, Ben.
Other than one up alley. Let's go.
Did they get Hank?
Yeah.
All right, hold it right here. All right, Kosky. Throw out your gun and come out with your hands up. All right, let's return the fire. Come on.
He had his chance.
Yeah. Grab his gun. Let's get back to Hank. Did you get the guns from the other 2?
Yeah, they're dead. Hank got them both.
All right, one side, please. Officer, did you call an ambulance?
Yeah, they're on their way.
Come on, Ben. One side, please. Will you let us through? Hank, how you doing?
Not so good, Joe.
Ben, will you get the crowd black? Give him some air.
Would you just move back?
Joe,
All right, easy, Hank. They'll be here in a minute. Hank? Hank?
How's it going, Joe? Gone?
Yeah, come on.
What have you got, Joe?
Phone message from Hank's wife.
For you?
Yeah,
You returned the call?
before we left the office.
What was it?
She wanted me to remind Hank. He was due home for dinner at 7 o'clock.
The story you have just heard is true. Only the names were changed to protect the innocent.
You have just heard the 12th in a new series of authentic cases from official files. Technical advice for Dragnet is furnished by the Los Angeles Police Department.
Tonight's program is dedicated to Patrolman James Frank Goggin of the Cleveland Police Department, who, on the morning of January 13th, 1939, gave his life so that yours might be more secure.
Dragnet came to you from Los Angeles. If you enjoyed tonight's production of Dragnet, you'll want to listen to Richard Diamond, private detective, as played by the screen's romantic tough guy, Dick Powell, heard Saturday on most of these NBC stations. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Take a trip back to Dodge City with Marshal Matt Dillon in Gunsmoke, coming up next.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on west, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. Oh, boy. Oh. Wild Hog? Wild Hog, that's you? Wild Hog, you there? Who are you? Put that spear down. Listen, Wild Hog and me are friends, big friends. You'll make much noise. You're Cheyenne, ain't you? You must be with Wild Hog. What name, you white man?
I'm Ord Spicer. Ord Spicer, you hear? You bother me and you'll be in big trouble with Wild Hog.
No trouble.
Tell these other redskins to put their spears down. I need more room.
Come, white man.
Are you with Wild Hog or ain't you?
Much talk, come.
All right. Any tricks, I'll shoot you first. No one around here. Where is he?
Horse here, you walk.
Blasted, why can't he ride out like anybody else? I want to be in Dodge tonight.
Come.
Wild Hog? It's me. It's Ord Spicer, all right.
Yes.
These braves of yours sure keep you covered. You can't tell one from another, except you, of course. Hayden thought maybe I'd run into the wrong Indians.
No moon tonight.
Oh, I recognized them as Cheyennes, all right, but you never know with...
With what, Spicer?
Nothing, Wild Hog. Forget it.
You never know with Indians.
Now, Wild Hog, you and me are friends. Don't get so touchy. I didn't mean nothing.
We are not friends. I pay you. That is all.
Sure, we're friends. You're about the most educated Indian I ever met, that's why.
I learn only English from the white man. Nothing else.
Well, you sure had a good teacher, fella.
General Custer, many bitter moons ago. I was a scout.
Don't matter. I never heard of him.
He was killed.
Well, that's nothing to do with me. You got the money, Wild Hog?
Yes. Here. $500.
500? Our deal was for 1,000.
You will get the rest later.
But I'm running a big risk for you Cheyennes. This is mighty dangerous work, Wild Hog.
It will be even more dangerous if we do not meet again, Spicer.
Oh, Wild Hog, you can trust me. I'll be back, you know that.
Yes. When?
Ooh, 2-3 days. Where'll I find you?
Make camp near here. We'll find you.
Okay. I'll get on into Dodge now. Goodbye, Wild Hog.
Don't get drunk, Spicer.
Never touch it. Hey, bartender, set out another bottle of whiskey for me and my friend.
What'd you say you're called, stranger?
Ord Spicer, friend.
Mm-hmm.
Here, let me fill your glass. Some town you got here, Dodge.
You're sure easy with your money, Spicer.
Nothing's too good for my friend. Say, what name you go by anyway?
You got a lot of money, Spicer.
Sure, I got money. I'll have more soon.
You must have hit it rich, huh?
Sure, I hit it rich. Easy money, friend. Easy money.
How'd you do it, Spicer, anyway?
Friend, I live like a gambler. My life's chicken one day and feathers the next. Right now, it's all chicken.
Yeah, but how'd you do it? You made out real good, Spicer.
Brains and guts, friend. Brains and guts. That's all it takes.
I know, but how? You don't get money like that robbing old Indians.
What's that?
Huh?
What'd you say about Indians?
Oh, it's just a way of saying it back home. Don't get on the prod about it.
Maybe you talk too much. Maybe you ask too many questions.
Hey, what's the matter with you anyway?
Maybe you know too much.
Look, Spicer, you're hiding something. Don't trouble yourself. I ain't interested in you or your money or your liquor.
I don't like that.
You don't have to.
You bet I don't.
Keep your eyes right on mine, Spicer. I want to watch you die. Spicer.
How's our prisoner, Chester?
I got two, Mr. Dillon.
You got two?
Yes, sir. There's that Ord Spicer fella you locked up, and then there's a drunk who tried to buffalo me after you went to bed.
No? Did you have any trouble with him?
A little, Mr. Dillon. He tried to hit me on the head with his 6 gun.
Well, you look all right.
Oh, he didn't do it, sir. I bit his thumb and kneed him at the same time.
Well, that's quite a trick, Chester. You must have been practicing.
No, sir, I haven't been practicing. But I had it all thought out.
I see. All right, let's turn Spicer loose.
I'll go get him, Mr. Dillon.
About time. Where's my gun, Marshal?
There it is, Spicer. And, don't use it around here anymore.
You can't bother a man for self-defense.
I just want you to stay out of Dodge. 1 kill at your limit here, even in self-defense.
I ain't afraid of you, Marshal. Besides, this is a poor town anyways. You can have it.
My, that man would kick a hog barefooted.
He sure would, Chester.
There's something real bad about him.
Yeah, I don't know what it is, Chester, and I hope I don't have to find out.
Well, you'll go away. Fellas like that gotta keep moving. Seems like nobody wants him.
Now, don't feel sorry for him, Chester. He got that way all by himself.
Yes, sir. I mean, no, sir.
Morning, Marshal. Those Greeners get here yet, Jack?
Yep. Come in on the Santa Fe yesterday, Marshal. 4 of them. Right back here.
Oh, good.
Beautiful guns, ain't they? Just beautiful.
You're a good storekeeper, Jack, but I only need 2 of them.
Well, I can make you a good price on all 4, Marshal.
It wouldn't be any good if I don't need 4, would it?
Well, maybe not, but I never know. I got half a dozen 44 Sharps rifles, same shipment. Thought I'd be stuck with them forever. What with the big 50 out now, there ain't a Buffalo hunter to use a 44 anymore.
I don't see any 44s.
Well, that's just what I'm telling you. Feller stopped in just this morning, took all 6. Paid me $75 a piece, too.
You sold 6 rifles to one man?
That's right, Marshal.
Is he a buffalo hunter?
Well, looked more like a drifter to me. Had plenty of cash, though.
You know his name?
No idea. Nothing wrong with it, was there, Marshal? Been a holdup around here I haven't heard about?
No. Just a lot of rifles for one man to buy.
No law again it, is there?
What'd this man look like, Jack?
Tall, skinny, kind of mean face.
Mm-hmm. You wear 1 6-gun with black grips?
Yeah. Come to think of it, he did. You know him?
Yeah. Ord Spicer. He killed a man last night.
Well, now I heard about that shooting. What do you suppose he's up to now?
Where'd he go?
I wouldn't know it. Packed the rifles on a mule and rode out of town. You going after him, Marshal?
No. It's like you say, Jack. There's no law against a man buying all the rifles he wants. Seems strange, that's all. Well, let's settle on the price for those Greeners, huh? Next day, Chester and I took the new Greeners and rode out for prairie chicken. We had a sack full within an hour, and we headed back to town, arguing on the way as to whether we'd bake the birds whole or just cut the breasts off and broil them. We still hadn't settled the matter when we reached Dodge, and we never did. The stage from Hayes City had arrived half-hour before, bringing with it the bodies of 2 men found alongside the road.
They were just laying there, Marshal, about 5 miles back. Both shot dead, but I thought I'd better bring them in anyway.
Did you recognize them, Pete?
No, Marshal, I didn't. The doc says they're a couple of riders from the T-Bar outfit.
Yeah.
He got them up in his office now.
You bring in their horses?
No sign of a horse, but there was an awful lot of tracks around.
All right. I'll go see if Doc's found anything. Hang around, Pete, will you? I may want some more information from you.
Okay if I do my waiting at the Alfraganza, Marshal?
Yeah, sure.
I'll put our horses up, Mr. Dillon.
Yours, Chester. I may want mine.
Yes, sir.
Oh, hello, Marshal. Just finishing up here. Be right with you.
How'd they die, Doc?
Well, they got half shot and then shot dead, Marshal.
Yeah, I know, but is there any way of telling if maybe they killed each other?
That does it. No, there is, Marshal, but I'd be mighty surprised if they did.
What do you mean, Doc?
Well, they were cowboys, Marshal. Cowboys just don't generally carry buffalo guns. Here, take a look.
What?
I dug some of these out of each of them. Those are slugs from a Sharp's rifle, Marshal.
Yeah, sure are.
Mm-hmm. That one's the best I found, right there.
Mm-hmm. What caliber did you say this is, Doc?
Oh, I'd guess 44.
44 Sharps.
Mm-hmm. Not many 44s in use around here since the Big 50 came out.
I know a man with 6 of them, Doc.
What do you think of that?
I'll let you know when I get back. So long, Doc.
We will return for the second act of Gunsmoke in just a moment. But first, behind the famous creaking door to Inner Sanctum tomorrow evening, there lies one of the most hair-raising tales to date. Meet Raymond, your host on Inner Sanctum tomorrow night on most of these same CBS radio stations. Now, the second act of Gunsmoke.
The stage driver rode with me back to where he'd found the bodies, and from there I rode on alone. It was an easy trail at first. There must have been more than a dozen horses running together. Long toward dusk, however, they suddenly split up, and I was faced with 2 different trails to follow. I made a gambler's choice and rode harder than ever. There was only an hour of light left to track by when my horse stepped into a prairie dog hole, snapped his leg, and went over hard. My head glanced off a rock. There was a shower of light, and nothing.
That's him, all right. That's Dillon. He's the marshal at Dodge I told you about.
I think he is not dead.
Stop.
What will you have done?
But you can't let him live. He'd kill us, all right. I'm going to kill him anyway.
You die for it if you do.
Okay. You're the boss. But you'll wish I'd shot him.
He's coming to now. We take care of him our own way. White Cloud, pick up his guns.
Yeah, he isn't hurt. Just knocked out, that's all.
Indians. Cheyennes.
I'm no Indian, Marshal.
Spicer. Yeah. Sure.
No tricks now, Marshal. These redskins will shoot you to pieces.
Yeah. Are those new Sharps 44s you bought them, huh, Spicer?
It's no business of yours, Marshal. Not now. You're through. You're all the way through.
Spicer, you're under arrest.
What?
I said you're under arrest.
Now, Marshal, what are you arresting me for?
Not that it matters much.
For selling guns to Indians and on suspicion of murder.
All right, so I'm under arrest, but, Marshal, I want to ask you something.
Yeah.
How are you going to take me in, that's all? Just how are you going to manage?
I'll worry about that.
You sure will. Come on, Wild Hog, let's shoot him and get it over with.
This is a man of much heart. I admire his courage. To stand with death on all sides and arrest a man. No, we will not kill him. Not yet.
But you can't take him with us.
White Cloud, give him a horse. Come.
They gave me a horse, all right, with the T-Bar brand on it. But I was surrounded by 6 armed Indians and a no-good white who'd shoot me any time he thought he could get by with it. Wild Hog rode up ahead, leading the party northwest, apparently to rendezvous with a bunch that had split off from this one. Spicer stayed right alongside of me.
Well, am I still under arrest, Marshal?
You're still guilty, aren't you?
Sure. I'll admit it. Don't matter, being as how you'll never see Dodge again or any other place.
What are you doing with these Cheyennes here anyway, Spicer?
I got a deal with Wild Hog, Marshal. Real good deal.
Killing white men, part of it?
They don't need any help there, Marshal. They like to kill white men.
Maybe they'll kill you before they're through.
No, I'm too valuable to them. They like me.
No? Now, why would they like you?
Well, they didn't at first, but I talked them into it. Talked Wild Hog into it. He's a smart fella, that Indian. Saw right away what I could do for him. Like buying those rifles.
What else did you do for him?
Well, I stopped those 2 riders with the horses. Told them I was sick. Got them off guard. Those Cheyennes were on before they could move. It was real easy.
You're kind of like a Judas sheep in a slaughter pen, huh?
Yeah, that's it, Marshal. Pays better, though. I got $500 coming since we find a ranch or 2 to raid.
I see.
Pretty good deal, huh?
You know, I think a lot more of these Indians than I do of you, Spicer.
I don't like that, Marshal.
At least they got an argument on their side. But you're just a renegade white.
I'll kill you for that, Marshal.
Now, shut up.
All right, you've asked for it.
Shoot me and Wild Hog will split you wide open, Spicer. Besides, he spotted the rest of his party up there.
Huh? Oh, yeah. All right for now, Marshal. But I'll see you dead. I promise I'll see you dead.
I was still alive 2 days later when we crossed the Smoky Hill River about 100 miles northwest of Dodge. There were 15 Cheyennes in the party. And day and night, 2 of them, by turns, never took their eyes off of me. They seemed anxious for an excuse to cut my throat. I had to watch every movement I made. Looked pretty hopeless. Wild Hog was smart, and he took no chances. But often he and I rode along together, though always flanked by my 2 warrior guards.
Country is greener already. Better every mile.
Why have you been raiding so far south, Wild Hog, if you like this land better?
We are northern Cheyenne, Marshal, from the Bighorn Mountains. The Army took us south to a reservation in the Oklahoma Territory.
Oh, so that's it. You jumped your reservation, huh?
Why should we live in a hot, flat land that has no game?
But the Army will be after you again. You've broken the law.
Whose law? Ours or yours?
All right, Wild Hog. But the Indian has a law against murder. You've broken that twice that I know of.
Cheyenne does not speak of it as murder to kill his enemy.
Those cowboys weren't your enemy, Wild Hog. They weren't fighting you.
The Army drove us from our home in the mountains. The Army took our horses from us. We are going back home now on other horses, that's all.
That doesn't explain your killing. Those men were peaceful.
Marshal, if I could, I would kill every white man in the country. But I cannot. The Indian nations cannot. The red man has always fled before the white man.
Those cowboys weren't chasing you?
We needed their horses.
They didn't even have a chance to fight. You tricked them.
Is it only the white man who is allowed to trick his enemy? I was young once, Marshal, but I have seen too much trickery and lies and destruction and broken promises.
I'll admit that's happened, Wild Hog. But you know, not every man is a liar and a killer.
No. There are white men like you. And there are white men like Spicer.
Spicer. Tell me something. Would you consider Ord Spicer guilty of murder?
The Indian is Spicer's enemy, not his own people. Therefore, it is murder.
Then you understand why it's Spicer I came after, and not you.
Why not me, Marshal?
You're the Army's problem, not mine.
I expect to fight the Army many times before we reach the mountains.
Yeah. What are your plans for me, Wild Hog?
I have been thinking.
Yeah?
I do not know yet.
Well, what about Spicer?
Spicer works for me. Why should I think about him?
Then you're not as smart as I figured.
All right, Marshal. I do not trust Spicer. He is a traitor to his own people and only for money. I have rifles now and enough horses. I do not need Spicer.
You're going to kill him?
Why not? He is only another white man.
You said yourself you can't kill all the white men.
If you were free, Marshal, you would take him back and let other white men kill him. What difference how he dies?
Makes a difference to me, Wild Hog. I'm a lawman.
I may have to kill you, too.
You're a hard man to be friends with.
I will explain to you, Marshal. It matters little about any Indian. Few more winters and not many of my people will be alive. I do not complain of our fate. Tribe follows tribe, nation follows nation. It is the law of nature. The white man's turn to be defeated and to disappear will come. It is just a matter of time. And so we may be brothers after all, Marshal.
I'm not sure I believe all of that, Wild Hog.
Of course not. Still, I recognize you as a warrior among your people, as I am a warrior among mine.
Too bad we're not on the same side.
As long as we are brave and willing to die, it does not matter. I ride ahead now. You stay with the others.
That night, we reached the North Fork of the Solomon River and camped with the shadow of low hills not many miles ahead. Wild Hog ordered my guards to keep me some distance from the rest of the party. So I pulled up some buffalo grass and bedded down on it early. I watched the stars until sleep came. Next thing I heard was the sound of horses fading off in the distance. The two braves guarding me had disappeared, so I got up and walked carefully back to where the Cheyennes were camped. There, a couple of horses stood tied to a bush, but they were alone. The Indians had left. I stopped for a moment to listen. And then, suddenly, I saw the figure of a man lying in the moonlight about 20 feet off. Spicer? Spicer? Yeah, there's no blood on you. You're all right. Come out of it, man. Come on.
Yeah. My hair.
You've been knocked out, that's all. Now, come on, sit up.
Oh, it's you, Marshal. What happened? Where are they? Where's Wild Hog?
They've gone.
Gone? Gone where? Here, let me... Where'd they go?
They've been headed for the Bighorn Mountains. Less chance of running into the Army if they travel at night.
But they couldn't leave me, not here, not now.
Looks like they did. Some brave clubbed you and they rode off, that's all.
But I gotta go with them.
You're still groggy, Spicer. And you're still under arrest. Remember?
You can't take me in, Marshal. Wild Hog will be back. He won't let you.
Why do you think he left you here, Spicer?
We're friends. Big friends, me and Wild Hog.
You got no friends. You don't belong in anybody's camp. And I'm taking you back to Dodge anyway.
That murdering redskin.
He's a better man than you, Spicer. He's brave and he's willing to die. Now, come on, we got a long ride back.
Gunsmoke, under the direction of Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in tonight's cast were Harry Bartell, Larry Dobkin, Herb Vigran, and Jack Crucian. Parley Bayer is Chester, and Howard McNear is Dark. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. Remember, every Saturday night on CBS Radio, Tarzan brings you startling new adventures. Listen for Gold of the Sudan later this evening. Lancy Cassell speaking. And remember, Robert Hughes Waxworks brings you the top records and recording artists on the CBS Radio Network. America's Favorite Miser is coming up next. It's the Jack Benny Program.
And now for the winner of the World Telegram Radio Editor's Poll, Jack Benny. Thank you, Lloyd. I didn't expect that. Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking, and am I happy? Mary Livingston is in Miami, Florida, and I won't be annoyed this week. And I just got back from my hometown where I celebrated my birthday. We had a grand party, and you should have seen the presents I gave my relatives for my birthday. Ah, they were just beautiful. How old were you last week, Jack? Oh, I go into that. You know, a man is as old as he looks. So you're 55, huh? I get it. Well, Frank, I'm nowhere near that. I may look that old to you, but it's because I don't live right, that's all. What do you mean you don't live right? Well, I go to bed at 9 o'clock on weekdays, and I don't drink or smoke or go to nightclubs, and I don't keep bad company. Oh, what's wrong with that? Yeah, well, you won't call that living right, do you? Say, Jack, you know my grandfather took care of himself just like you're doing, and he lived to be 103. What for? That was good, wasn't it? I don't know, but the poor fellow's gone now. Oh, that's too bad, Frankie. How did it happen? Well, when he was 98, he started running around, and it just got him, that's all. Oh, well, some of those kids just won't look at you. I know how it is. I brought up two grandfathers myself, and I just couldn't keep them out of the cotton club. And I couldn't take the hidey-ho out of them, you know? I see, Jack. But how about going ahead with the program and stop all this reminiscing? Oh, all right, yes. Say, Aloys, did you hear any of the other programs tonight? Yes, Jack, every one of them. Well, I mean, were they anything like ours? I mean, did they say or do anything that we're going to do? Not a thing, Jack. Well, that's fine. Then I have nothing to worry about. You know, after all, we're on very late, and we have to be careful not to repeat jokes. Anyway, here's a brand new story I have for you folks tonight. A man got on a bus the other day. Wait a minute. And after riding... Wait a minute. Eddie Cantor told that tonight. Wait a minute. You mean the one about the man getting on the bus? Yes. Well, I don't need that one anyway. Here's another little story I picked up in Chicago the other day. An Irishman, a Scotsman, and an Italian were sitting in a tap room. Hey, wait a minute. Is that the story where the Italian and the Irishman discover they have no money? And... Yes, that's it. For heaven's sake, Joe Bennett told that on his program. I see. Well, Aloys, I'm glad we're not conflicting with anyone. I mean, it's good. Anyway, here's a joke that I know is new. I mean, you can't fool me under. Now, listen. A man who stuttered asked the boy where the post office was. And the boy said... wait a minute. So that's a new story, huh? Well, Freddie Allen told it last week. The same joke? Yes, in the same post office. It's too bad our program doesn't go on at 6 a.m. Well, here's a joke I know that hasn't been used. I wrote it myself. Now, listen. There was a cross-eyed judge examining three fellas, see? And the cross-eyed judge... Hello, everybody. Hello, Jack. When did you get back from Chicago? Yesterday. Why? No. I mean, did you have a nice trip? Yeah, now listen, Parker. There was a cross-eyed judge. There always was. Oh, yeah? What program did you hear that? Team Cut.
Hello, everybody. Hiya, Frankie. Hello, you.
Hey, wait a minute. What's this? Who are you?
Mary Livingston sent me over to take her place.
Oh, Mary Livingston sent you over. Well, this is a surprise. I mean, what do you do?
I'm fine. What do you do?
I didn't say not. I didn't say how do you do. I said what do you do?
Well, I sing, dance, wash dishes, mind babies, and I imitate God.
A versatile little girl. Are you related to Miss Livingston?
No, but my father is.
Oh, your father. What is he, an uncle or a cousin?
Janitor.
A janitor, is he?
Yes. And have you got to go down at our house?
Oh, I'm sorry, miss. Really, we can't... I'm awfully sorry, but we can't use you.
But Miss Livingston paid me already. She gave me $50 to take her place.
Well, send her back a quarter and go home,
Nothing doing. I've got paid for this, and I'm going to stay.
Now, listen, young lady, I don't like your looks, and I don't want anyone to take Mary's place. Now, go away and don't bother me.
Sure, I'll have dinner with you. What time?
Oh, yeah, I've had enough of you. Listen, if you had a brain, you'd be a half-wit.
I heard that on Burns and Allen's program.
Give me that club, will you? Come here, you.
Play, Frank.
Frank playing my dancing lady from Dancing Lady. Well, the fan mail certainly piles up. Just think, folks, I've been away only a few days, and here are several thousand letters. Oh, let's see how we're doing. After all, you can't go by the applause in the studio, you know. Here's a letter, from a lady in Sioux City, Iowa. It says, Dear you with the no-draft ventilation. I heard your program last Sunday in which you gave us Little Women, and I liked it very much. Please send me an autographed picture of Amos and Andy. Folks, it's letters like this that make you want to carry on, believe me. Here's a letter from a gentleman in Erie, Pennsylvania. It says, Mr. Jack Benny, dear sir, I have been listening to you for a long time. Now you listen to me. That play you gave us last week, so-and-so, yours truly, Leonard Pencil. The big punk, what does he know about radio anyway? Hey, Frank? Here's a letter from Miami, Florida. It says, Dear Mr. Benny, see if you can use this. In the land of golden sunshine down in Floridor, it is then that we all know winter's here no more. Dear old winter, dear old... Wait a minute, who's this from? Oh, Mary Livingston, I see. Well, I'll read one more. Here's a letter from Mr. Clifford Gordon of Chicago. It says, Dear Mr. Benny, although you do good plays and act them well, I'm afraid you're overlooking a great angle when you ignore mystery. Everybody loves a mystery, the suspense, the thrills, the continual chase. All right, Mr. Gordon, we get it. Anticipating your letter, we fortunately have been rehearsing a mystery play all week, and we will put it on tonight for your pleasure. It is called The Green Room Murder by S.S. Van East. And here is the mystery. A man was murdered on the Rue de la 8th Avenue and 45th Street near the Merlin Rouge Laundry. Now, who was this man? Where did he come from? Why was he murdered? And who done it?
Jack, you know your English is very bad.
Well, so is this play. Now, I will play the part of the mastermind, the great detective. Yes, Adela, for the advertising. And now, while we are setting the stage, Frank Parker, our mysterious tenor, will sing You're in My Heart. Are you ready, Parker?
Yes, sir.
And sing. That was Frank Parker singing for the first time over the air a number entitled You're in My Heart. And now for our mystery, The Green Room Murder. Murder. M-O-I-D-E-R. The first scene is the home of Mr. and Mrs. Wu on the Rue de San Juan Club on 8th Avenue and 45th Street. Curtain. Music, Frank. Good. Nobody leaves this room. A man has been murdered.
You can't hold it out, Joey. Well, this is an outrage. I couldn't do it.
I gotta go. I can't be interfered in this.
Nobody leaves this room. I'll call headquarters. Operator. Get me police headquarters right away. Hello? Yes, it's police headquarters. Detective O'Benny, the mastermind speaking. Yes, O'Benny, the William Powell of the air. What's that? Never mind how long I've been a detective. What do you want? What? A murder in your home? What time did it happen? 8:15? And you're inviting me now when it's all over, eh? Could have given me a week's notice. Okay, I'll be right there. What is it, Steve? Murder at 934 Rue de la 8th Avenue. Well, let's get going. Wait a minute, Sarge. Calling all cars. Murder on the Rue de la 8th Avenue. Calling all cars. And when you're calling for cars, ask for the Chevrolet, the most dependable car in the low-price field. Calling the whole thing off. Come, Sergeant Hadrilla. We're going to a murder. What do you think I ought to wear? Just what you've got on. It's not a formal affair, you know. Let's get going. Get in, Sarge. Let's go. Okay. Come on, Sarge. Step on it. I'm going easy now. I mean, step on my cigar butt. I just dropped it. Pull up. Here comes the traffic cop. Hey, you two mobs. Pull over to the car. Where's the tire? Bring it around. Oh, yeah? Well, I heard that on the Rudy Valley program. For heaven's sake, can I get a new joke in somewhere? You know you fellas were going 80 miles an hour? Well, everybody knows that's easy for the 1934 Chevrolet. Right, Sarge. I've got a good mind to give you the ticket. You know, there's two of us. We'd like to see the Ziegfeld Follies. Wait a minute. Who are you, anyway? Detective O'Benny, the mastermind. And you? Sergeant Hadrilla, the new action wheel. Oh, yeah? Well, look me over, boys. I'm Napoleon. I heard that on Baron Munchausen's program. Well, Hey, wait a minute. Where's the stuff I heard on Will Rogers' program? Step The nice handle from our mystery must be in stone somewhere. And now, on with our mystery. The Green Room Murder. I think this is the place, Sarge. Okay, Chief. That's the house, 934. But this is 10th Avenue. What's the difference? We have no time to lose. Let's get going.
Come in.
Is this the house where the murder was committed?
Yes. Are you detectives?
Are we detectives? We got our hats on, haven't we? We're from headquarters. What happened here tonight?
A man was shot in the green room.
Where's the green room?
What?
Any other place?
No, just in the green room.
Oh, just in the green. Where is it?
One flight up. Don't go in the blue room. They're having a party in there.
You know who fired the gun?
No, but the boss fired the cook, and I expect to be fired in the morning.
Now we're getting someplace. Make a note of that, Sarge. Okay, Chief. Come on, young lady. We'll need you. Let's go upstairs. Wait a minute. I guess this is it. Open that door. Open that door, I say. Oh, you won't do it, eh? Well, I will break it in. Come on, Sarge. Give it the work.
That's the bathroom.
Oh, pardon. Why didn't you tell us that was the bathroom?
You're the mastermind, not me.
Oh, a fresh game, eh? Well, where is it?
It's that room over there.
Come on, Sarge, and don't lose sight of the maid. Now, wait a minute, everybody. Nobody leave this room. Yeah, who are you? Detective O'Benny, the mastermind. Sarge, you watch the door and see that nobody leaves. Okay, Chief. And guard that rat hole. Oh, you don't want to get away either. Quiet. Did anybody know the dead man?
I did. He was a friend of mine.
Yeah, who are you?
Well, this is my apartment. We were playing bridge here tonight.
How many were playing?
Well, there were 9 of us. You see, we were all sitting at the table.
Now, wait a minute. 9 playing bridge? You sure it wasn't baseball?
No, we have no umpire.
Oh, you have no umpire, eh? Well, how could 9 of you be playing bridge at one table?
6 of us were dummies.
Now we're getting someplace. Make a note of that, Sarge. Okay, Chief. Where were you when the shot was fired?
Sitting right here, with a gun in my hand.
Oh, I know you didn't do it. Did you have anything else in your hand besides the gun?
No.
All right, you're dismissed. Let him go, Sarge. Okay, Chief. Now, you, miss. What do you know about this murder?
Well, I did one thing.
Yes. Go on.
Then the bidding went round and round and round and round. And the murdered man got to be a first, no problem.
I see. And then what happened?
Well, everything was fine until we let him sit there. And then he was killed.
Oh, somebody killed him just because he was lucky and had 5 aces, eh? Did you know the dead man?
Yes, he was the best friend I had in the whole world.
Oh, Chief, look. There's a name from the dead man's back. Never mind the petty things. I want to know who shot him.
Give me back that knife. It's mine.
Here you are, miss. Sorry we detained you. Let her go, Sarge. Okay, Chief.
Thank you.
Be careful how you leave that knife laying around, miss. You might lose it.
I'll go feather your neck.
Make a note of that, Sarge. Feather your neck. Okay, Chief. Now you in that full-dress suit. What's your name?
Frank Black.
Frank Black, eh? What do you do for a living?
I'm an orchestra leader.
Oh, you do nothing, eh? I get it. Now, listen, did you know the deceased? Certainly. We roomed together. He was the best pal I ever had. Boy, was he popular. What time did you get here tonight? It was 8:15. Yeah, how do you know it was 8:15? Well, I heard Eddie Cannon kidding Rubinoff. Now we're getting someplace. What was Rubinoff doing? He was playing Mendelssohn's Wedding March. Oh, yeah? Sarge, get Mendelssohn on the phone. Okay, Chief. Oh. Hello, Mendel? I want to speak to your son. Hello. Is this Mendelssohn? Yes. Oh, you did? Okay, goodbye. What do you say, Sarge? He says he heard that on full basis program. Now we're getting someplace. Here's that is. Supposed to be a knock on the door. That's it. Hello, Detective O'Benny. Telegram, give it to me. Miami, Florida. Ask Mendelson if he knows the one about the ghost. Try Mary Livingston. Any answer, sir? No. Hey, the telegram is correct. 76 cents. Let him out, Sarge. Okay, Chief. Now, where were we? Oh, yes. Now you, Frank Black. What do you want? Say, Chief, look. There's a rope around the dead man's neck. Oh, yeah? Hey, Black, you know anything about this rope? Sure, it's mine. Give it to me. I want to tie up some music. Give him the rope, Sarge. All right, you can go, Black. I'm sorry this murder happened inside of your rope. Thanks. We'll solve this mystery yet. Now I want to speak to the maid again.
Yes, sir.
Now listen here, young lady. I want to ask you a few questions. Where were you when the top was fired?
I was in the kitchen making up the bed.
What?
I was in the bed making up the kitchen.
You know any of the people here tonight?
Sure, these two girls here are friends of mine.
What two girls?
The nurse and the cook. Yes.
Wait a minute, make it over that, Sarge. Okay, Chief. So you girls were in tailgaters together, eh?
Well,
what did you do? So that's what killed him. Lock him up, Sarge. Okay, Chief. Hey, Frank. Lux Radio Theater brings you another classic story coming up next.
Hollywood, California, Monday, August 17th. The Lux Radio Theater presents John Bowles in The Vagabond King with Evelyn Venable. Lux presents Hollywood. Our stars, John Bowles and Evelyn Venable. Our producer, Cecil B. DeMille. Our guests, Robert Riskin and Geneva Sawyer. And our director of music, Louis Silver. Welcome also to the distinguished personalities in our audience. Craig Reynolds, Adrian Ames, Mrs. John Bowles, and Helen McFadden of the McFadden Publications. To our listeners, seen and unseen, greetings from Lux. It is fitting that this program should come to you from this city of stars, because nowhere in the world are Lux Flakes better known or more extensively used than in the leading motion picture studios here in Hollywood. For washing woolens, prints, silks, in fact, for all fabrics that are washable, the studios know how newness is prolonged, how colors are protected by washing with those light, sheer, but marvelously effective Lux Flakes. The flakes that have made cake soap rubbing a thing of the past. And now, may I again present as our producer the man who has given us dozens of our best-known performers and 62 of our great motion pictures. He comes direct to the Lux Radio Theater from one of the big stages at Paramount, where he is now filming The Plainsman. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight's play had its beginning more than 100 years before Shakespeare was born. In those days, a tragic harlequin roamed the streets of Paris, drinking in its cellars and sleeping in its garrets. He had the conscience of a pickpocket and the soul of a poet. His name was Francois Villon. Almost 5 centuries later, Justin Huntley McCarthy wrote Villon's story in a play called If I Were King. E.H. Southern starred in it. And in that first company, I had the honor to be one of Francois Villon's vagabonds, the worst cutthroat in the play, Colin de Cailleux. It was excellent training for my later career, my actors tell me. With us in the cast were 2 lovely ladies, Constance Adams and Margaret Illington. Yesterday, Miss Adams and I celebrated our 34th wedding anniversary. And Margaret Illington, then the wife of Daniel Frohman, later married Major Bowes. A few years ago, the play reappeared on Broadway with Rudolph Frimmel's music and a new title, The Vagabond King. And starring in it tonight is John Bowles, who starred in the first production of the Lux Radio Theater almost 2 years ago. Fate tried to keep John off the stage. At the University of Texas, he was a star pitcher, not a pitcher star. He once struck out 26 batters in a doubleheader, which brought him 3 offers from the major leagues. He preferred to study medicine. But when the war broke out, John enlisted. He spent 22 months overseas and was wounded twice. Returning to the United States, he taught French in Glens Falls, New York. But the next season found him on the New York stage. As the star of The Vagabond King, he is the only player who has starred in the Lux Radio Theater 4 times. Featured with him is Laughing Eyes, so called by the Iroquois tribe that adopted her, but better known as Evelyn Venable. Miss Venable won a place in Walter Hampton's repertoire company with a performance of Juliet. The balcony for that performance was the hayloft in the barn at Walter Hampton's Connecticut farm. Her audience was Mr. Hampton and her father. After several seasons with the Hampton Players, she was signed by Paramount and has been on the screen ever since. In tonight's play, she appears as a lady in the court of King Louis XI. And now the Lux Radio Theater presents The Vagabond King, starring John Bowles as Francois Villon and Evelyn Venable as Lady Catherine. Paris in the 15th century. Louis XI sits on the throne, but his violent subjects plot and grumble in the Fur Cone Tavern, haunt of thieves and murderers. Tonight a fire is burning on the massive hearth, and stretched before it on the floor is Francois Villon, played by John Bowles. He's an unkempt youth with vivid eyes, dark hair, and a tangled beard. Beside Villon sits Huguette, a slim, dark-haired beauty who prods him in the ribs with her foot as she demands an answer to her question.
Answer me, Francois.
Stop kicking me, would you? I want to look at your face.
Answer
I've
me.
never seen it upside down before.
Answer me. Your fat friend Tabry swears you've been out of jail 2 days, and this is the first I've seen of you. 2 whole days.
And in roaming the streets of Paris.
Tabry swears you've spent them in scribbling verses to a lady, a great lady, in the palace of the king.
Ah, Tabbery is a loose-mouthed mongrel.
The sharp nose for your scent. Outlandish, you a common thief in the frenzy over a lady, King Louis's court. Laughable, that's what it is.
Ah, now, just a moment. You're in the frenzy. I'm laughing.
Answer me. Don't you care a fig about me?
Oh, a lot of figs, my pretty one, as I've answered you countless times, but not enough for frenzies. Now come. What's the news since I went to jail?
Oh, I wish you'd rotted there.
Tut, 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 tut.
Oh, go away. Be a clown. Woo the whole court for all I care.
Oh, Huguette, why can't we chat comfortably? Hand me my wine.
Oh, your mug's empty again. That's the last drop you'll get from this tavern without money.
Oh, well, there are other taverns in Paris.
Oh, come back, Francois.
Have no fear, pretty one. I'm not leaving.
Then why do you open the door?
Oh, there's magic in the air tonight. Feel it?
No, I feel a chill.
Oh, here's queer magic.
What?
2 muffled figures at the head of the street. They're coming this way.
2 customers?
Oh, perhaps. Come along, Huguette. We'll go tell the mistress of the tavern. The prospect of new business may solve the old elephant.
And I suppose you'll tell her that you brought them here.
Why not, you get? Why not?
Look here. The door is open. Well, get on, Tristan. But...
No, stop butting. And come in.
An evil-looking place. A sort of cellar.
What did you expect? A bird's nest?
I had no illusions, Your Majesty.
No majesty here, fool. Plain doing. You go shouting that I'm the King of France. What's the good of my being snuffed under this itchy cloak?
You're well disguised, sir.
So this is the trysting place.
The Fir Cone Tavern. An unsavory spot.
Be bright, man. Look at my flight. The Duke of Burgundy with a full armed force is just without the Paris gate. My throne sways like a rocking chair, but do I pull a sad face?
Worse. You run sniffing about caverns after the skirts of a wench.
Wench hardly describes my kinswoman, the Lady Catherine de Versailles. She's coming here tonight, or so I've heard. As for sniffing about taverns, you forget that I dreamed a dream last night.
Dreams and stars and women while Paris goes to the dogs.
I dreamed that I was a swine rooting in the streets of Paris. That I found a pearl of great price in the gutter. I took it and set it in my crown, for it shone so bright it filled all Paris with its light. Then a great star fell from heaven. Who are those creatures in the other room?
The worst cats and rats in all Paris. Bullies, wantons, thieves, murderers.
Bad company for a king.
Look over there. That young bearded fellow standing near the doorway with the tavern mistress.
Oh, the fellow with the cocky air?
Yes, he's Francois Villon, their leader.
Francois Villon.
Poet, pickpocket, drinker, and scholar. In their thieves' language, they call him King of the Vagabonds.
Now leave me be. Oh, come, please, Mrs. Taverner. One more mug of wine, please.
You've had all you'll get on faith.
Pardon, sir. Will you honor me?
Honor you, sir?
By drinking at my expense. Mistress, a bottle of your finest wine.
Yes, monsieur.
Tristan, give me a gold coin.
A gold coin? Hey, everybody, come here.
Not everybody, monsieur.
We'll all honor you, monsieur. And if we ever meet in a dark alley, remind me of this, and I'll let you go. Come, all of you. We drink to the downfall of the treacherous Duke of Burgundy.
So, monsieur, you are a patriot.
Say, rather a poet. Down with Burgundy makes good rhyming.
Yes, excellent. What is your ballad?
Sons of toil and danger, will you serve a stranger and bow down to Burgundy? Sons of shame and sorrow, will you cheer tomorrow for the crown of Burgundy? Onward, onward, swords against the foe. Forward, forward, the lily banners go. Sons of France, around us break a chain that bound us, and to a hell with Burgundy. Sons of toil and danger, will you serve a stranger and bow down to Burgundy? Sons of shame and sorrow, will you cheer tomorrow for the crown of Burgundy? Onward, onward, swords against the foe. Forward, forward, the lily banners go. Sons of France, around us break the chain that bound us, and to hell with Burgundy.
Excellent. 'Tis a pity Burgundy can't hear your rhyme.
He may. If we ever get a real king. More wine, Margot.
You drink too much for your health, sir.
Well, what can honest thieves do but drink? With a bloodthirsty enemy at our door, and a helpless nincompoop upon the throne.
Nincompoop?
Aye, nincompoop.
And no doubt, Francois Villon, you could do better than the king if you were in his place.
Francois made a rhyme about that, too.
So, maybe not hear it.
Well, if you'll buy another drink, sire.
Very well. Begin.
The figure on this throne you see is nothing but a puppet. Planned to wear the royal bravery of silken coats and jeweled wands. Not so we Frenchmen understand. We bid the damned Burgundian dance.
And such a one would take command if Villon were the king of France.
Friends,
Cabaret, I've been waiting for you, you sniveling tavern.
Another time. The king's archers are around the corner.
The king's archers?
Aye, a whole nest full of them.
All of you, in there, strangers, hurry.
Stop, let me go. You and your tools, sister.
Bravo, in you go. Hop in, Tabarry.
Close the door.
Tabarry, are you sure it's the king's archers, or are you just being playful?
I'm sure, all right. But what's more, Francois, there's an answer to your pretty verses.
What?
She's here, the lady of the court.
The lady?
Will you come inside, your gracious reverence?
Is the man I seek here?
There, by the fire. Excuse me, your gracious reverence.
Are you he they call Francois Villon?
Aye.
The room is so dark, I can't see my way.
Your hand.
Thank you.
If this be dreaming, God never let me wake again.
You wrote me this verse. If I were king, ah, love, if I were king, what tributary nations would I bring to kneel before your scepter?
And to swear allegiance to your lips, your eyes, your hair, beneath your feet. What treasures would I fling if I were king?
Why did you send me this verse?
Because you're all my dreams of loveliness. Because I love you, Lady Catherine. I love you.
Monsieur.
Yes?
I...
Is your heart always so jumpy?
Why, what are you staring at?
Oh, that frantic rose tossing on your breast. May I have it?
What sort of man are you?
Briefly, one who steals without shame, sticks a dagger in his enemy, and sleeps with an easy conscience. There you have my virtues, my lady. My vices had best remain a puzzle.
You risk such things for yourself. What would you do for my asking?
What could I do for such as you?
Something dearer to me than life itself.
What could be dearer than your life?
France. My France. Your France. Listen, Francois Villon. I've learned that our Grand Marshal, Thibaut d'Aussigny, would sell our France to the Duke of Burgundy and plot to open the gates of Paris to his army.
What can I do?
Thibaut is coming here any moment to meet one of your men who is in the pay of Burgundy. You declare you love me.
With all the meaning love can have.
Enough to kill Thibaut d'Aussigny?
Kill?
You spoke of daggers. But perhaps you didn't expect to be taken at your word.
Well, I didn't hope to be. You'll stay and point him out.
Where can I wait?
Up those stairs, on that gallery. You can reach the street from there.
There's someone at the door.
Your hand, quick, to the balcony. You're safe up here. There's Margot going to open the door.
Who's there?
Open the door.
That's Thibaut's voice.
What's wrong here? You're too thin and rated that it's quiet at this hour.
The door was unlatched, monsieur.
Then why not show a light?
Oil and wicks have their price.
There's a man here by the name of Rene.
There is.
Send him to me at once.
If he'll come, monsieur.
So, sly old Rene is in the pay of Burgundy, hmm?
You'll kill this Thibaut.
You have my word. There's Rene.
You asked for me? I did. Tell me, how is your garden, friend?
The grapes are ripe.
That's the password.
Monsieur Thibault, this note was carried to me by a Burgundian owl, shot over the walls at noon.
Give it to me. The Duke of Burgundy agrees to give me a dukedom and the maid Catherine de Vaucelles.
That's you.
20,000
Did you know?
and 500 acres of land. King Louis has denied me the maid. Very well, it shall cost him his crown.
Monsieur,
Quiet. Fool. Let me read further.
Go now, Lady Catherine. Leave Thibaut to me.
You will not fail.
I'll play the drunken knave, engage him in a fight, and then my sword shall do the rest.
For the glory of France. You asked me for this rose, Francois Villon. I give it to you now.
My lady.
May heaven give you speed. Farewell.
What's that? There's someone on that balcony.
Hello. Well, wait, my friend. I'm coming down.
Who is this drunken fool?
It's only Francois Villon.
Aye, Francois Villon, yes. Francois Villon. Good evening, monsieur. Will you crack a bottle with me, aye?
Out of my way, Guzzler.
Oh, not so fast.
Let go.
Guzzler, did you say? Apologize.
Let go, you drunken dump.
Oh, so you will strike me, huh? You will strike Francois Villon.
Francois, what's happened here?
Stand back. Friends, why, this rogue has insulted me. Draw your sword, rogue.
I'll draw it and kill you too, you swine. Your Majesty, Villon, he do. Villon has run him through.
King's orchards, Francois, the orchards are here.
In the king's name.
Captain.
Thibaut d'Austigny.
That devil there, Francois Villon. Take him out and hang him.
Stand back.
One moment, Captain. That young gentleman is my affair.
Who dares delay the king's justice?
I am the king's justice. I am the king.
Your Majesty, 1,000 pardons.
The king? You? Francois Villon? Captain Case, this man.
Yes, Your Majesty.
Wait. If Villon were the king of France, was that just good rhyming, Master Poet?
Your prison cells don't frighten me. If I'm not a better man than Louis Do-Nothing, Louis Dare-Nothing, may I never drink wine again. Is there one heart in all France that you hold, even as I hold my rabble in this tavern? Is there one enemy of France that you can down, as I just downed that bouncing traitor with his long sword? Take me to your dungeon prison. Hide me away from all the world, and still I'll say, unsullied would our banner stand, if Villon were the king of France.
Our play, The Vagabond King, starring John Bowles and Evelyn Venable, will be resumed shortly. But now, we're at the Union Air Terminal at Burbank, just a few miles from Hollywood. And we're right up where, in just a minute, we should see the big silver gray New York transport take off. A baggage truck has just pulled up to this giant plane, and bags and suitcases are being stowed away in the luggage compartment. Two women are standing against the passenger's gate to the field, watching their bags being put aboard.
Isn't it thrilling? This is my first trip. I've lost count of mine, but I still get excited. Oh, you must know all the ropes. Oh, yes, you just ask me anything. Well, for one thing, what about baggage? I nearly died trying to keep mine down to 35 pounds.
Oh, that's a cinch with my system.
Tell me about it.
Oh, that's easy, darling. Never more than 2 of a kind, and everything Luxable.
Yes, a wardrobe of Luxables solves the limited wardrobe problem for the smart crowd that travels by air, just as it does for the girl who has only a small amount to spend for clothes. Cared for with Lux Flakes, colors and fabrics keep their lovely brand new look for ages. These tissue-thin flakes have no harmful alkali. They do not fade things. And with Lux, there's no rubbing. You can trust to safe, gentle Lux, silks, chiffons, woolens, rayons, and acetates. Anything that's safe in water alone is safe in Lux.
We continue with The Vagabond King, starring John Bowles as Francois Villon and Evelyn Venable as Lady Catherine. It is late the same night, and Francois Villon rages in a prison cell, where the king's guards have thrown him for his rashness. But the king is still uncertain and uneasy. With his aide Tristan, he has come to the court astrologer for a reading, and now they stand in a tower, scanning the starlit sky with anxious eyes.
Well, astrologer, what have the stars divulged about my dream? The position of the moon and Jupiter bespeak your Majesty's dream as one of immediate moment. Yes. Your pearl of great price that you found in the gutter indicates that there is a person in the depths who, if he be exalted to the heights, may serve and save your kingdom. As did the Maid of Orleans. Mayhap. What means the star that fell from heaven? There, the reading is confused. It may mean that this same creature from the depths, if he be exalted to the heights, will, at the end of 24 hours, fall of his own weight, exalted from the depths, you say? For 24 hours. And full of his own weight. That will be all. Wait, one thing more. What message is there for me in the heavens concerning my suit for the fair Lady Catherine? Your Majesty, I... Well. There are some things, Your Majesty, that even the stars cannot fathom. Good night, astrologer. Your Majesty. Sister?
Sire.
You heard the astrologer. A person exalted from the depths may yet save France. Tristan, I have this hour appointed a new Grand Marshal of France.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, sire.
No, not you. Francois Villon.
Francois Villon?
Don't stop there gaping. Now, tonight, you'll see to it that a flagon of drugged wine is placed in his prison straw. Let him awake tomorrow morning in the palace. Washed, bearded, sumptuously dressed, so changed his very mother would not know him. You and I alone will know of this.
But, sire...
Thou know but. Jeanne d'Arc saved my sire's throne, may not Villon save mine.
Then you are going to spare his life? Francois Villon will live?
For 24 hours. Then he hangs.
Look here, Your Majesty. I know it sounds crazy, and you hate to keep telling me, but for the last time, who am I? Now, last night I was Francois Villon.
And this morning you are the Count of Montcordier, our new Grand Marshal of France.
Grand Marshal of France? I can't make out whether I'm drunk, mad, or dreaming.
Was it a dream that you could be a better king than I?
No, sire. That was true enough.
Good. Well, how would you like to be king?
That solves it. We're both drunk.
Not so fast. King, say, for 24 hours. Until this time tomorrow. And after?
Well, and after?
Why, then you'll be yourself again. The self-same thief and cutthroat. You shall build me a great gallows. And your last act as king will be to hang Francois Villon.
Come, sire. You don't actually mean...
Are you so keen to live?
I never knew I was until yesterday.
You'd rather crawl back to your gutter, live out your petty, sordid life than die to fulfill your dream?
Living is sweet habit, sire. Whether it be in a palace or the gutter. And who knows what tomorrow holds. But death is... It's so final. Let me go. Let me free.
Free to run howling with your tail between your legs.
Your Majesty.
What is it?
There's a page, Your Majesty, come from Lady Catherine de Vaucelles. The lady begs audience with the new Grand Marshal.
The new Grand Marshal is no more. Take this whimpering thing that boasted so. Strip him of his silks and whip him back to his kennel.
Wait. Lady Catherine begs audience of me?
Of a man. Not of a cur who dare call himself a king. Go.
No, wait. Wait, please. Listen to me. May I still choose?
For the last time.
You said that I might rule for a day, if after, hang. Is that right?
Precisely.
On your word of honor, sire?
My word is my honor.
Very well, so be it. King for a day. And afterwards, the gallows.
I was told I might have audience of the new Grand Marshal.
I am he.
I am Catherine de Vaucelles.
I know.
As Grand Marshal, monsieur, you hold the lives of prisoners in your hands. I have come to beg a favor of you.
Yes?
You hold in prison now a certain Francois Villon.
Why, yes, I do.
I ask that this man's life be spared.
What is his crime?
He risked his life to kill a traitor who deserved to die.
Oh, is this Villon so fired by patriotism?
Why, no. He did this because a woman asked it. He thought he loved her.
He thought, you say?
He wrote her verses.
Oh, a rabid poet, I see. But why do you plead for his life?
Because I am that woman.
You risk disgrace and great punishment telling me this?
He risked his life.
You don't, by some strange chance, think that you love him, do you?
I? He's of the street.
Oh.
A common thief, a nobody.
I've blundered.
Still, he does not deserve to die.
Does anyone? Your wish is granted. Villon is free.
Free?
Well, as free as I am.
I am deeply grateful for your clemency.
Wait, please. Don't go at once. I too would ask a favor. Not as a bargain. But if you choose to grant it freely, as a gift,
Yes?
I quite realize why this fellow risked his life for you. How from his kennel he looked up at you and thrilled, even as a muddy pool might thrill at the moon in heaven.
Monsieur,
You've startled.
I seem to remember you.
Remember?
Yes.
I seem to have known you always.
Really, sir?
I think your poet, what is his name? Francois Villon must have felt as I do now.
How do you know that?
How do I know I live? I'm somewhat of a poet too, Lady Catherine. And I love a lady as Villon thinks he loves you. I saw her first on her way to Mass. She saw me no more than the cobblestones she stepped on. She seemed to be listening to words her heart was speaking. Someday you will seek me and find me. Someday of the days that shall be. Surely you will come and remind me of a dream that is falling for you and for me. Someday, when the winter is over, someday, in the flush of the spring, my child shall discover the soul born for her lover, not man with a heart of As she passed from me, all the world went with her. But I have found her again in you.
I care little to be flattered, and less to be wooed.
What can I do to win you?
There is no time to talk of love. I had a hope that a man had come to court, a man who will rid France of Burgundy. A treacherous enemy is at our gates, and no one has dared to strike.
And if that man has come?
My love is all for France, and to the man who saved her.
With you close by me, what miracles might I not achieve? Lady Catherine.
Lady Catherine.
Your Majesty.
I grieve at shattering this tender interval. It is not I who intrude, but business of state.
What business, sire?
The Herald of Burgundy has come for answer under the flag of truce. He waits our pleasure in the palace. Tristan.
Your Majesty.
See Lady Catherine to the inner chamber.
I know the way myself, Your Majesty.
Well, Francois. Power tastes sweet, does it not? You meet the lady now on an equal footing.
I thank your Majesty.
I please but myself. And, Francois, if the Count of Montcorbier should win the heart of the Lady Catherine, Villon shall escape the gallows, and the Count will marry his lady love.
You mean that, sire, on your word of honor?
My word is my honor.
Is Lady Catherine, if she offers me her love, I may go free?
That is the bargain. I'll go now to the chamber.
At once, sire.
Your Majesty, this is madness.
Hold your tongue, Tristan.
You offer him his life?
Only if he should win the Lady Catherine.
But why, Your Majesty? Why do you make this mad bargain?
My measure of revenge. Mistress Catherine has spurned me too long. It'll be sport when the lady finds she has disdained my love to smile upon a beggar. I overheard their meeting, Tristan. She spurs him on to great deeds against Burgundy. He'll fight for her as he would never have fought for us. Come, the herald awaits us in the palace. I am anxious to hear Villon's answer.
The Herald of Burgundy. In the name of the Duke of Burgundy, greetings to Louis of France.
Greetings, and be brief.
Will it be peace or war?
The Lord Grand Marshal will answer that.
I, Your Majesty?
You, Grand Marshal.
Well, is it peace of our terms?
One moment, please. Just one moment, please. Lord Tristan, the court is dull and wants excitement. You are good at planning fate. We give a ball tonight, a masquerade.
At a time like this?
A masquerade.
King Louis, what is this folly?
He is king for today. He speaks for France.
Thank you, Your Majesty. Now then, Harold,
The Duke of Burgundy summons you to surrender. If you refuse, it means disaster for you.
Disaster?
Disaster, spilling of blood, manifold death, and gold to pay.
Great words, Harold of Burgundy. In God's name and the King's, go back to your master and say, we are well fed, we are well armed, we lie snug and warm behind our Paris walls. We laugh at your traitorous master. This is our answer, this undrawn sword. God and Saint Denis for the King of France!
God and Saint Denis for the King of France!
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. You are invited to attend the ball in the palace, which the Lux Radio Theater will present shortly as the third episode of The Vagabond King, starring John Bowles with Evelyn Venable. But before starting out for this brilliant court function, let's take a dancing lesson. On the stage of our theater tonight is Geneva Sawyer, a dance director at 20th Century Fox. A few months ago, Miss Sawyer was only a member of the chorus. But opportunity tapped at her door. Opportunity, in this case, was Bill Robinson, the great Negro tap dancer, who chose her for his assistant in teaching new steps to his most famous pupil, Shirley Temple. Ladies and gentlemen, Miss Geneva Sawyer.
A dance director's hardest job is not teaching new steps, but discovering them. And I think we've succeeded in discovering an entirely new dance for the big new musical show at 20th Century Fox, Pigskin Parade. We've named it the Balboa.
And Balboa discovered a new ocean. I suppose you've discovered a new motion.
That describes it, and I believe you'll see it danced everywhere this fall. It will be performed for the first time in the picture and by such stars as Jack Haley, Betty Grable, Patsy Kelly, Dixie Dunbar, and that great singing quartet, the Yacht Club Boys.
The Yacht Club Boys. They must have found their high sea legs.
Their dancing is still subject to doubt, Mr. DeMille. They may be called the Yacht Club Boys, but their feet are more like tugboats. But in a couple of weeks, they'll Balboa with the best of them. When dancing is regarded as a pleasure and relaxation, it's really very easy to master. The only part of our dancing that's hard work is caring for the costumes. We often change costumes 5 or 6 times a day, yet they must always be fresh and new-looking for the camera. This means constant freshening. But at 20th Century Fox, we've learned to depend entirely on Lux Flakes for everything washable. Lux not only protects the colors, it prolongs newness and makes our costumes look lovelier. To those young men and women who hope to get dancing jobs in movies, my advice is first to get as good an education as you can. Secondly, don't let any physical impediment keep you from dancing. Just remember that the man who established ballet dancing, Sebastian Samoli, lost both feet as a boy. Jack Donahue, a former riveter, broke both kneecaps but became dance director at Fox. And Bobby Arndt, one of the cleverest dancers on the stage today, learned to dance after an attack of infantile paralysis. If you want to dance, you will. Good night.
Good night, Papa. Now we continue with The Vagabond King, starring John Bowles as Francois Villon and Evelyn Venable as Lady Catherine. Francois Villon's one day of glory has come to an end. Night has fallen. The ball is in progress, and the palace and surrounding gardens are bright with festivity. In a dark corner of the garden, Villon is standing, half hidden.
When out of the shadows, Tabbery, his friend from the Fur-Cone Tavern, suddenly appears.
Francois!
Tabbery, what news? Are our men ready for the attack on Burgundy?
The archers and the army are...
No, not those mercenaries. I mean our men, our people, Tabbery, who strike at Burgundy with hatred of traitors in their hearts, with love of Paris in their souls.
Every pothouse swarms. At 10 tonight, they'll wait their orders from the new Grand Marshal, who lifted the tax off their wine, opened the prison doors, and gave them food. Oh, it's a new Paris, Francois. A live, fighting Paris.
And all for how little? Not 1/20th part of what is theirs by right. You're doing well, Tabbery. Go. Keep amongst them every minute till we ride at 10. If we meet again, well met, friend Tabbery. If not, well, we've had our day.
My Lord Grand Marshal,
Why, you leave the ballet, Lady Catherine?
to see what great new wonders you have worked in the hour you've been gone.
Well, you truly believe I've worked wonders.
I do. You've made the king popular, the Parisians loyal, the army faithful. And I think now I've guessed the reason for this fate.
That Burgundy might think me a giddy fool. The king's court an orgy, and tonight's the hour to catch us unprepared. But our swords are tempered in the wine. At 10 we strike.
I would I were a man that I might go with you.
You would go with me? Why do you say this?
I'll tell you tomorrow.
Tonight.
You ask a maiden to be too unmaidenly.
But this night is all we have. Oh, Catherine, I love you dearly, outlandishly, with a love so hopeless that it's done for me. For I can find no reason why you should love me. Do you hear?
Not one word. True loving is without rhyme or reason. Now then, would you sing?
Would I sing?
When we met this morning, you sang. It was oddly stirring.
Paris lust for blood. I die of love, and you'd have me sing. Well, but it so happened that last night, as I tossed upon some straw, I thought of a rose I once begged of a lady, and I made a song about it. But I'll not sing at all unless you come closer. Oh, so much closer. Only a rose I give you, only a song dying away, only a smile to keep in memory until we meet another day. Only a rose to whisper, blushing as roses do. I bring along a smile or a song for anyone. Only a rose.
You are a poet.
My lord.
Yes, what is it?
A message, my lord, from one of the guests. He asked to see you at the north end of the garden at once.
At once? Very unfortunate. Did he give his name?
No, my lord.
Tell him to wait. I'll be there. Catherine,
Until later.
you'll stay here?
I promise not to move a
I'll
step.
not be long. Well, monsieur,
Not Monsieur Francois.
Huguette, what are you doing here?
Francois, I had to come.
In deep disguise?
The only way I could get in.
How did you know that I was
The news
here?
has leaked out that Vion is the new Grand Marshal.
Oh, Tabbery again. He talks too much.
Francois, you must leave here at once.
Leave?
Thibaut d'Aussigny has sworn to kill you.
Thibaut?
Yes, the one you almost fed to Hades last night. He and René are here with enough men to overpower all your guards. They're in disguise.
Thibaut d'Aussigny? This time I'll have to finish him for
Oh,
good.
Francois, you can't. You won't even know him.
But I can't leave now.
Your
Huguette.
life is in danger.
I can't leave now.
Oh, there's something holding you here? I see. You found your lady.
Yes,
And does she love you, Francois?
I love her.
You love her. I once thought you
But you never really cared for me, did you, Francois?
I'm sorry, Huguette.
No, don't be sorry. Be happy. I want you to be.
I think of you often.
And I'll think of you. I'll remember how gay we were together and the times we had. What songs you sang. How you sang them.
Oh, Huguette.
Forgive me.
What's that?
Thibault.
There's someone hiding in the shadows.
It's Thibault. Quick, Francois, for your life.
Let Francois Villon stand where you are.
Ah, Monsieur Thibault, I bid you welcome.
I'll bid your soul Godspeed when I plunge this dagger in your throat.
No.
Oh, have you reckoned on the king's archers, good Thibault? They're just outside the walls.
Cry out but once and you die.
Oh.
So be it. Archers!
Francois, the dagger!
In your throat!
Huguette, stand back. You've stabbed her. Thane, this is your last infamy.
Your Majesty, and where is the girl?
This time may Villon run him through for good.
Set her upon the ground. Thibault has killed her.
And now he pays the price.
Take him. You must slow to the hilt.
Down the other guard.
All in.
Huguette, why did you do it? Why did you rush between us?
It doesn't matter, Francois. My life is such a little thing. Hold me. I'm going.
No.
Hold me close, Francois. I'm so afraid. I've lived too free. I've sinned. Oh, God forgive me.
He knows his children.
You were always hopeful. Kiss me, Francois. Kiss me. Just once.
Huguette! Oh, that you should die for me.
Should or not, she has. And the hour strikes. It's 10.
The hour for battle, sire. For a moment, May she be taken with all gentleness to the palace.
At once, see to it, Tristan.
Yes, sire.
And you, sir, for your deeds against the traitor Thibault, ask us any grace.
Sire.
Except your life. That depends upon your lady. Well?
Before I tell you, sire, order Tristan to erect a gallows tree facing your church on the Place de Grève, lest I appear too boastful.
Your gallows tree, yet you hope to win.
Hope dies hard, sire. But Lady Catherine is royally proud. She may not relish the deception. Pardon the cheat, his lie.
You mean to tell her?
Everything. She shall know me before she makes her choice.
If she refuses, be assured you'll swing.
And gladly, for what is life if it be a lie?
Gentlemen.
Ah, my dear Lady Catherine.
Whatever keeps you here this long?
Oh, some trifling matters of life and death.
It's struck 10, Your Excellency.
I know.
Time flies.
And I now must take my leave, Lady Catherine. But first I have to tell you...
First, I too have this to say to you, sir. Outraged decorum though it may, wear this token with my prayer.
My lady.
And with it, I give you my hand
Wait.
and my heart.
Charming.
Say no more until you know me.
Know you?
Look at me. Look closely. Do you see nothing to remind you?
Yes, of honor, of manhood, of shining hours among bright roses.
No, of last night, a gloomy tavern, of a thief who wrote you a long love song.
What of him?
Simply this. I am that thief.
You?
I am Francois Villon.
Oh, it's not true. It can't be true, sire.
Quite true, my royal friend. You are betrothed to a jailbird. A full-fledged scavenger.
Oh, I see. You wreaked a royal revenge upon me, sire. And you, sir, why did you do this?
I love you.
Love? You shame the word. To you, love's but a cunning trick, a boast to mock me with. Well, I know you now. Go back to your dregs, your filthy tavern, and boast. You may well gloat, sir. I'm snared beyond forgetting.
Lady Catherine.
She's gone. Methinks you'll hang, Master Villon.
As a thief, she first bade me serve her. As a thief, I go to fight for her tonight. Sire, the archers will defend the lower gate.
The lower gate, but who fights at the crossroads?
I and the beggars of the slums, the thieves out of the prison. We fight at the crossroads. Do you hear that song, sire? My song. The song you hoped Burgundy might hear.
Look, sire, the rebel of Paris, armed with axes, knives, drunkenly.
The boys of Paris, drunk, inspired.
Beware, sire, they fill the garden.
Friends, vagabonds, you have not failed me. No Montcarbier, but Francois Villon is yours. Fight for the mothers that bore you, the women that love you, the children that renew you. Forward, in God's name and the King!
The dawn is breaking.
None too cheerfully, Your Majesty.
No further news of the battle, Tristan?
None, sire.
That hammer. Where did it come from?
Yonder, sire. They are building a gibbet to hang Francois Villon when and if he returns.
Your Majesty,
Ah, fair Catherine, you arrived early.
I've been to Mass.
To ease your heart?
My heart is on the battlefield, sire.
With France, yes, I know. And bless you for it. But France is a broad target for a little art. It's time you narrow it down to, say, a Frenchman.
I have.
Have you now? Just since last night?
I've realized so many things since then, sire. So much happened so quickly last night that unreasoning pride confused the truth.
The truth?
I fear it will startle you. And that's pointless now, as I doubt I shall ever see him again.
Oh, Villon. No, probably you won't. And that would be kinder to all concerned than to see him dangling on that gallows.
That gallows?
It's for Francois Villon, if he survives the night.
Sire, do you say this to torture me?
Oh, does it torture you?
Is this the reward for bravery? For courage?
The reward he gambled for. Your hand in marriage or the gallows?
My hand in marriage? But that could never have been. My rank forbids it.
I counted on that, milady.
Your Majesty.
Well, Captain?
Sire, your Grand Marshal returns in triumph. Your archers and his fighting rabble at his heels.
Victory! Summon the Queen and all the court. A madman has saved my throne as the Maid of Orleans saved it for my sire.
He comes! And see how they pour into the square after him. They've gone wild. It's chaos!
Francois Villon, you have returned.
Put banners for your coffin. An hour ago, they flung over Burgundian helmets. In the king's name, a golden coin to every man and woman who fought. And wine to every man, woman, and child who wishes to drink the king's health.
Ever generous, Villon.
To the end, sire.
Pray, speed the end.
As you wish, sire. Hear you, all my last duty. Some among you know me as Count Montcarbier, some as Francois Villon. I fought and lost a hazard, and it is now my task as your Grand Marshal to declare the life of Francois Villon forfeit, and to pronounce upon him this sentence, that he be straightway hanged on yonder gibbet.
Sire, it's vile injustice. Listen to your people. He led France to victory. You're France. Will you let him die like this?
My good people, you've heard Master Villon and the lady here. If there be one among you ready to take this hero's place on yonder gallows, let him speak and come forward. What? No one?
No man shall die for me. We're wasting time. Take me to the gallows.
Wait. Sire, I claim your promise.
You choose to die in this man's place?
I offer the hand that spares his life.
That's folly. Madness.
No, I love you.
That's why last night you loathed him.
I was blinded.
You mean this?
I do, Francois Villon.
Your rank forbids you.
I renounce my rank. Before you all. I'm Catherine de Vaucelles, Grand Seneschal of Gascogne. In my domain I hold the power of life and death, which I now renounce with all my rank, that I may claim to marry this gentleman.
A miracle has happened. A star has fallen to me out of heaven.
Ah, a star. My dream, Tristan. The stars have spoken. Keep your lands and titles, Catherine, and God speed you with this freak to a priest.
Sire.
Do you love me, Francois Villon?
With all my being, I worship you.
I prayed for a man with the soul of a king. My prayers have been answered.
Louis of France, we ask your blessing.
You have it, but no more playing king for you, little man.
Never, sire. 'Twould be a great nuisance, sir. With a star to cherish.
Plays like journeys end in lovers' meetings, but John Bowles and Evelyn Venable return in a moment. The man you will hear next is one of the most successful scenario writers in Hollywood, winner of the Motion Picture Academy Award for that classic of the bus lines, It Happened One Night. His many hits include The Whole Town's Talking, Broadway Bill, and the current box office windfall, Mr. Deeds Goes to Town. A former playwright and producer, he has written every picture directed by Frank Capra during the last 5 years. And in a few weeks, you'll see his adaptation of James Hilton's best-selling novel, Lost Horizon, starring Ronald Colman. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Robert Riskin.
Thank you. I'm a little nervous. What do I do now?
Just talk into that microphone.
It won't talk back at me, will it?
No, that's the beauty of microphones. You can whisper in its ear or bark your head off. It holds its tongue. Haven't you ever spoken on a radio before?
Yes, just once, about 10 years ago. I spoke in the interest of a play of mine. Nobody ever came to see it after that. If the Lux sales fall off next week, you'll know the reason why.
Lux sales never fall off. I'll have you know.
Yes, I know. It's the finest product in the market. What do I say now?
Huh? Talk about yourself.
Why?
That's the reason you're here.
I thought I was selling Lux.
Here you are. But you've been a very successful writer in Hollywood, and we'd like to know the secret.
Say, look, I know a good knock-knock.
Oh, come, not you.
Mm-hmm. Knock-knock.
All right. Who's there?
DeMille.
DeMille who?
The mills of the gods grind slow.
But they do grind exceeding small.
I know another one.
Never mind. We're trying to find out the secret of your success. I saw Mr. Deeds Goes to Town. It's a grand picture. How did you ever think of the word pixelated?
I thought of the people who pay my salary every week. Knock, knock.
Who's there?
I see you're catching the spirit of the thing.
I'm very quick. Well, who's there?
Lux.
Lux who?
Looks like this interview ought to come to an end, don't you think?
Not until you answer the question. What's the formula for success in Hollywood for a writer?
Oh, that's a cinch.
Now, you're going to be serious, aren't you?
Oh, yes.
All right. How can a writer succeed?
By finding himself a magnificent director like Frank Capra.
Agreed.
Or one like you.
Thanks for including me.
No idiot.
Indeed, you're not. You've worked with Frank Capra a long time.
Nearly 5 years.
Any trouble?
Trouble. It's the longest vacation I ever had in my life, with pay.
I'll venture to say working on The Lost Horizon was no vacation.
I'm sorry you mentioned that. You're forcing me to be serious. The one job I'm really excited about. Did you read the James Hilton book?
Yes.
Beautiful, wasn't it?
Truly great. Did you write the story for Grace Moore's next picture?
You can ask more questions.
And you give so little information. Did you write it or didn't you?
Yes, I did.
I think the audience would be interested in hearing what technique you follow in writing a picture.
Knock, knock.
What is your method of approach?
Knock, knock.
Would you rather adapt the story or write an original?
Knock, knock.
All right, who's there?
Yvonne.
Yvonne who?
Yvonne to go home.
Good night.
Good night.
And now, Evelyn Venable and John Bowles.
It seems odd not to be at home tonight listening to the Lux Radio Theater. Why, in our house, John, Mr. DeMille has 48 regular fans.
Really? Well, that's more than I had when I played baseball at school.
Yes. There's myself, my husband, and our baby. Then there's Tessie, the English Bull Terrier, Jim the Turtle, 3 tomcats, and 40 goldfish.
The animals came in 2 by 2, the elephant and the kangaroo. What are you waiting for, Evelyn? Another flood?
Not quite. What I'm waiting for is to learn how John likes to be directed by a woman. His next picture, Craig's Wife, is being filmed by the only woman director in Hollywood.
Yes, Dorothy Osner. Very good director, too. Well, speak for yourself, John.
Well, I've been bossed by women all my life. But seriously, it's really a pleasure working with Miss Osner. Rosalind Russell, though, plays the part of my wife, and Rosalind has to boss me, nag me, and, almost to death. Sometimes I wish I'd been a ball player after all.
I think you've done better in pictures. I saw you play last summer when the leading men played the comedians. John pitched for the leading men. After the game, the comedians voted him their most valuable player.
Well, you see, Mr. DeMille, I was just a little off form that day. Why, I might have even been a member of the Cleveland Indians today.
I've beaten you there, John. As Mr. DeMille said, I'm already a member of the Indians, the Iroquois.
And he said your name in English is Laughing Eyes. What is it in Indian?
Oh, that's something I don't know, John. Laughing Eyes. Well, it's probably a great deal like Minnie Ha-Ha. And now, Mr. DeMille, my thanks to you for so many delightful Monday nights, both past and future.
Good night, Evelyn.
And by the way, C.B., when you're picking actors for your picture, The Plainsman, don't take any wooden indents. Good night.
Good night, picture.
Mr. Bowles and Miss Venable. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your announcer, Melville Ruick. Supporting our stars tonight were Walter Kingsford, Wyndham Standing, Brett Morrison, Lou Merrill, Cecil Elliott, Margaret McKay, Ross Forrester, Russ Dudley, and Frank Nelson. Mr. Bowles and Mr. Riskin appeared through courtesy of Columbia Studios. Mr. DeMille, Paramount, and Miss Venable, Miss Sawyer, and Mr. Silvers, 20th Century Fox. Mr. Silvers prepared the musical score for their new hit, Sing Baby Sing. And Miss Sawyer is a featured dancer in this picture, which stars Alice Faye and Adolphe Menjou. Miss Venable will be seen shortly in Star for a Night. Mr. DeMille tells us now of next week's program.
Next Monday night, we all have an appointment with a dentist. But it's one dental appointment we can look forward to with pleasure. Because in this case, the gentleman with the drill will be Jack Oakey. Performing for us in the Lux Radio Theater as the small-town toothache expert in the stage and screen picture success One Sunday Afternoon. Co-starring with Jack will be Miss Helen Twelvetrees. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be our guest next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents One Sunday Afternoon, starring Jack Oakey and Helen Twelvetrees. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Warrior of the Woodland, Ranger Bill, is coming up next.
Ranger Bill, Warrior of the Woodland,
struggling against extreme odds, traveling dangerous trails, fighting the many enemies of nature. This is the job of the guardian of the forest, Ranger Bill. Pouring rain, freezing cold, blistering heat, snow, floods, bears, rattlesnakes, mountain lions. Yes, all this in exchange for the satisfaction and pride of a job well done. Fellows and girls, have you ever had to stand firm for what was right? When the friends you palled around with all turned their backs on you and there you were, alone? Well, this is a story about a young lad named Mike who stood for what was right. He stuck by his guns when all of his pals were against him. Let's find out how it happened. Now, as our story opens, Bill is down at Tony's fruit and vegetable market. Tony's an Italian, a fine man in every respect. But when his patience is tried to the limit, he gets angry like most of the rest of us. Let's drop in at Tony's store just as Bill enters. Good morning, Bill.
Morning, Tony. How's the town's leading fruit and vegetable man this fine morning?
Tony's just fine, Bill. You like some fresh fruit and vegetables this morning?
Yes, Tony. Here's the order Mom gave me. Half a dozen items on it.
Yeah, that's fine. Tony, have them for you in a jiff.
Okay.
Let me see. 3 pounds of apple. There she is.
How's the family, Tony?
Oh, they're just fine, thanks. My little bambinos, they grow just like weeds. Mommy says she's feed them so good, they grow like crazy. Almost Tony thinking they race each other to see who can grow up first.
I guess there's plenty of excitement at home with all 5 of the youngsters on the loose, huh?
There's 3 pounds of apples. Tony throw in 1 more, just in case the one she's bad. Now, let's see. A dozen orange. Yeah, there's plenty of excitement in the Tony's house when all the 5 bambinos are cut loose. But Tony's like children. Oop, now that orange, she's got a black eye like my little Tony.
Oh? Little Tony's got a black eye, you say?
Now 3 green peppers. Yes, the little Tony's got a black eye in the school.
Got a black eye in school, huh? Fighting?
Oh, he's not to fight. The teacher, she's asked him to name 3 collective nouns. Guess what he's to tell her to teach?
I haven't the least idea. What did he tell her?
Well, a little Tony's to tell her to teach 3 collective nouns are a waste basket, a vacuum cleaner, and a fly paper.
What's that got to do with the black eye, Tony?
Well, everybody, she's a laugh, even the teach. Tony's a laugh, too. Only he overdo it, double up. And as he double up with a laugh, he bang his eye on the corner of his desk.
Oh, that's too bad.
I tell a little Tony that's what he's a get for laughing at his own joke. Okay, Bill, here's your stuff.
Thanks a lot. How much is that?
For you, Bill, it's $1 even.
There we are.
Thank you very much. You come back often now, Bill. Maybe next time little Tony, he's a black on the other eye, huh? Well, boys, what's on your mind? Tony sell you some nice apples? Are they good for the health?
Tony, we'd like to know if you'd give us a couple of bucks for baseball uniforms.
A couple of bucks, huh? Well, Tony's not know about that. A couple of bucks who won't buy much of a baseball suit. Well, who's the make-up of the team?
All of us guys in the gang. If you give us a couple of bucks, then we can get a couple of bucks from each of the other stores we have. So then we'll have enough to buy our suits.
I'm going to have to talk to your dad first. That's a lot of money.
Oh, come on, Tony. You got lots of money hid in the sock. You won't miss a couple of bucks.
Well, that's not the point. Tony thinks a grown-up person should hold the money till you buy the suits. Then he give.
Why don't you say you don't want to give us the money?
Come on, fellas, let's get out of here. Tony's a tightwad. He wouldn't give us some money anyway.
Yeah, but first let's help ourselves to some apples.
You can't have no apples without the pay.
Here's a good one. Grab some, fellas. We'll show this guy he can't make a monkey out of us. He's a foreigner.
Hey, you can't leave that fruit alone. Are you taking my fruit? I call it the cops.
Go ahead and call us. They can't catch it.
Hey, come back. Come back with that fruit, see? Come back. Well, that's a bright to call Tony a foreigner, huh? You come back into this store and you break your neck.
Okay, knock it off, you guys.
Hey, hold on.
No, you got something to say, Fatso?
Yeah, Ed. We ought to fix Tony for not chipping it in for our uniform. Yeah.
That's right, Fatso. I say, let's wreck his store.
Hey, when's a good time? When's a good time?
How about Wednesday afternoon after school? Y'all be there?
Yeah, I'll be there. Fine, sure.
We'll show that foreigner who's boss in this town. Yeah. When we want something, we're going to get it.
Yeah, for sure.
What's the matter with you, Mike? You ain't said a word. Ain't you in favor?
No, I'm not.
Why not?
I don't like the idea of wrecking Tony's store.
Okay, come on, knock it off. What's the matter, Mike? You turned soft or something?
I'm not turning soft, Ed. But what's right is right, and what's wrong is wrong. And this would be wrong. Another thing, you guys shouldn't have taken any fruit from Tony's store today. Now we'll never get our suits.
No? That's what you think.
That's right, sure.
We'll get them all right. Sure. I take it you ain't going to help us wreck Tony's store.
You've got the idea, Ed. I'm not helping. Count me out. I don't think it's a job I can take any part in.
What's going on, pretty boy? What's the matter? You ain't chickened out on us before. What's more, I'm the boss of this gang, and I say you ain't backing out, see?
No? Says who? I'm leaving, and you nor nobody else had better try to stop me.
If you rat us, buddy, we'll beat you up.
You can't make me do something I don't want to. I said I'm leaving.
Okay, Mike, but I'm telling you, if you go out that door, you're out of the gang for good. Well, what's your answer?
And that's the whole story, Henry. I'd like you to help straighten the gang out. They're not so bad, but since Ed's been the leader, they've followed him the wrong way.
Well, I'm sure we can find a way to solve the problem, Mike. Tell me, is Ed really a bad fellow, or is he just a bully?
Oh, I don't know, Henry. He's always got a chip on his shoulder, especially with me. I don't know why, but I guess he's not all bad.
I see. Say, Mike, aren't you afraid of being seen on the street with me since the gang threatened to beat you up if you talked?
Nah, I can outrun all of them. I'm not afraid of them, one or two at a time, but I can't fight the whole gang. Anyway, I'm not worried. They gotta catch me first.
That's the spirit, Mike. Always stick up for what's right, no matter what it costs. I'll see what I can do to help.
How?
Well, I don't know yet. Let's go talk to Bill Jefferson. He's good at figuring out things.
Mike, I want to commend you. It's not always easy to stand up for what's right, but it's the sign of a real man.
Well, it was worth it, Bill. Just to hear you say that.
What do you think we should do about all this, Bill? You got any ideas kicking around?
Yeah, I think so. Mike, you say the gang's going to meet in the old barn Wednesday after school, huh?
Yeah, that's right. They're going to set up their plan to wreck Tony's store.
All right, let's the three of us be there to meet them.
show you guys. Hey, look!
It's the Rangers. Let's get out of here.
You keep that door closed, Henry. I'll take care of the windows. Quiet down, fellas. Quiet down now. Nobody here is going to get into trouble as long as he behaves himself. You hear me?
Okay, now quiet down. Quiet down. We're not here to arrest anybody.
Are you sure about that, Ranger?
That's right. We just want to talk to you, that's all.
Come on, Ed. Knock off the noise and listen, won't you?
Okay, you guys. Listen. Let's listen to what they have to say.
Okay, we'll listen. Let's start off with a question. How badly do you fellas want those baseball uniforms? Now, what do you think is the best way to get them?
Work, maybe.
That's right. Work. Hard, honest work. Is that what you fellas are planning to do? What's the matter? You lost your tongues? I take it that you were meeting here this afternoon to plan various ways you could get your uniforms, such as odd jobs and after-school jobs. That right?
Come on, speak up, Ed. You're the leader.
Okay. You know why we're meeting here. Mike told you all about what we're going to do. And why? Because he's a stool pigeon, that's why.
Don't you call me a stool pigeon, Ed Blake.
Why not? You ratted on us, didn't you? And I told you we'd beat you up if you did.
Sure.
We'll get you for it, too.
I'm not afraid of any one of you alone. But I can't fight the whole bunch at once. And you, Ed, you're the leader. I'll take you on any time you want. Or are you scared?
Scared? Who's scared of you?
Yeah, you won't fight me by yourself.
Yeah, we'll see about that. Come on, I'll fight you right here. Come on, step out and fight.
Okay, Ed, you're asking
Oh, wait
for
a
it.
minute, fellas. There'll be no bare fist fighting. Henry, you jump in the car and bring the boxing gloves from the gym.
But, Bill, do you think you ought to let him fight?
Yeah, Henry, I do. That's the best way to settle this argument. I'll referee. It'll be 3 2-minute rounds, and let the best man win. After it's over, let the fellas choose who they want as leader, Ed or Mike.
Okay, Bill, I'll get the gloves.
Wait a minute. I ain't fighting unless it's bare fist. No sissy fighting for me.
All right. We'll let the gang decide. What'll it be, boys? Bare fists or gloves?
Gloves. I guess it's gloves, Bill.
Well, Ed, all the fellows have voted that you and Mike should use gloves. What do you say?
I say I ain't fighting unless it's bare fist. And that's final. I'm leaving.
What do we do now?
Fellas, let me ask you something. You still want to wreck Tony's store?
No, we don't.
All right. Let's forget about this whole thing. Meanwhile, I'll do all I can to help you get your uniforms. Is that agreeable?
Thanks a lot. That's wonderful.
Come on then, fellas, let's go home. We'll find out a better way to get our uniforms.
Okay, Mike. Come on, you guys.
What now, Bill?
I think I'll go over and have a talk with Tony. I'll meet you back at headquarters after I've seen him.
Hello, Bill. I guess it's time for Tony to close up at the shop. She's been a pretty good a day today. Making lots of money for Rosie, the little bambinos.
I'm glad to hear it, Tony. Go right ahead and count your cash. I can wait.
Oh, no. Tony can do that later. Maybe you want to talk to me, huh?
Yeah, Tony, I would like to have a chat with you for a few minutes.
What she's about, Bill?
The boys' club.
Yes?
And their baseball uniforms.
Oh.
Tony, you've taken a lot from this gang, but believe me, there's no greater investment in the world than to help in the development of these young fellas. We never know what great things will come from it. Sure, today they're roughnecks. Tomorrow they'll be fine young men and great citizens. What do you say, Tony?
Tony, he's not to decide. Go ahead and talk some more, Bill.
Oh, I know they gave you a bad time, made some very unkind remarks, but I've talked with them about this, a whole bunch of them, and they're sorry, Tony. It won't happen again.
How you found out about what happened?
Mike told me all about it.
I don't have no thing against these boys. I like them. And maybe Tony buy all of the uniforms if somebody take a charge and see that my money's not a waste.
Oh, no, Tony. You wouldn't have to buy all the uniforms.
I want to do it, Bill.
All right. Maybe I can get one of the boys' fathers to take charge. Mike's dad, for instance. How would that be?
Tony like it better if you do it, Bill.
Okay, Tony. Ah, you're swell.
Well, Tony, he's understanding the boys. He's the one to show he's a real American. And what's more, he's a forgive, he's also forget, like a good Christian.
Paddy O'Rourke, as I live and breathe. Come on in.
At the top of the evening to you, Bill, me boy. How are you?
Just fine, Pat. Now, pull up a chair, will you?
Me aching feet ain't what they used to be. Pounding the beat gets to be a bit of a chore these days.
What do you mean, Pat? You're in good physical condition, aren't you?
Aye, that I am. Fit as a fiddle. All but these feet of mine. I bring you bad news, Bill, me boy.
Oh? What's going on now, Pat?
Don't get your blood pressure up now till I tell you this. Tony's store was wrecked this afternoon after school.
Tony's store? Who did it?
Young Ed Blake, the leader of the Richmond Hill gang.
You mean he wrecked the store all by himself?
Aye, that's right, Bill. And he did a mighty fine job of it, too. And it's me bound and duty to pick up the lad and take him in.
That's too bad. Looks like he's spoiled it for the rest of the lads in the gang now.
That's what I'm wondering about. And that's why I stopped in here to see you, Bill.
What do you mean, Pat?
Bill, you know me pretty well, I think. I'm just a soft-hearted cop. I don't believe that Ed's a bad boy at heart. He's just got a chip on his shoulder, that's all. Somebody's got to knock it off. Now, I can do that all right. But it wouldn't straighten the lad out. Now, I thought that maybe you could step into the picture and show the lad what he's wrong. Would you do that for an old Irish friend?
Okay, Pat. And I think I've got an idea how we can help young Ed Blake. Don't arrest him till I give you the word.
Hey, Bill, wait a minute.
Okay, fellas.
Hi, Bill. Henry and I want to talk to you.
Sure, Mike. What's on your mind?
You better tell him, Henry.
Bill, Ed Blake's wrecked Tony's store this afternoon.
Yeah, I know.
You know?
Who told you?
Paddy O'Rourke. He was on his way to Ed's house to take him in.
That's tough. Are they going to arrest him?
No, Mike, not yet. Pat asked me to help Ed, and I said I would.
Huh? Oh, how are you going to do that, Bill?
Got an idea. You fellas get the gang together in the old barn at 7:30 this evening and wait for me. Right now, I'm going over and talk to Tony.
I don't think it'll do much good. Tony's sore.
You can't blame him. I guess I would be, too. Anyway, we'll see what we can do. See you at 7:30.
Okay.
Yeah, bye, Bill.
So long, Bill.
No, Bill. Tony's changed his mind. I would have put not one red cent into baseball uniforms. Those boys are no good. And here's the proof. Look at this man.
No, I don't have much talking point right now, Tony. But I'd like to change your mind for you if you'll let me.
Now, what do you mean, Bill?
Tony, it wasn't the gang. It was Ed. Why should all the lads have to suffer because of one? This is hard for you to take, I know, but I don't think that Ed's essentially a bad boy either. He just got a chip on his shoulder.
And he's got a chip, all right.
Now, look, Tony. I'd like you to stop working and go home for the evening.
Stop work? That's what a Tony liked to do, too. But who's going to clean up this mess?
Leave that to me, will you, Tony? It'll be cleaned up. That's a promise. And the damage will be paid for. That's another promise.
You mean that's a promise like you make it before? You tell Tony you fix it all up and the boys are they sorry? Now look what's happened.
Yeah, I know, Tony. My promises don't look so good in the light of what's happened, but give the gang one more chance, will you, Tony?
Okay. Tony's to do that. You know, Bill, Tony's a try to be American. He's a try to be a Christian. I'm a try to forgive and to forget. But this Ed, he's not to let me do it. Why? Why? Tell me why.
I don't know, Tony. That's something I've got to find out. Sometimes it takes a lot of love and patience to win a boy like that. It's like the Bible story of the love of a father for his prodigal son. It took love and patience and prayer over a period of many years. When there wasn't one soul in the world who cared a rap whether he lived or died, the boy knew his father still loved him. And that's what finally saved him.
You know, Bill, you always make Tony feel better. Since you talk to me, Tony's not feel so bad. You got a lot of love and patience. We'll see.
All right, you guys, knock it off. Bill wants to talk to you.
Fellas, I don't have to tell you by now what's happened. Because Ed did what he did, your baseball uniforms are probably out.
Okay, but we didn't wreck Tony's store. Why should Tony take it out on us? Yeah.
Well, Tony figures that Ed's a part of the gang. Anyway, I've figured out a way to change Tony's mind.
Hey, let's go on.
Okay, if you quiet down, I'll tell you what it is. First thing is this. Tomorrow's Saturday. What do you say we all go over to Tony's store first thing and clean up that mess?
Well, that went over like a lead balloon, Bill.
Why should we? We didn't do it.
That's true. You fellas were in on the first visit to Tony's store, weren't you? In Tony's mind, the whole gang's involved.
He's right, you guys. I guess we ought to do it. But Bill will help us get our uniforms if we do?
I don't know. Right now, Tony is against helping at all. But we're not doing this for the uniforms. We're doing this because Tony's a friend and neighbor. And because it's the Christian and the American thing to do.
I don't know. It's an awful mess to have to clean up.
Listen, you guys. Bill's promised Tony the store would be cleaned up. And if we don't do it, Bill will have to do it himself. Now, how about that?
Okay, I'll be there. I'll work hard, too.
Count me in.
Me too, boy.
How about the rest of you guys? Are you in?
Sure.
Bill, the boys that they got at the store looking like a brand new. They work hard, too. Tony's a like that very much.
I'm glad you do, Tony. Maybe it'll make up for some of the things that have been done.
I tell you. You call the boys together. There's something I want to tell them.
All right. Hey, gang, stop work and gather around. Tony's got something to tell you.
I want to say thank you for the good work. And because you're such a good and nice kids, I'm going to buy your baseball uniforms all by myself.
Boy, these sure are keen suits. Tony must have put out a lot of money for these.
Yeah, I hope we can play as good as we look.
Yeah, even Fatso here looks good.
Oh, boy, oh, boy.
Oh, it's Ed. Probably looking for trouble.
Oh, maybe not. Don't interfere, Henry. This had to come sooner or later.
Hello, Ed. Want something?
Yeah.
You're not in the gang, Ed. Now that we've got our uniforms, you want back, huh?
Uh-oh, party's getting rough, Bill.
Quiet, Henry. Let them blow off steam.
This is our clubhouse, Ed. What do you want?
Well, I'd like to come back into the club.
I'm afraid not, Ed. Not only for what you did to us, but most of all for what you did to Tony's store.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, I'm sorry about that.
Sorry, all right. Does that change anything? No, we don't want you.
Please, the kids. Oh, wait a minute.
Hey, it's Tony.
Maybe you take Ed back. If Tony asks you nice. Please.
Why, Tony? Take him back.
Tony, you want us to let Ed back in after what he did to you?
Yes, Mike. He's coming to see me. He says he's going to work for me and pay it all back. So, let him back in the club. Tony, he's even to buy a baseball uniform for him if you let him in. Sure, you boys can forgive and forget if Tony can do it, huh?
Yeah, sure, Tony. If you can do it, so can we. Ain't that right, gang?
Sure, we can do it.
So, Ed, you're back in the gang.
Thanks, Mike. Now, one more thing.
Yeah?
You and I've got to settle things between us.
Settle it?
Yeah, with gloves.
Oh, what for?
Because I won it.
Well, I don't want to fight you, Ed. But if you want it, all right. Bill, you want to referee for us?
All right, fellas. You're about even so far. Now, this is the last round of the three. Come out, fight. Back to your corner, Mike. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's all. Fight's over. Here, Ed. Let me help you up.
Fine, Bill.
Well, that was a hard punch, that last one, wasn't it?
It sure was.
How you feeling now?
Okay now, Bill. The last one really made me see stars.
I'm sorry, Ed. I didn't want to fight you, but you forced me into it, so...
That's all right, Mike. I didn't want to fight you either. But Tony wanted me to do it. Another thing, I guess I needed a good beating, too. Sort of square things up. I want you and me to be buddies, Mike. How about it?
Ed, from here on in, we're buddies.
I can't even hear myself think with all the record cord out in here. That looks like I missed the party.
Yes, the party. You missed the party, but you can stay for the refreshments. Yes, and Pat did stay for the refreshments, and they all had a wonderful time. Indeed, it was like the celebration the father in the Bible story gave when his son came back from a far country. As the Irishman, the Italian, the Rangers, and the boys welcomed Ed Blake back to the gang. We'll see you next week for more adventure with Ranger Bill!
The first couple of radio comedy, Burns and Allen, are up next.
It's Maxwell House Coffee Time, starring George Burns and Gracie Allen. with yours truly, Bill Goodwin, and the music of Meredith Wilson and his orchestra. For deep down laughs and listening enjoyment, it's George and Gracie. And for deep down coffee drinking enjoyment, it's Maxwell House, with extra flavor in the blend because of choice Latin American coffees skillfully combined. Extra flavor in the cup because Radiant Roast develops the full flavor of every coffee bean. And the result is that today more people buy Maxwell House than any other brand of coffee in the world. You know, folks, the George Burnses are so happily married that a newspaper has chosen them for the finals in its search to pick Hollywood's happiest Mr. and Mrs. We find Gracie now talking to a woman from the newspaper.
And so, Mrs. Burns, our search for Hollywood's ideal husband and wife has narrowed down to you and one other couple.
Well, this is a wonderful surprise, Miss Ettinger. But really, George and I aren't so much. We're just plain, ordinary, everyday, delightful people.
Well, Mrs. Burns, since you're so happily married, perhaps you have some advice to pass along to young girls in the matter of choosing the right husband.
Yes, I have. When I was very young, I made up my mind that I would find the perfect man. Man with personality, looks, brains, talent, and charm. I searched for 3 years before I finally married George Burns.
Then your advice to young girls would be?
Do just what I did. Give up the hopeless search and marry the man you love.
And what is your recipe for staying happily married?
Well, personally, I try to observe the mistakes that other wives make and avoid making those mistakes myself.
What kind of mistakes?
Oh, now, for example, I've seen women ask their husbands for $10 to pay an installment on the radio, and then take that money and buy a hat with it.
How true.
Well, if my husband gives me $10 to pay a radio installment, I pay the radio installment. If I need a hat, I use the rent money.
I see.
I can get a much better hat that way.
I understand how using the rent money gets you a better hat. But does that make your husband happy?
Oh, yes, he loves to move.
Well, Mrs. Burns, isn't it difficult to maintain a career and a home at the same time? I mean, isn't it drudgery to come home from the studio and have to cook dinner?
Miss Ettinger, if you were cooking for the one you love, would you call it drudgery?
No, I guess I wouldn't.
Well, neither does George.
You mean your husband does the cooking?
Oh, now, please don't get the idea that George cooks all the meals. He doesn't.
Oh, I see.
Twice a week we eat out.
I must confess that your methods for maintaining a happy marriage are a little unorthodox. However, if you can prove to me that you and your husband are happier than the Galens, you'll win the contest.
The Galens?
They're the other couple in the finals. I'm on my way to observe their home life now. At 1 o'clock, I shall return to observe you and Mr. Burns.
Well, I'm sure you'll find us the happiest couple in Hollywood. Why, the minute we wake up in the morning, we have a good, hearty laugh.
Well, what do you laugh about?
Oh, I laugh at my husband's long, woolly underwear.
Well, why does he laugh?
Oh, it tickles him, too.
Well, goodbye, Mrs. Burns. I shall see you at 1.
Goodbye, Miss Ettinger. Oh, George! Oh, wait a minute. I'd better not tell George about this. If he knows the woman is watching us, he'll be self-conscious and won't crack a smile. Oh,
Did you call me, dear?
Oh, well, yes, darling. Dear, would you say that we're happily married?
Of course we are. We've been happily married for 11 years.
Oh, 11 years. It's pretty good for this town, isn't it?
You bet.
Remember when we'd been married 2 days, they called us the grand old couple of Hollywood?
That's right.
Our marriage has been successful because we realized that married people have to give up certain things. Remember how I asked you to give up betting on the races?
Yeah, and I gave it up.
You certainly did. And remember how you asked me to stop buying so many hats?
Yep.
You gave that up, too.
I certainly did.
Yes, you're a wonderful husband, George. I was lucky to get you. In fact, I guess I'm one person who was lucky at cards and lucky in love, too.
Really?
Yes. Whether it was poker or marriage, I got the pot.
Thanks, kid.
Oh, I didn't mean that the way it sounded. I meant that you're a prize, not that you have a pot.
I see.
I love you, darling, and I'd love you just as much if you didn't have one.
Thanks again.
Do you love me as much as I love you?
Of course I do.
Well, I'd like to hear you say, darling, I love you.
Okay. Darling,
I like to hear those things, you know.
All right. Darling,
you can't just take them for granted.
Okay.
I want to hear you say that you love me.
Darling.
Just 4 little words.
Darling.
But it means so much to us, Bill.
Darling.
Yes,
Gracie.
Yes?
Darling, I love you.
Now, you see that wasn't hard, was it? Say it again.
Darling,
Who likes to hear those things, you know?
I'll try it again tomorrow. Yes.
Oh, good morning, folks.
Oh, good morning, Meredith. Meredith, do you realize that George and I have been happily married for 11 years now?
11 years?
Mm-hmm.
Gosh, have you been married that long, Gracie?
Yes, I have, Meredith. 11 years. Half my life.
Gracie, you were not 11 when you married me. If you were under 18, you would have needed your mother's consent. And believe me, that we didn't have.
Did your mother dislike George, Gracie?
Well, I wouldn't say she disliked him. I'd say she sort of despised him.
The feeling was mutual.
You know that place in the wedding ceremony where the man says, if anyone can show cause why these two should not be married, let him speak now?
Yes.
Well, Mama got up and filibustered.
But we've been very, very happy, Meredith. Why don't you get married?
Me? Oh, I guess I will someday if the right girl ever proposes to me.
It's up to you to do the proposing. Haven't you ever been in love?
Oh, yes, George. I had quite a case on a girl once. She played the harp in my orchestra. Fine musician.
You liked her, huh?
Very much. Her cadenzas were remarkable.
Well, I guess there's nothing like a girl with remarkable cadenzas. Unless one that sings baritone.
Meredith, what happened with you and this girl?
Well, we used to get in my coupe and drive up on Lookout Mountain. And, well, if I may use an overworked expression, we made beautiful music together.
Oh? Well, why did you break up?
It just got to be too much work getting that harp in and out of the coupe.
Meredith, you're a ball of fire. Look, why didn't you drive up on Lookout Mountain without the harp?
That was all she could play.
Oh, Meredith, you really should find a girl and propose. To show you how wonderful married life is, look at George and me. 11 years without a single quarrel.
Well, we had one little quarrel once. Didn't amount to anything.
No, I don't believe we've ever quarreled, dear.
Well, I think we have, darling. A little tiny
No,
quarrel.
precious, we haven't.
But I remember it was nothing.
George, we have never quarreled.
But I remember you fussing at me.
I have never raised my voice to you, but never. Well, answer me, have I?
Well,
Well, don't you dare talk back to me.
talk back to you if I want
Oh,
to.
no, you won't. Now apologize.
All right, I apologize.
Admit I was right.
You were right, you were right.
Oh, you see, Meredith, I was right. 11 years without a single
quarrel.
That's remarkable.
Come in. Hi, Burnses. Well, hello, Meredith.
Hi, Bill.
How are you? What's
Well,
new?
congratulations are in order, Bill. George and I have stayed happily married in Hollywood for 11 years.
Well, congratulations,
Thanks.
Gracie. 11 years.
Mm-hmm.
Gracie, let me look at you. You know, it just doesn't seem possible that you've been married that long. And George, let me look at you. Only 11 years, huh?
Never mind, comedian. You're another guy who ought to be thinking seriously of marriage.
Who, me?
Yeah, he's right, Bill. You and Meredith should get married.
You think we'd be happy?
You know what she meant. Get yourselves wives. Marriage is the healthy, happy state of living.
Happy?
It's really hippie.
Yeah.
You have to be happy.
Yeah. Now, suppose Anthony never married Cleopatra.
Mm-hmm.
Suppose Romeo had never married Juliet.
They didn't.
See, and they're all dead.
Gracie, you're wasting your time. Marriage just doesn't appeal to me.
Oh, but Bill, you're so popular. Well, you could marry dozens of girls.
Really? Dozens? It's beginning to appeal to me.
Take it from me, Bill. You'll find one wife makes plenty to support.
Well, I guess you're right, George. One wife certainly makes plenty to support you.
I'm going in the den and read the paper. See you later, comic.
Okay, straight man.
Oh, Bill, now you've upset him. If he isn't happy by 1 o'clock, we'll lose the contest.
What contest?
Well, George doesn't know it, but we're in the finals of Hollywood's Happy Marriage Contest.
Oh, gee, I'm sorry, Gracie. I didn't know.
Well, I've just got to get him in a gay mood by 1 o'clock. Oh, I know. I'll go in and entertain him. Excuse me, Bill. George?
What?
Want to see a card trick?
No.
Well, watch my hands very carefully. Now you see the ace of spades. Now you don't. Now the ace of spades. Now you don't. Now you see the ace of spades.
Wait a minute.
Now you don't.
Wait a minute. Hold it. I never did see the ace of spades.
Oh, well, I haven't learned how to do it with the cards yet.
This is great. This is great.
Wasn't that an amusing trick? Are you happy?
No, I'm not happy.
Oh. Well, here's a joke I heard on the bus yesterday. A man came home and found his wife sitting in the bathtub with no water in it. So he said, honey, there's no water in the tub. And she said, I know it.
That's the joke you heard on the bus?
Uh-huh.
That's the whole joke?
Yeah, well, George, you're not laughing.
Is that the entire joke?
Well, there must have been more, but I had to get off at 3rd and Vermont.
Gracie.
Are you happy?
No, I'm not happy.
Oh, George, you're very difficult. I'll try another card trick. Think of a card.
Oh, no. Ace of spades.
It's Meredith Wilson and his orchestra. Say, Meredith, when I heard you rehearse that tune you're playing, I thought what a lot of pleasure it's bound to give many people.
Well, Bill, On the Oregon Trail is not only pleasant listening, but it must recall for a great many families legends and stories of an important part of our early American scene.
Yes, for tales have been passed from generation to generation about how the ox teams plodded through that country of scenic wonder. And as you know, you can follow that trail today. If you do, you'll touch places that bear wonderful names. Listen to some of them. Independence Rock, Devil's Gate, Sweetwater River, Wind River Mountains, the Valley of the Bear. Names significant to our American scene. And I can't help thinking, too, that in so many homes today, there's another name that's become a part of our American way of life. Maxwell House, a coffee of true distinction. For in this nation of coffee lovers, Maxwell House is bought and enjoyed by more people than any other brand. You see, Maxwell House experts skillfully blend these choice Latin American coffees. Manizales for mellowness. Medellins for richness. Other choice Latin American coffees for vigor. And Bucaramangas for full body. The result is coffee so full-flavored and richly delicious that north, east, south, and west, the name Maxwell House is synonymous with the phrase, good to the last drop.
Oh, Meredith, George and I will never win the happy marriage contest. Look at the time, 12:30. That woman will be here at 1 o'clock.
Yeah, I know it.
And George still isn't happy. When she sees him, the Galens are bound to get the award.
I sure wish we could think of some way to cheer him up.
Well, think, Meredith, think.
Thinking.
What was George doing the last time you saw him really happy and enjoying himself?
Well, let me see. I guess he was watching that burlesque show he took me to.
No, I'm afraid I couldn't do that. The house is too cold. What else does George like to do?
Well, he loves to discuss politics. He's always...
Politics, of course. A good, intelligent political discussion will make him happy. Excuse me, Meredith. George,
Yes, dear?
how do you feel about Coolidge?
Coolidge.
Do you think he'll be elected president this year?
Don't think he's got a chance.
How about William Jennings Bryan?
Well, he's got as good a chance as Coolidge.
Just hope a Republican doesn't get in again. Time the Democrats had a chance.
Yes, they've really been pushed around.
Mm-hmm. How do you feel about South America?
How do you feel about it?
I say leave it where it is.
Yeah, let's not move it. It's heavy.
Now, take inflation. How about that?
Inflation?
Yeah.
You tell me.
Well, I don't think we should keep it a secret just because we invented it first. We should share it with all the United Nations.
That's the spirit.
Yeah. And now let's take Congress. The meeting, you know.
I know. Yes. I got a meeting. Yes.
Some people want a long Congress, and some people want a short Congress.
And you?
Well, a lot of people are against the short Congress, but I say if Mr. LaGuardia wants to run, his size shouldn't keep him out.
Fair enough.
Mm-hmm. And then take the poll tax. I'm against it.
You are?
Oh, yes.
That's interesting.
We're all Americans. Why should people pay a special tax because they came from Poland?
Good argument.
Yeah. Now, what shall I take next?
A powder right out that door.
This talk about politics hasn't made you happy?
No.
Why not?
I'm worried about Coolidge's chances.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Now, run along and let me brood about it.
Oh, yes, dear.
Oh, poor Cal. Well, did it make him happy, Gracie?
No, and I can't understand it. He hangs on Gabriel Heater's every word, and I'm much more attractive. Oh, excuse me, Meredith.
Good day, Mrs. Burns.
Oh, hello, Mr. Postman.
I detect a note of sadness in your voice, and you're usually gay and carefree like me.
Well, I have a problem. My husband is unhappy, and we're entered in the happy marriage contest.
Oh, is there a happy marriage contest?
Yeah, didn't you and your wife enter? Oh, I forgot. I guess your marriage would never win a prize.
Not unless I entered my wife in the Golden Gloves.
Does she still strike you?
Mrs. Burns, 20 years ago I asked for her hand, and she's been giving it to me ever since.
Well, into each life some rain must fall.
Yes, but my wife shouldn't happen even in California. I guess you and I are both married to cloudbursts.
Oh, no. George isn't that bad. He's just an occasional drip.
Well, compared to me, your husband should be as happy as a lark.
Say, that's an idea. Maybe if you tell George how miserable you are, he'll see how much reason he has to be happy.
Bring him on. I'll fill his little heart with joy. And then my wife hit me with the electric iron, tied my hands and feet, and flung me down the basement where I lay for 4 days. Oh, goodbye, Mr. Burns. Remember, keep smiling.
Well, George, how do you feel now? Are you happy?
Happy? How can I be happy when that poor little man is so miserable?
But, dear...
He made me feel terrible. I'm going in the den.
Meredith. Now I've got to start all over again and make him happy.
Yeah, and that woman will be here in 15 minutes.
Yeah, let's see now. I know how Clara Bagley made her husband happy recently, but I wouldn't have time for that.
What did she do?
She had a baby.
No, I guess that's impractical. It would be a lot easier to make George happy if he wasn't the worrying type.
Meredith, I believe you've got it. He'll be much happier if I do all the worrying for both of us.
He sure ought to be.
Well, I'll stop his worries right now. George?
What?
From now on, I don't want you to do any worrying.
Well, fine.
I'll do it for both of us.
Good.
So, don't worry about the postman. Don't worry about your electric razor. Don't worry about...
Wait a minute. What happened to my electric razor?
Oh, it got kind of clogged up when I peeled the carrots with it.
You peeled carrots with my electric razor?
Don't
the
worry
new one
about...
that I just got?
Don't worry. From now on, I'm worrying about everything. The fender on the car, too.
Fender on the car?
Yeah, but I sort of ran into the rear end of Mr. Connor's milk truck.
Oh, no.
Yeah, but don't you worry about it. I'm handling all the worrying. Now, you happy?
No, I'm not happy.
Still brooding about Coolidge,
Yeah,
huh?
about Coolidge. Now, get out of here.
Well, Meredith, Oh, hello, Bill.
Hi, Gracie. I came back to see if you'd won the happy marriage contest.
Well, not yet, and we haven't a chance unless George cheers up.
Oh, the little man is still unhappy,
Oh,
huh?
Bill, you ought to see him. He doesn't look like himself.
And you're complaining?
What can I do? That woman will be here to observe us in 5 minutes.
Well, you just leave him to me, Gracie. I've got a letter here that ought to do the trick.
Oh, good, Bill. He's right in there in the den.
Hello, George, old man.
Hello, Bill.
Oh, come on, George. Cheer up. Wait till you hear this letter from the sponsor. Wait till you hear the nice thing he said about you.
About me?
Mm-hmm.
From the sponsor?
Yeah.
Well, read it, Bill. What does he say?
Well, I'll read some excerpts, huh?
Good.
Now, get this. The Maxwell House Coffee people are proud and happy to have as their star a man whose charm and talent are on a par with the quality of their product.
Wow.
Now, that really means something, because Maxwell House Coffee is tops.
I know. Read some more.
It's appetizing, rich, full-bodied, and mellow.
Read the letter. Read some more.
Maxwell House's coffee at its full-flavored best. Good to the last drop.
Read some
That's why more people buy and enjoy Maxwell House than any other brand of coffee in the world.
The letter, Bill. What else does the sponsor say?
Well, now get this closing.
Yes.
And it is our fervent hope that this talented and brilliant man will still be with us 5, 10, or even 20 years from now.
Boy.
Because it has indeed been a pleasure to sponsor radio's brightest personality, Bill Goodwin.
Bill Goodwin.
Yes.
Let me see where it says that.
Right here.
I thought you said the sponsor said something nice about me.
Well, I was coming to that, George. P.S. Tell Gracie's husband we liked his Christmas card.
Well, that's nice.
Wasn't that a nice thing for him to say? Aren't you thrilled?
I'm a mass of quivering goose flesh.
Well, then don't act so miserable. Smile. Be happy.
What have I got to be happy about?
What have you got? Well, look at you. You've got a... Boy, you got a right to be miserable.
Bill, did you fix it? Is he any happier?
Well, I'm afraid not, Gracie. We were going along fine till the subject of George Burns came up. Now we're both depressed. I'm sorry.
Wow, he was a big help. We've got 2 minutes to go. What can we do, Meredith?
You know, Gracie, I might be able to make George happy.
Yeah, how?
Well, I'm a musician, and music hath charms.
It hath?
Yeah. I'd say sure. Suppose I take my flute in there and play him a solo.
Oh, wonderful.
Shall I play him something by Chopin or something by Humperdinck?
Oh, Humperdinck, by all means. The man who was willing to live with that name must have been happy.
Chopin sounds awfully pretty on a flute.
Oh, play Humperdinck.
Okay, Gracie. Humperdinck it is. You wait right here.
Well, what do you want?
Ouch!
Oh, happened?
I knew I should have played Chopin.
It's too late now. Here comes the woman up the walk. Well, maybe I can bluff this thing through if she doesn't see George. Come in.
Hello, Mrs. Burns.
Hello.
Is this your husband?
Oh, no. My husband, my happy husband, is in bed.
In bed?
Yes, he's so happy he laughed himself sick. All we do around here is just laugh, laugh, laugh. Well, let's have the award, huh?
Can't I have any peace in this house? Stop all this cackling. Now, quiet.
So this is Laughing Boy.
Who's this old bat?
Doesn't he say the funniest things? That's my happy husband.
Yeah, he's a scream. Well, on behalf of my newspaper, here's the award for being the happiest couple in Hollywood.
You giving it to us?
I've got to.
But I thought you'd give it to the Galens.
I'm not going to chase him to Reno just for that. Goodbye.
Join us again next week when we'll all be back. George Burns, Gracie Allen, Meredith Wilson and his orchestra, and yours truly, Bill Goodwin.
Until next Thursday, then, good night and good luck from the makers of Maxwell House, America's #1 brand of coffee. Always good to the last drop.
Gracie, I'm sorry I lost my temper. I guess we really are the happiest couple in Hollywood.
Well, sure we are. And that's because you're the boss and I do whatever you say.
Oh, I'm not the boss.
Oh, yes, you are, dear.
Oh, no, I'm not.
Yes, you are.
No, really, I'm...
George, I'm running this house, and when I say you're the boss, you're the boss.
I lost my head. Just call me bossy.
Oh, that's good. Good night.
Stay tuned to this station because Dinah Shore's open house is coming on in just a second. Dinah's special guest tonight is Jack Carson.
Oh, goody, goody Jell-O pudding tonight. It tastes like Grandma's, only more so.
You ain't kidding, that's right. And just as Jell-O's 6 delicious locked in flavors can't be beaten, so the proof of Jell-O pudding's in the eating.
The Jell-O twins are hard to find, but keep on looking in your store. When sugar shortages are over, there'll be more.
Just a taste of Jell-O pudding or of Jell-O and you know it's the one and only Jell-O.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company. The National Broadcasting Company. The National Broadcasting Company. The National Broadcasting Company.
Next, hunt the biggest of all game with the Green Hornet.
The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies that even the G-men cannot reach. The Green Hornet. The adventurer, Justice, wears a blindfold. The events and characters depicted in this drama are fictitious. Any similarity to actual persons, living or dead, is purely coincidental.
Hey, Clicker, where are you?
Close that door. Don't you know any better than to let light into a photographer's darkroom?
You and your silly snapshots. I have important news.
Yeah?
Where are you? This black as pitch in here. Can't see where I'm going.
Oh, Lowry, you bumped into a pile of equipment.
Will you come on out of this place?
All right. No harm's been done anyway. Small thanks to you.
Come on, bring your camera.
I always bring my camera.
Glad to be out here where I can see what goes on.
That's what I want to know. What does go on?
Plenty. The law finally caught up with Stefani.
Slip Stefani? Don't tell me he's been arrested again.
Arrested my eye. This time he's going on trial.
You mean he won't wiggle out of this one the way he has all the others?
There were no witnesses before.
Oh, sounds interesting. What do we do?
Gunnigan gave you and me the assignment of going over to the courthouse.
What for? Stefani won't be there. He'll be out on bail.
We're not seeing Stefani, Clicker.
No?
We're going to find out who's going to be the judge in his trial. In an important trial like this, the Sentinel's got to cover every angle, and the judge is one of them.
Not to mention the jury.
Sure, but even in a jury case, the judge is plenty important. And you know Stefani.
Gosh, Lowry, I hope he gets a judge who'll really treat him rough.
Hey, Stefani.
Can't you see I'm busy with my mouthpiece?
Yes, Dutch. As Slip's lawyer, I'm planning his defense.
What's Slip? Listen. Guess who's going to be the judge on your case?
Who?
Grayson.
What?
Yeah, Grayson. I was hanging around the courthouse, and one of the clerks in special sessions gave me the tip.
Stefani, you're sunk. Grayson is the toughest judge on the bench. You won't stand a chance before him.
Is that so?
He's dynamite. You know the kind of reputation he has.
He's one guy that can't be fixed, Slip.
I know all about Grayson.
Slip, I'm your lawyer.
Yes?
If you want legal advice from me, I'm telling you, you might as well jump bail.
Schiller's right, Slip. Take it on the lam. I got the car waiting downstairs.
Forget it, Dutch.
You ain't got a chance.
Why not?
You'll get a 20-year sentence if you stay.
I said I'm staying, Schiller.
But Slip.
Don't be a sap, Stefani.
Me blow out of town because of Grayson? Nothing doing. I got a nice racket, and I'm keeping it, see?
You can't run it from behind prison bars.
That's right, boss.
Who said anything about me going to the gal?
Well, where else are you heading with Grayson judging?
Now, get this straight, you two. This ain't no surprise to me.
Huh?
I knew Grayson was going to be the judge a week ago.
Do you mean to tell me
And
that
what's more, I ain't worried. I got this case fixed.
Oh, Slip, who you kidding?
Grayson's got a secretary, ain't he?
Of course he has.
That secretary is appointed through politics.
Everybody knows that. Even a judge has got to hand out something to his party if he wants to get his job.
Correct, Dutch. When a judge wants to get nominated, he has to make certain concessions to the political party.
Don't mean nothing, no. They only do it because they gotta. Grayson don't have much use for his secretary.
Grayson don't, but we do.
What do you mean, Slip?
When my trial comes up, that guy's going to be working for me. And when he gets through fixing things up, well, Judge Grayson's going to have that jury on my side. It's in the bag, all wrapped up and ready to deliver.
Judge Grayson's going to handle the Stefani trial.
How about a statement from the judge?
Now, the judge's secretary says nothing to him.
What's the judge's opinion on racketeering in
I
general?
don't know. My editor's going to be sore if I don't get something.
They say the judge is busy.
Hey, where are you going, Lowry?
Come on, Clicker.
We're supposed to see the judge.
He's not seeing anyone.
I thought so. Giving up already. Well, I'm going back.
Who's giving up?
I suppose you have another name for it.
If you'll use those pretty little peepers of yours, you'll see that door down the side corridor.
Sure, I see it, but what's
That door, Clicker, is another entrance to Judge Grayson's offices. While those other newshounds are clamoring around the main entrance, we're going to sneak in this way.
Don't tell me that's your own idea, Lowry. I bet you saw it in the movies.
Never mind the wisecracks. Now faint.
Huh?
Faint. Make believe you're fainting.
Oh, I get it. That's our alibi for barging in the judge's office.
Never mind the explanations. Get busy. Here's the door.
Okay, here I go.
Hey, you don't have to put your weight on me until we get the door open.
Excuse me. This lady passed out. Yes, of course, Schiller. I know what to do. You don't have to worry, Schiller. All right, Schiller. Who are you? Don't you realize this is a private office?
Sorry, she fainted. Put her on the couch for a minute.
You can't stay here.
She may be feminine, but she isn't frail. I hope I didn't interrupt your phone call.
Phone call? Oh, nothing important.
Oh, where am I?
She's better. Get her out of here.
Now, wait a minute, Creevy. You can't...
How do you know my name?
Well, I heard one of the men in the hall mention it.
I guess I must have fainted.
You're reporters. Get out. Judge Grayson isn't seeing any reporters.
Creevy, what's wrong?
Judge Grayson, I'm Lowry from the Daily Sentinel. How about the Stefani trial?
He sneaked in with this young lady, Judge.
Young man, since I have been selected to preside over Mr. Stefani's trial, I am not at liberty to make any statements.
Well, how about racketeering in general, sir?
As a judge, my sentiments on crime of any sort are well known. As for this trial, you'll have to wait until it's over.
Sure, but
I can promise one thing. This trial will be conducted as I have always conducted trials in the past, strictly according to the evidence.
Now you'll have to leave, both of you.
Thanks, Judge. It isn't much, but it's a statement anyhow. Come on, Clicker.
Hey, Casey, how do you like this photo?
Where's Mr. Reed?
Clicker, don't wave that picture in my face. It's still damp. Sure, I just pulled it out of the hypo. It's a candid shot of Judge Grayson. I took it when he was talking to Lowry.
The judge didn't even know Clicker was snapping it.
Did you get anything from him about the Stefani trial?
Well, you know, Casey, since he's going to conduct it, he couldn't very well give an opinion beforehand.
But look at this picture. Get that expression on his face. He looks like bad news for Stefani, doesn't he?
He was careful about his words, Casey, but he didn't think anyone would be catching his facial expression.
And that's what makes it a story. You know what the Chinese say. In this case, yes. You mean the one about one picture being worth 1,000 words?
Now that that's cleared up, how about it, Casey? Where's the boss?
Mr. Reed's at the ball game.
Again?
Talking about me, Larry?
Oh, hello, Mr. Reed.
How was the ball game?
I left after the 5th inning. The score's so lopsided it got dull.
Mr. Reed, Lowry couldn't get a definite statement from Judge Grayson.
Grayson? About what?
The Stefani trial, Mr. Reed. He's going to preside.
Oh, that. Well, if he won't talk, he won't talk. You can't expect it long as he's going to be the judge.
I took such a swell picture of him, too. Look, Mr. Reed.
It's not bad.
Not bad. It's perfect.
Yeah, but what good does it do without a story? All the judge would say was that he'd conduct this trial as he has all the others in the past.
Not very definite, is it? That's about as definite as a dictator's promise.
Gunnigan thought maybe if we used the picture and the statement, that might make a story. The expression on his face is so strong that
Did the judge give you permission to snap this clicker?
No, not exactly, Mr. Reed.
Then the Sentinel has no right to use it. Sorry, Miss Benny.
Hey, Mr. Reed, you tore out my photo.
We can use no picture of a judge without his authorization.
There goes our story. Without a picture, it's not worth a stick of type.
Oh, we have a picture, Lowry.
Huh?
But you
There are
just
plenty of pictures of Judge Grayson in our files. Look through them, Miss Benny. I'm sure you'll find one that's every bit as strong as this one. We can do that without getting into trouble.
The night before the trial of Slip Stefani was scheduled to start, 2 men called on Judge Grayson late in the evening.
Good evening, Judge.
Creevy, what are you doing here? Who's this with you?
You know Mr. Schiller, Judge. He's Stefani's lawyer.
Can I see you for a few minutes, Judge? It's about the
Schiller,
trial.
if you're here to discuss Stefani's trial, the answer is no. You should know better than that.
It's about something else, Judge Grayson. Another matter entirely.
In that case, come in. We'll go into my study. I have a few minutes to spare. Here we are. Now, what is it, Schiller?
Creevy, close the door. Judge, you're going to fix things so Stefani goes free.
Why, how dare you discuss that?
You'd better do as he says, Judge.
I never had much use for you, Creevy. You're my secretary only because I was obliged to take you. Now get out, both of you.
Hold on, Grayson.
I'll have you put out.
You're not calling the police or anyone, Grayson. First, we talk about Stefani.
I'll have you disbarred.
No, you won't.
And you're not withdrawing from this case. You're the judge, understand?
Schiller, I warn you.
You decide in Stefani's favor, or I'll have you thrown off the bench.
Do you know what you're saying?
Every word, Judge.
It's ridiculous.
Here. Look at these checks made out to cash.
Why should they concern me?
Look at the endorsement on the back.
But I don't see
They're
why...
endorsed over to you, Judge Grayson.
And notice who signed them.
Endorsed over to me. Hanford and Young. These are their checks.
You tried them both and freed them.
Of course. The evidence was on their side.
Sure, but Hanford and Young are both dead now. From these checks, it looks as if they bribed you to let them go.
Where did these checks come from? I never saw them before.
I'm your secretary, Judge. I took those checks and had them deposited to your bank account.
If necessary, Creevy will swear that you knew all about them. It'll mean you're finished as a judge. Disgrace to you and your family.
But it's impossible. Both Hanford and Young are dead.
Checks are evidence enough.
Schiller, all this will do you no good. I'm only the judge. It's the jury that will settle Stefani's fate.
You can do plenty, Grayson. You can fix it so that jury never has a chance to go to the jury room.
Impossible.
Pick on something the district attorney says. Declare a mistrial.
That will only delay things. There'll be another trial.
Don't worry. By that time, Stefani can take care of the witnesses so there won't be another trial. Besides, there's lots of ways for a smart judge like you who knows all the tricks of law. Influence that jury if you have to. Call a mistrial. Anything.
I refuse to be a party to tampering with justice.
You're on a spot, Judge.
Remember your wife. She's not well.
If you're impeached, the scandal will kill her.
Yes, Emily. Her heart. 20 years on the bench, and now this.
The great Judge Grayson. They won't suspect a thing.
We'll see you in court tomorrow, Judge. Keep your mind on one thing. That, weak heart your wife has. Stefani goes free, or else.
Sentinel paper, Sentinel! Stefani trial starts tomorrow. Racketeer goes on trial. Jury selected. Sentinel paper.
But, Your Honor,
This witness is important.
The court cannot waste the jury's time with non-essentials, Mr. District Attorney. I do not consider this witness of any importance. Call your next
Holy cat's clicker. Looks like Stefani's pretty lucky.
He certainly had the best of it so far.
Look at Judge Grayson. He looks like he's half dead.
Several days after the start of the Stefani trial, Britt Reed burst into his apartment and spoke to Cato, his faithful valet and the only living person to know him as the Green Hornet.
Cato.
Yes, Mr. Reed.
I've just come from the Stefani trial. Judge Grayson has just called a recess until further notice. Looks like he's going to call it a mistrial.
What is that?
Oh, when someone tries to influence a jury indirectly by bringing in some matter which doesn't belong, it's a very technical point.
Who done that?
Well, that's just it. The district attorney mentioned something about Stefani. Usually no one would notice it. But Judge Grayson immediately jumped on him and said he would have to consider a motion for a mistrial.
Is that bad?
Cato, if there's a mistrial, Stefani will get off. I'm sure of it. What puzzles me is Judge Grayson himself.
What's wrong, Mr. Reed?
Well, Grayson has lost all his old spirit. He looks like a man condemned. There's something behind this, Cato. It appears very much like an attempt to take unfair advantage of blindfolded justice.
By who?
That's just it, Cato. I don't know whether it's Stefani alone or whether Grayson is in on it, too. But we're going to find out. At the mask, Cato, and the gun.
Yes, sir. You go out of the Green Hornet?
Cato, justice wears a blindfold. But in this case, she may be able to see the scales with the help of the Green Hornet.
To continue our story. When a notorious racketeer was brought to trial, the public believed he would at last be found guilty of his crimes. But the racketeer had brought pressure to bear on the judge in his case. He and the judge's crooked secretary had framed the judge so that he was forced to free the racketeer or be disgraced. When the trial was halted for the judge's decision, Britt Reed assumed his role of the Green Hornet to carry out the ends of true justice. It is evening. In the Grayson home, Mrs. Grayson speaks to her husband.
John, what's troubling you?
It's nothing. Now, won't you please leave me? I have work to do.
All right, John.
I'm sorry to be so abrupt, but I must decide on this motion for mistrial tonight.
Your secretary Creevy is outside. Do you want him?
Creevy? No, I don't.
John, you won't do anything that isn't right, will you?
Of course not. I'm only doing my duty as a judge.
I just wanted to be sure. Good night, dear.
I could free Stefani right now so easily, and yet I know it isn't right.
Then why are you doing it?
What? Who are you?
If you free that racketeer Grayson, you won't be worthy of the position you hold.
You're wearing a mask. How did you get in here?
Through the French door.
If your motive is burglary, I warn you.
I'm not a burglar.
Then why are you here?
Grayson, have you ever heard of the Green Hornet?
The Green Hornet? You're the Green Hornet?
Precisely. What does that name mean to you?
Everything that's crooked. You're wanted for every crime up to murder.
Yet I've never committed murder. Nor is that all, Grayson. The Green Hornet has never committed any crime. Unless you call bringing criminals to justice a crime.
The law takes care of criminals.
Sometimes there are criminals who evade the law. And that's when the Green Hornet steps in. And that's why I'm here now.
Stefani sent you here, didn't he?
Whatever... perhaps you're right, Judge. Maybe Stefani did send me here.
He's not content to hold those checks over my head as a threat. He sends you here in addition.
What checks are you talking about?
Don't pretend you don't know. Unless I grant Stefani a mistrial, those checks will be his means of having me disgraced. I'll be turned out of my position as judge.
I'm beginning to understand. Blackmail, eh?
Worse than blackmail. Those checks will convict me of accepting bribes, even though I never did.
You're entirely innocent of such a thing, is that it?
Of course I am. Yet Creevy and Stefani between them. But why repeat all this? If you're in with Stefani, you're familiar with his scheme already.
Who has those checks? Is it Stefani?
Stop all this pretense.
Answer me, who has those checks?
My secretary, Creevy. If he carried them with him, I'd be tempted to use force to get them back.
I see. He has them hidden someplace. His apartment, possibly.
I presume
You
so.
realize, Grayson, that it's your sworn duty to uphold the law regardless of any personal consequences that may follow?
I'm powerless to do anything. My wife is not well. Any disgrace may be fatal to her.
There's only one way to prove yourself an honest judge.
Why are you talking this way? You said Stefani sent you.
It was you who said that, Judge Grayson, not I. I'm here to aid justice.
You and Stefani can't trick me, Hornet. I know very well you're here for one reason. To make certain that I carry out Stefani's wishes.
Judge Grayson, I just came in to find out...
Out of my way, Grayson.
The Green Hornet!
Let me go, Grayson.
No, you can't go after
Why
him.
not? Isn't that Creevy, your secretary?
Please, if you go out there, my wife will see you. She has a weak heart. It might cause serious complications.
In that case, Grayson, I'll follow Creevy another way. Through the French door, the same way I came in.
Thank heavens you didn't go out there.
But remember one thing, Grayson. Don't call the police.
I won't.
And whatever happens, keep this in mind. Nothing is going to halt Stefani's trial, not even you. His guilt or innocence is a matter for the jury to decide. I'm going to make certain the jury has that chance.
What's the idea? What are you doing here at this time of night, Creevy? Thought you were over at the judge's home.
I just came from there, Stefani. Something happened.
You mean Grayson's gonna let me off?
No, it ain't that. Listen, Stefani. I walked into Grayson's study without knocking, understand?
Sure. I bothered to be polite to him when we got him on the spot, huh?
It's nothing to laugh about. You know who was there?
How could I?
The Green Hornet.
What? The Green Hornet? In with Grayson?
I recognized him. That mask he wears, just like the pictures in the paper.
Did he get you?
No, he started for me, but I slammed the door. I came over here as fast as I could.
The Hornet's in on this. We better watch out. That guy's dynamite.
You are not telling me anything new.
He might blast our scheme wide open.
But I can't figure it, Stefani. Who's he working for?
All I know is he ain't working for us. We gotta do something, Creevy, fast.
That's why I came here.
Did you bring them checks?
Oh, don't worry about them, Stefani. They're safe in my apartment.
Yes, safe? What do you mean safe? As long as that Hornet's around, nothing's safe.
Yes, you're right. What shall I do?
Get over to your place and bring the checks back here.
Okay.
I'll call Shell and have him start putting more pressure on Judge Grayson. We gotta have Grayson set me free in a hurry before something goes haywire.
Once Grayson declares that mistrial, you're all set, Stefani.
Never mind that talk. Get moving. For all we know, the Hornet may be at your place right now.
After trailing Creevy to Stefani's place in the Black Beauty, Britt Reed stayed only long enough to watch Creevy enter. Then he spun the wheel and headed for the secretary's apartment. Arriving there before Creevy, he picked up the telephone.
Who are you calling, Mr. Britt?
I'm calling the police, Cato. I want to get some news to them before Creevy arrives. Meanwhile, you get busy and give this apartment the appearance of having been burglarized. Pull out drawers, upset things.
Yes, sir.
Hello, police department? I got a little tip for you. Slip Stefani's going to try to jump bail tonight. And never mind who's calling. Watch Stefani. He's planning to run out on his trial. It's time enough for me to act before the police face this phone.
Is Stefani run away?
Well, Stefani doesn't know it yet, Cato, but he'll try to run away very soon. As soon as he learns that we have those checks.
Shall I look for them, Mr. Britt?
Oh, we won't look for the checks, Cato. We'll let Creevy locate them for us. They're the first things you'll look for when he sees how upset his place is. Now put out the lights and we'll wait for him to arrive.
Britt Reed and Cato hid themselves behind the drapes in Creevy's apartment. Then a short time later...
Quiet, Cato. Someone's coming in.
Gotta find those checks before anybody gets at them. Where's that light switch? What the devil? The place is in a mess. The Green Hornet must have been here already. If he found those checks, the game's up. Look in the drawer where I kept them. Why, they're here. The checks just like I left them. Well, I guess the Green Hornet didn't have anything to do with this.
Hand over those checks, Creevy.
The Green Hornet?
That's exactly right. You recognize me in Judge Grayson's study.
Who are you working for, Hornet?
For Justice, Creevy, but you wouldn't understand that.
You can't talk to me that way. I'm Judge Grayson's secretary.
You're a crook, Creevy. You're working for Stefani. But this is one time you won't get away with your little plan.
How do you know about it?
Never mind that. Are you giving me those checks?
You want them, Hornet? Try and
Tell Miss Me, Creevy, your aim was bad. You take it.
Gas. I can't breathe.
He's out. Yeah, I didn't figure on using gas on him. I thought he'd surrender those checks without any fuss.
Your checks.
Yeah, let me see. Yeah, they're made out to cash, deposited in Judge Grayson's account. Yeah, there's no doubt that if these were made public, it would mean the end of Grayson's career.
That mustn't happen.
That's up to Grayson himself. If he can't decide to do the right thing, regardless of consequences, he doesn't deserve to be a judge. I'll keep these checks handy.
I see.
We'll see Grayson presently. First, I'll call Stefani and let him know what's happened. He's expecting a call from Creevy, so he may be a little surprised when he finds out who it is.
Hello?
Stefani?
Yeah, who's talking? This you, Creevy?
This isn't Creevy, but I'm calling from his place.
Why don't Creevy call? Put him on the phone.
That's impossible. You see, I just had to give Creevy a shot of gas to get certain bits of paper from him.
Creevy's been gassed. Say, who is this? Who's talking?
This is the Green Hornet.
Who you kidding?
What's more, I have those checks. The game's up, Stefani. You're finished.
No, listen, Hornet. I'll pay you for them checks. I'll pay you plenty. Only don't give them to Judge Grayson.
You'd better start running, Stefani. There's a long stretch in jail waiting for you if you don't. He'll start running, all right. Directly into the hands of the police. They'll make sure he doesn't get away from his own trial.
Yes, sir.
I'll be interested to learn how Judge Grayson acts when he finds that Stefani has attempted to skip out.
When the news of Stefani's attempt to jump his bail reached the ears of the reporters, they immediately rushed to Judge Grayson's home and clamored for a statement.
Stefani got nabbed by the cops trying to get away. How about a statement from the judge, Mrs. Grayson?
Will this make any difference in the motion for a mistrial?
Here's Judge Grayson now.
Emily, what are these reporters doing here at this time of night?
Judge, Stefani was just caught trying to leave town.
Does that mean he has inside information?
The only reason he'd leave would be if you decided to continue the trial.
Is that it, Judge?
I cannot give my decision on that until court opens tomorrow morning. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm going to my study.
But, Judge...
Mrs. Grayson will show you out. Good night.
We'd better be in court tomorrow, Lowry.
You said it, Clicker.
You'll have to leave, all of you.
All right, come on, Clicker, let's go.
I can't understand it. Why should Stefani do a thing like this when he's sure of his release?
Perhaps he isn't sure.
What? You've come back again. What is it this time?
I've been waiting here in your study, Judge, while those reporters were outside trying to interview you.
Is this more of Stefani's work?
I don't know what you mean.
He isn't fool enough to try to jump bail while he has those checks.
Suppose the checks were gone. Suppose they weren't in his possession any longer.
But that's ridiculous.
Is it?
Look here. If Stefani thinks he has me in the palm of his hand completely enough for a farce like this, he's mistaken. He's gone too far.
What are you going to do about it?
You weren't pointing that gun at me.
This gun is used only for my own protection. I can't afford to be captured.
I can well believe that.
You haven't answered my question yet. How about Stefani? Does his trial go on?
If it's any of your business, Stefani's trial will go on.
Even if it means your disgrace?
Do you see this envelope on my desk?
Yes.
That envelope contains my resignation. I wrote it an hour ago, before I knew Stefani was going to run out.
Why?
Because I had decided that Stefani's case would go on. After that, I shall resign. This envelope contains my statement.
Open it up.
Why should I?
And if you won't, I'll open it for you. Look inside.
Why, that's not my resignation. It looks like... These are the canceled checks. The ones Stefani threatened to use against me. Where did they come from?
I put them there.
You?
I came here to make certain Stefani's trial would go on.
You read my resignation?
While you were outside with the reporters. That resignation was proof that you intended doing the honest thing, Judge Grayson. Proof that you refused to aid lawbreakers.
I always shall, no matter what the consequences.
And that's why I removed that resignation, Judge Grayson. There's no longer any need for you to resign.
I don't know what to say. How to thank you.
Burn those checks, Grayson, and you'll have nothing to fear. As for thanking me, I'll have all the thanks I need when Stefani gets what's coming to him.
He will. The jury will see to that.
Central Extreme paper! Jury finds Stefani guilty! Racketeer goes to jail! Beating hard into the guard! Central Extreme paper!
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Green Hornet Incorporated.
Hi-ho, Silver! Away to those thrilling days of yesteryear with The Lone Ranger.
A fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. Danger rides the trail once again as the famous Lone Ranger urges his great horse Silver on to new adventure. Listen to those silver-shod hoofs racing over the hard-packed roadbeds of yesteryear. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver, old boy! That's it, old fellow! Town is waiting for us on the trail ahead! Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
The central figure in tonight's story is Andy Beecham, a hard-working prospector, typical of the Old West. Andy had searched for gold in desert and mountain, in good times and bad, under burning sun and freezing snow. Because of his courage, he had met the disappointments of the years, continuing his hunt for the precious metal in spite of all obstacles. When he was just about to give up hope of ever finding the yellow gold, he suddenly struck it rich. He uncovered what promised to be a profitable vein of ore, filed his claim, and built a small home on the property. As our story begins, we see Andy and his wife entertaining a guest, Rod Ramsey. The prospector has been telling the story of his good luck, and as we join them, we hear some of the details.
So after years of knocking around, Ramsey, I located this place. It was just what I'd always been hunting for.
They tell me that all this section is hard rock. How about that, Andy?
That's right. Hard rock mining.
That's the tough kind, ain't it?
Yeah. Takes a lot of capital for tools and things. Gotta blast the ore out.
You was lucky to have the capital to work with.
Didn't have.
You didn't?
I don't know what we'd have done, Mr. Ramsey, if it hadn't been for Mark Nelson.
Who?
Mark Nelson. He lives down the valley. He loaned me the cash for the job.
Well, how'd he come to do that?
Well, that's his business.
Oh. Andy, there's two kinds of men you can't trust. Horse traders and money lenders.
What about gamblers?
Mary,
I didn't mean Mr. Ramsey. He's an honest gambler.
Don't mind me, Andy. I quit the gambling game 2 years ago.
You did?
Oh, I'm glad to hear that, Mr. Ramsey. I always said you was far too fine a man to make your living gambling.
I quit for good. But about this money lender, I'm kind of sorry you went to him, Andy.
Shucks, why not? As soon as the claim begins to pay, I'll return the money I borrowed.
I hope you can. I wish I'd known you needed cash, but of course I didn't. I didn't have no idea where you and Mary had gone to after you left the flats.
Funny being together again here, ain't it?
It sure is.
What brought you here anyhow, Mr. Ramsey?
Well, to tell the truth, ma'am, I come here to pay a debt.
Is that so?
Well, I didn't think you had any debts.
What a money debt, Andy.
Oh.
There's a man that once saved my life. I was sitting in a faro game one time, and crooks tried to hoodwink me. We shot it out. Well, this stranger stepped in, took my side in the argument, and got me out in there half alive.
Gosh.
For weeks, him and an Indian friend of his took care of me, and finally got me on my feet again. I promised them, too, I'd never gamble again, and I won't.
What are you figuring to do if you meet 'em?
Tell them that it's been 2 years since they saved me, and I ain't handled a card since then.
Who are the two men? If they're in these parts, I should know them. There ain't many folks around here I don't know.
The Indian's name is Tonto.
Tonto?
What's the other man's name?
I don't know.
What do he look like?
Can't even tell you that. He has a powerful white horse that he calls Silver, and he wears a mask over his face.
The horse?
No, ma'am. The white man. I heard him spoken of as the Lone Ranger.
The Lone Ranger? Sakes alive.
We've heard stories about him. I always thought he was sort of a legend.
Yeah, we never figured he was really all that he's cracked up to be.
Andy, let me tell you this. He's real flesh and blood, and no matter what you heard about him in the way of doing great things, it's true.
My sakes alive.
I'd sure like to get a look at that hombre.
Maybe you will.
Do you think he's around here?
That's what I heard. That's why I've come here.
Reckon that's Mike.
Who?
He's working for me. I ain't young enough to do much in the way of drilling and blasting anymore. That you, Mike?
Yeah. Evening, Miss Beecham.
Evening, Mike. How's things look after this day's drilling?
Just about the same. Here's samples of what we got today, boss.
Look like we're getting close to the mother lode?
Nope. Don't look no better than before.
Oh, gosh.
I'm hoping you ain't made a mistake on your sizing up the land, Mr. Beecham.
Well, you're getting paid anyway, ain't you?
Sure. Only it'd be hard for you if you didn't hit the pay dirt soon.
I know.
Well, there's the samples. You don't mind if I go to town, do you?
Why should I mind?
Well, I just mentioned that I was going, that's all.
We should hit the mother lode one of these days, shouldn't we, Mike?
Can't tell. Night.
Night, Mike.
Andy, there's something about Mike I don't like.
I know, Mary. He's a queer sort.
Never since he's been here has he wore a smile. Always that same surly look on his face, like he was doing you a favor to work here.
Well, I expect don't set too well with him, do most of the work, and see me own the mine.
Where'd you get him, Andy?
He just drifted in looking for work after I settled here. I needed a man bad, so I put him on.
Can you trust him?
What do you mean, Rod?
Just that. Wouldn't it be easy for him to be taking gold ore out in the claim and telling you he hadn't got to it yet?
I suppose it would, but, well, I gotta trust him.
Maybe it's from having been a gambler that makes me distrust a lot of men. But I didn't like his eyes. In a game of cards, that man would bear close watching. There ain't but one thing would keep him from ringing in sleeve cards, and that's being afraid of getting caught. Great Scott. Did you hear that?
That voice.
What was it?
Silver. Did you hear it? Called his horse Silver.
You mean?
I mean, that was the Lone Ranger.
Oh, there, Silver. Oh, boy. Oh, steady, boy. Tonto, I need your help.
What matter?
I've been following Black Mike.
Huh?
He just left the mine and headed for town.
What him do there?
I don't know. But I do know that he told old Andy Beecham that the mine hadn't started to pay yet.
Him tell that?
Yes.
That's not true.
I know it isn't true, Kemosabe, but Andy Beecham doesn't know it.
What we do?
We've got to check on Black Mike and see what connection he has with that moneylender. You go and do that.
Me get horse. Here, white feller.
You'll find Black Mike heading toward town. If you ride fast, you'll get there ahead of him. Then you can watch him.
Tonto do.
I'm going back to Beecham's place. An old acquaintance of ours is there.
Who that?
You remember the reformed gambler?
What him name?
Ramsey.
Oh, him good feller.
He's looking for us, Kimosabe, and I think maybe he'll find us. He's one man we can count on to help smash this moneylender and the crook known as Black Mike.
That's good.
Now then, Kimosabe, on your way.
Get him up, white fella.
Come on, fellow. We're heading the other way.
Mike, the miner employed by Andy Beecham, went to the home of the moneylender, Mark Nelson. He was unconscious of the fact that his movements were observed by Tonto. At Nelson's home, he made his report on the condition of Beecham's claim.
The mother lode is just about in plain sight, Nelson. I had to do some fast work to cover it after the last blast showed it up.
So, my investment won't turn out bad at all, will it?
When do I get paid?
You've been getting paid all along by Beecham, haven't you?
Yeah, but I work blame hard for that cash. What about my share of your profits?
Plenty of time for that, Mike. Plenty of time. Wait and see how much I profit.
I ought to get a share of the claim.
Maybe you will, Mike. Maybe you will. I'll think it over. You're a good man, a big help to me. Yes, sirree.
What are you going to do now?
Take over the mine.
Huh?
Yep. Now is the time I get paid off.
I don't see how you figure to do it.
That's the difference between us, Mike. That's why I'm a planner and you ain't nothing but a worker.
But all you done was lend him enough cash to work the place for a time.
Sure.
Well, how's that give you the claim?
I got a mortgage on it.
Shucks. All he has to do is pay back what he owes you, and he'll be able to do that easy.
How? Just tell me how.
Why, from his gold.
What gold? He ain't got none yet, has he?
No, but he will have.
I told you to let me know as soon as the mother lode was in sight.
Yeah?
All right. Now we know the mine is good, don't we?
Sure.
Now we know it's worth me buying in for the couple of $100 I let him take.
Gosh, yes.
Very well. If it hadn't have been worthwhile, I'd let him keep it and owe me the money. Collect from him some other way. Now, however, I want that mine.
But I don't see how
the paper he signed promises to pay me my cash on demand.
Yeah?
I'm a lawyer, see? I've got that paper all signed by him in front of reliable witnesses. Tain't my fault if he don't read what he signed. Now, tomorrow, the claim will be mine.
How come?
Because I'm demanding that cash the first thing in the morning.
Well.
And the agreement calls for the money to be paid in paper currency. Savvy that? He can't rush the work on the mine, get gold, and pay me off. Not on your life. It's got to be folding money. I'll give him till midnight tomorrow night to pay it. My agreement says he's to have 12 hours' notice. And that's all he gets. 12 hours.
There ain't a chance to get the gold refined in that time. This ain't nothing to getting all the cash here for you.
I know it. So he can pay.
Then he...
Sure, he turns the mine over to me.
Pretty slick.
I own it, you see. Being as I own it, he can't work it no more.
Hold on, Mr. Nelson.
Well?
Your scheme won't work.
What's the reason it won't?
Rod Ramsey.
Who?
Ramsey. He's a gambler from Beecham's old diggings.
Well, what about him?
He's visited Andy. He's got considerable cash.
What about it?
He might buy up Andy's mortgage from you.
Can't buy what I won't sell, can he?
He might let Andy Beecham borrow the money.
Oh, no. That wouldn't work neither. I'm a lawyer, I tell you. I drawed that agreement up in good shape.
But how'll you get around it if Beecham gets cash from Ramsey and pays you?
Easy. The agreement states that the cash has to be paid with profits from the mine.
Oh.
Savvy?
And he can't do that till he gets profits.
Hardly.
So you got him beat any way he turns.
Just so. Tomorrow, Mike, I'll take over the Beecham claim.
And I got a share of it coming to me?
Wouldn't surprise me none if you had, Mike. You're a good man. A good man for me to have around.
The curtain falls on the first act of tonight's thrilling Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. You will recall that in the first act of tonight's Lone Ranger drama, Andy Beecham told his friend Rod Ramsey that he had borrowed money from Mark Nelson to work his claim. Tonto, following Mike, Andy's hired man, learned that he was secretly working for the moneylender. Tonto learned also that Nelson planned to foreclose the mortgage he held on the mine, and that Beecham was almost sure to lose his claim. The Indian reported these facts to the Lone Ranger, and as our second act opens, we see the masked man and his companion riding toward the Beecham home later the same night.
You didn't learn where Nelson kept that paper, did you, Tonto?
No.
That's too bad. I'd like to have a look at it. However, we can be pretty sure the paper's just what Nelson said it was. He's too shrewd to leave a loophole for Beecham.
That's right.
There's one man who might be able to help us, though.
Who's that?
Rod Ramsey. I'm going to see him right now.
Him sleep in Beecham house?
Yes, I think he'll be glad to see us. Why do you laugh?
Him plenty glad to see you. You save him life.
Stop here. Oh, Silver.
Oh, I tell her. Oh.
Stay here with the horses, Kemosabe. I'll go the rest of the way on foot.
Me wait.
What the? Quiet, Ramsey.
That voice.
Keep your voice down. There's no need to awaken the Beechams.
Friend, the one man I wanted to speak to. I've kept my word to you.
That means a lot to me, Ramsey. Look, I came here to ask your help.
Whatever it is I can do for you, count on it.
Thanks. I want you to help me save the Beecham's gold mine and put a schemer where he belongs.
Save it? What's the matter with it?
The mother lode is right at the surface now, but Beecham is due to lose his claim tomorrow.
How's that?
Steady, Ramsey.
How can he lose it? It's his, ain't it?
Tonight it's his, but tomorrow Mark Nelson plans to foreclose the mortgage on it.
Why, that...
If Andy Beecham could have a week or so of time, he'd be able to pay off that mortgage. But he won't have.
Just tell me what I can do, that's all.
Keep away from this house tomorrow. Let Nelson do just what he wants. Beecham will have until midnight tomorrow. Before then, you'll do your part.
Rod Ramsey listened to the Lone Ranger and agreed to do as he was directed. He left the home of his friend the next morning without explanation. And we hear Andy and Mary as they try to account for Rod's sudden departure.
I can't figure why he left so sudden, Mary. It's got me beat.
I'm sure I don't know, Andy. We didn't offend him, did we?
Not as I know of.
Maybe that's him come back again. I'll go see.
Howdy.
Oh.
Why, Mr. Nelson.
I'll step right in if you don't mind. Come along, Sheriff Purdy.
Howdy, Beecham.
Hello, Sheriff Purdy. We don't get to see you very frequent.
Reckon not.
I trust everything's all right with you, Sheriff.
So.
I'm here, Beecham, to call your attention to a paper signed by you and witnessed by the sheriff and a deputy.
Oh, that. Sure. I'm hoping to be able to pay you off real soon, Nelson. I figured I'd hit pay dirt long before this, but can't be much longer now.
No, Beecham, you're right. It can't be much longer now. In fact, it can't be later than midnight.
You don't mean tonight?
That's exactly what I mean. You promised to pay my money on demand, Beecham. And so I'm here with Sheriff Purdy as a witness to make that demand.
But gosh, Mr. Nelson, if you just give me a little more time,
I'm sorry, but I can't do it. I'll have to have the cash by midnight or I'll take over the mine. And remember, this house goes with it.
He can't do that, can he, Sheriff?
I'm afraid he can, Beecham.
No, but
And that ain't all. The paper calls for the cash to be paid from the profits of the mine and handed over in paper currency. Don't forget that.
You mean after all the work here, we gotta lose our gold claim?
You was willing enough to take my terms when you needed cash money. Now live up to them.
Mr. Nelson.
Well?
Suppose I strike the pay dirt today. Then I could fetch the gold to you, couldn't I?
No, sir. The agreement states I'm to be paid in paper currency.
Suppose I can borrow the paper money somewhere?
Won't go. Gotta be profits from your claim. That's what the agreement says.
Then the whole thing was just a scheme to take our claim away from us.
Call it what you remind her. Only pay up before midnight or hand over the deed to the property. I've give notice. That's all I'm required to do, ain't it, Sheriff?
Reckon so, Nelson. But I'd call it a doggone ornery trick.
It ain't for you to call it anything. You just see that the law is enforced. That's all you gotta do. I look for you by midnight, Beecham. You got 12 hours. Come on, Purdy. Good day to you.
Oh, Andy.
Swindled. Bunked clean out of our mind. Oh, Mary, I've been a fool. I've been a doggone trusting fool. I never thought them terms was like that.
I don't see anything you can do, Andy.
There ain't a thing I can do, not a thing. He's got me licked.
Not yet.
Who was that?
There at the window, a masked man.
You're not licked yet.
Huh?
Your friend Rod Ramsey's going to help you.
Where is he? Who are you?
Never mind that. Now just listen to what I tell you to do.
The Lone Ranger explained his plan to old Andy Beecham, and the hopes of the miner rose higher as he listened. He knew what the masked man had done for Ramsey, and he had faith that he too would be helped. It is night, and Rod Ramsey stands before the door of Nelson's house.
Well? Nelson?
Yeah?
I'm here to have a little talk with you.
What about?
I'll step inside if you don't mind.
I do mind.
It's too late. I'm already inside.
What do you want here?
Just came, Nelson, to tell you that you ain't a chance of getting Beecham's mine.
What's that?
You see, before he has to pay the cash to you, you gotta show him the paper he signed. That's the law, ain't it?
I'll show him the paper all right enough.
That paper is Beecham's note, and you gotta return that note when he pays the cash.
Let him show the cash.
He won't need to, because you see, Nelson, you don't have the note.
Who says so?
I'm saying so. What more do you want?
Blast you. You look like you knowed what you were saying.
I should.
You can't know. I put that paper away safe. I'll produce it when the time comes. Don't shake your head that way.
You remember what Mike said?
Huh?
He wanted to share the claim.
Well,
You wouldn't make no promises to him, and he knows you for a double-dealing rat.
You mean...
Mike's looking out for himself, the same as you are. He knows Andy Beecham's an honest hombre. He knows that Beecham is on the level.
If that dirty coyote sold me out...
You don't think I'd come here and bluff you, do you?
I don't know.
How could I benefit by it? You know where you put the paper. You can find out soon enough if I'm bluffing. Go on, Nelson. Call me.
I'll have the law on Mike. If he stole that paper, he'll go to jail for life. I'll soon know.
I'm afraid it isn't there, Nelson.
You stand where you are.
Hold on.
Don't make a move.
Put that gun down, you crazy fool.
Stand still. I ain't taking no chances.
I'm standing still.
You needn't think you're going to try and steal this paper.
You won't find it.
We'll see.
Tain't there, Nelson. Besides, you ain't the nerve to shoot a man anyhow. They'd hang you for it.
Stand still now. Don't you make no fast move. The paper was right here in my desk.
Better make sure it's still there. You can't collect without it.
If it ain't, I'll throw Mike into jail.
What's the matter? Can't you find it?
There it is.
That's a funny one.
Here it is. This is the mortgage and the note and the whole thing.
Better make sure it's the real thing and not a fake.
It's the real and all right enough. There's the names of the sheriff and the deputy all signed to it. Now what have you got to say?
You better have it with you when Beecham comes, because I understand he's been getting profits from his mine.
I'll have it all right. What the... Who shot that lamp out? Who's here?
Look out, Nelson. You might get hurt.
Someone's in this room.
Out of my way, Nelson.
Who are you? Stop! Stop, thief! Get a light! Where's the match? Here's another lamp.
I got a match here.
Hurry up, someone's here. He shoved me aside.
Now, there's your lamp. Now, stop your yelling like that.
Where is he? Where's he gone? Let me get a shot at him.
Looks like he went out the window the same way he come in.
Them papers! Them papers is gone. He stole them. My mortgage, my claim on Beecham's mine.
Yeah, they're sure gone completely, Nelson. And look, there's something on the table in place of them.
A bullet? What's this? What's this mean?
A bullet. A silver bullet. So that was it. Oh, golly, that's a good one.
Stop laughing! I'll have the law on him. You're in on it, too.
I really didn't know why I was to show you the poker face and talk like I did, but I see it now. You brought out the paper and the masked man took them.
It was Beecham. It was Beecham that done it. I'll have the law. I'll get the sheriff. I'll jail Beecham for life.
Stop your noise and see who's at the door.
Never mind. Come right in. We want to know what all the yelling is about.
Sheriff Purdy. Arrest Beecham. He stole...
Hold on, Nelson.
Beecham.
What are you saying about Beecham?
He stole my papers. He stole papers from me.
That ain't so.
Oh, when's he supposed to have done that?
Just now. Just a minute ago.
You're loco. Looks like your greed has finally touched you in the head. Andy Beecham has been with me for the past hour. We've been on our way here to see you. According to my figuring, he's still got time to pay you that there cash money.
I don't want it. I won't take it.
Oh, yes, you will. You take it and turn over them papers according to the agreement.
But I
ain't got the papers. They're gone.
Gone?
They were stole.
Well, that puts a new light on things. You can't expect Andy to pay you the cash without you handing over his notes, can you?
He hasn't got the cash for mine profits. I'll take these claims.
Oh, I reckon not. You ain't the only one that knows the law around here, Nelson.
But I tell you, the papers were stole.
You got a witness to that? And maybe you're just using that as a stall because you ain't got no papers.
Sure, I got a witness. This man was right here at the time. You seen that man come in and steal the papers?
Sorry, Nelson, but I didn't see a doggone thing.
Why?
That's the truth, Sheriff. I didn't see a thing.
All right. You show the papers, Nelson. You get your cash money. Profit from Beecham's claim in paper currency, just like what the contract calls for.
Me speak?
Tonto.
Oh, me speak now.
Go ahead.
How long take feller get paper money?
Well, now that I've found the mother lode showing, I ought to have the folded money in a couple of weeks.
Oh, maybe then paper come back.
Looks like you'll get your papers back, Nelson, when it's a mite more convenient for Andy to pay up.
I've been cheated. I've been robbed.
Come on, Andy. There's nothing I can do if Nelson ain't no witnesses.
Gosh.
Yeah. I'm doggone glad it's worked out like this, Andy. That old skinflint got what is coming to him. Mike confessed that he was working for Nelson all along, aiming to cross you up.
Yeah, but Sheriff, this bag I said had cash in it, just between you and me, there ain't no cash, just yet.
Andy, just between you and me, who the Sam Hill cares?
Come on there, Silver, old boy. We're heading for the coast. Hi-yo, Silver!
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
Who knows what is coming up next? The Shadow knows.
Who knows what evil lurks in the hearts of men? The Shadow knows.
The Shadow, who aids the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. Years ago in the Orient, Cranston learned a strange and mysterious secret, the hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so they cannot see him. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the voice of the invisible Shadow belongs.
Today's story, The House of Horror. This is the Gorilla House here.
Yeah. What about the watchman?
There's only two of them in the whole zoo this time of night. They won't be around here for an hour.
Well, this is the screwiest job we ever done. Putting a snatch on a gorilla. Why does he want the gorilla? Is he going to terrorize the city or what?
I never asked no questions on a job. And this is a job, so let's get at it.
There's the cage over there. And that's him. That's the gorilla.
Got that chloroform?
Yeah, right here.
Give me it. Now we'll pour some on this rag. Put the rag on a pole and slam it in the gorilla's snoot. Keep away till this stuff is dynamite.
Okay.
Now, take a whiff of this, big boy.
Looks like that'll do the job.
Hey, sounds like he's passing out. All right, open that cage. I'm going in.
Hey, wait, Mac.
Open it up. This'll take about 1 minute. Hey, take it easy, big boy.
Hey, Mac. Mac, are you all right?
Shut up, you fool. All right, now come in here.
In the cage?
It's all right. He's passed out now. Come on. Help me move.
Okay, if you say so, but I don't like it. Hey, he ain't exactly no baby.
No. All right. Here, let's try and haul him out. All right. Let's go. Oh. Heavy.
Is there anybody in here?
Someone's coming. See what you're yelling, Did? Stay where you are, bud. Get that flashlight out of my eyes.
Hey, what are you doing? The gorilla. You're taking the gorilla out of here.
You figured that one out in a hurry.
Well, you can't do that.
You'll call for nobody. Come on, Eddie. Let's get this gorilla in the van, quick. Then, Margot, according to the version I read, the men were seen hauling the gorilla to a truck. That's how they made the getaway.
Well, what about the keeper in the zoo that discovered them, Lamont?
Dead when they found him. 2 bullet holes through the head.
Oh, no.
Excuse me, but could I protrude myself into the conversation? Could I, hey? Why, certainly, Shrevey. This is your cab. What's on your mind? Well, about this here now case of the missing gorilla. Yeah? Well, just this morning I'm talking it over with my friend and acquaintance of whom you have heard me talk.
Big Charlie Hay. And what did your friend and acquaintance, Big Charlie Hay, have to say?
Well, he's no more than most of us about what could have happened on account of he knows the fellow who owns the monkey. Oh, that's very interesting.
We're getting warm, Lamont.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Them darn pedestrians. Well, where am I?
Well, Big Charlie is knowing a fella who owned a monkey.
Correct. Now, according to Big Charlie, he says it's according to the fellow who owns the monkey, this here now gorilla, who was just an overgrown monkey after all. Maybe he just broke out of the zoo all by himself. Oh, this is Big Charlie's theory? Yeah. He says the monkey fella says that all it makes is born wanderers, so Big Charlie figures that this here gorilla got sick of the zoo and opened the cage in Scranton. Oh, you mean the gorilla drove the truck away, huh? Well, he could have had a Confederate.
Oh, Shrevey, how does Big Charlie explain the keeper being shot and killed?
Well, to tell you the truth, Miss Lane, that stumps him. He never heard of a gorilla carrying no gun. No, not without a permit. Oh, not without a permit. Hey, you're kidding me, Mr. Well, Shrevey, I'm afraid that your friend Big Charlie's barking up the wrong tree this time. Yeah, he's just a dreamer, I guess.
Oh, Shrevey, will you stop here, please?
Sure. Hey, what's the idea, Margot? I thought I was taking you to the country for lunch.
Well, you're taking me to lunch, Lamont, but not to the country.
Oh, now, wait a minute. Not this place.
Why not?
I hate tea rooms, Margot. Especially one that's called Ye Oldie and Quainty Gypsy Tea Room.
Oh, but Lamont, they tell wonderful fortunes in there.
I don't care, Margot. This is one time I'm going to be firm. I definitely and absolutely am not going into that tea room.
Some more tea, Lamont.
Huh? Oh, no, thanks.
Lamont, you're not paying any attention to what I'm saying.
I'm sorry, Margot. I've been doing some unconscious eavesdropping.
What do you mean?
There's a very interesting fortune being told in the next booth.
By the cards that you have lost something. Is this not true, me? Yes, I have. A piece of jewelry. Of course. It was in the form of... It was a necklace. The fair young lady has lost a necklace. The cards tell me where the necklace can be found. Really? Where? Wait. I must consult the crystal. Shop are many animals. They are dead animals, soft to look alive. That's it. Inside that shop, there are many more animals. One of these is a giant stuffed gorilla. In the mouth of that gorilla, your necklace will be found. Where is this place? I will write down the address. Oh, thank you. You'll never know how grateful I am to you for telling me. Quite all right. Oh, thank you so much. I'll go there at once. Thank you. Oh, you'll see. The fair young lady is very generous. Don't forget, in the mouth of the gorilla, you find your neck. Oh, I won't forget. Goodbye. Fortune?
Margot, that taxidermist shop sounds very interesting.
You mean you like stuffed gorillas?
No, but considering the events of last night at the zoo, it is a coincidence to learn of someone who has such an interest in the beast.
Oh, this must be the shop. Stuffed animals in the window. Oh, yes, this must be it. Hello? Hello? Is there anyone here? Oh, what an eerie place. The animals almost look alive. Well, I'll have to try again. Is there anyone in the shop? I don't see any gorilla. Oh, might as well. Oh, wait. Yes, there it is. There's the gorilla. Oh, you're an ugly beast. Well, might as well give this thing a try. In the mouth of the gorilla, I'll find the necklace. Well, open up, Mr. Gorilla, and let me...
No need to worry. Nothing to fear. The time awaited is almost here. Now, you must be quiet. You mustn't fret. The time is coming, but not quite yet.
Professor Fielding.
Huh? Yes, my dear. What is it?
Shall I give the girl another sleeping drug?
Let's see. Yes, I believe you better.
She looks so white and still lying there strapped to that table. Is she dead?
Suppose, Madam Santo, you leave this case to me.
Please, Mother, it's case you almost grabbed me.
I don't think the gorilla is very fond of you, madam. Did you tell him a bad fortune, perhaps?
I hate the beast. I'm afraid of him. I will be glad when the experiment is over and he has gone away with...
You shan't have long to wait, Madam Santo. Within 24 hours, I shall be ready. Madam Santo.
Yes, Professor?
You know you still haven't finished or fulfilled your entire bargain with me.
You mean the other girl?
Yes. I need 2 young women for this experiment, you know.
Believe me, Professor, When you are ready, the other one will be here.
Good. Excellent. 2 women I need if I should succeed. Then my experiment with an ape will make all sit and gaze.
When you perform this experiment, will it kill the girls?
You are prying into secrets, my dear. Prying into things you should not hear. Enough of my silly jingles. You see this machine, Madame Santo?
Yes.
Its delicate mechanism will assure my experiment success. Of course, the young woman will live. I have but to turn the switch so, and the work will be done.
But will the young women be normal again?
To all appearances, yes. But appearances are deceiving, my dear. These women will be possessed of a superhuman strength and cunning. At my bidding, they will rob, pillage, and even murder. All in the guise of sweet, innocent womanhood.
And we'll be rich. With them working for us, we will have a fortune.
Not only a fortune, Madame Santo. If the experiment turns out as I believe it will, we'll perform many hundreds of human transformations. Who knows? Perhaps, I say, we might even rule the world. X-ray, Society Girl Mission, X-ray, get your
let me have the paper, son.
Yes, sir. Here you are, Mr.
Thank you.
Well, who is this missing socialite, Lamont?
Oh, probably some publicity-seeking... Margot, look.
What?
Look at this picture.
Why, Lamont. It's the girl we saw in the tea room.
Yes, listen to this. Doris Molnar missing since Monday afternoon. No clues to her appearance, or disappearance, rather, found.
On Monday? That was the day we saw her.
Yes.
Say, that fortune teller. Do you suppose she would know anything about this thing?
I have an idea she might. Yes, I think it would be very worthwhile paying a call on her as the Shadow.
She wants a fortune. We shall both have a fortune told, Peter, my little bird. The cards will tell us what we wish to know. She wants a fortune. Cards say we will no longer have to work in that tea room or live in these dingy rooms above it. We will be rich, Peter, rich.
I'm sorry to interrupt your fortune-telling, Madame Santo.
Who speaks? Who's here?
I am called the Shadow.
Shadow. Where are you? Where are you, Shadow?
I'm standing right here beside you.
But I don't see you.
By my hypnotic power, I've made myself invisible to your eyes.
Why are you here? What do you want of me?
I have come to seek information.
What about?
A young lady named Doris Molnar. She disappeared 3 days ago. She was last seen with you in your tea room.
I don't know her. I have never heard of the girl.
Doris Molnar. You do know her, Madame Santo. In fact, you sent her to a taxidermist shop. Where is this shop located?
I don't know what you're talking about. Professor Feeling.
Who is this Professor Feeling your strange bird mentions?
I don't know him.
Does he have anything to do with the taxidermist shop?
Why, no. No, he doesn't. Professor Feeling. Now you won't talk anymore. You won't talk. Now see what you made me do. I have killed her. I have killed my sister.
But not before she revealed a very interesting clue. You'll be hearing from me again, Madame Santo. Very soon. Now, Margot, you know what you're to do?
Yes. I'll tell the fortune teller that I've lost a ring. And then we'll see if she directs me to the taxidermist shop just as she did Doris Molnar.
That's it. And be sure to get the address. Oh, here she comes now. I better finish my tea and get ready to go.
Your fortune? But, your fortune told me? What? Yes. Yes, I would like to have my fortune told. Good. But the gentleman, you want him to listen?
Well, I was just leaving. See you tomorrow, Margot.
Righto, call me, won't you?
Yes, I will.
Well, Here we are. Yes. Here we are. That man, your fiancé, perhaps? Oh, no. He's just an acquaintance. Cut the cards, please. And make your wish. All right. There you are. And do try to make the wish come true. Ah, a young lady in love. Oh, no. No, it's not that at all. Well, it's something I've lost. I see. Then we shall not need the cards. The crystal is for things that are lost. Now, was it jewelry that is missing? Yes. Yes, that's right. It's a ring. I consult the crystal. Savivas, Nana Halare, I see a street down by the riverfront. On that street is a tiny shop. In the window of the shop are many animals. They are dead animals, stopped to look alive. Yes? Yes, go on. Inside that shop, there are many more animals. One of these is a giant stuffed gorilla. Yes? In the mouth of that gorilla, your ring will be found. Oh, are you sure? The crystal never lies. You will go to the shop? Yes. Yes, of course. The crystal shows that time is very precious. If you want your ring, you must go for it right away. This very night. Fog, Lamont. I can scarcely see 2 feet ahead of me.
Well, we're right on the riverfront, Margot.
It's deserted here at night. We haven't passed a living soul since we left the car.
It's not exactly a pleasant neighborhood.
A foghorn doesn't help any either. Gosh, I hope we don't pass by the shop. I can't see a thing.
I've been watching for it.
You know, everything considered, I'm certainly a smart kid.
What do you mean?
I picked a fine night to go out and put my hand in a gorilla's mouth. That is, just in case anyone should ask you.
What's the matter?
Something's brushing against my leg. Ooh, it's wet and slimy.
Margot, it's only a cat. A black cat, I might add.
Oh. Well, it's a good thing I'm not superstitious. Did he cross in front of me?
Oh, not superstitious, eh?
Well, no. Just be careful.
Oh, wait. I believe this is the place. Yes. See the animals in the window?
Oh, yes. Do you suppose the shop is open this late?
I'm quite sure it is. Expressly for your benefit. We'll try the door. There you are. Now, Margot, if we hear anyone coming, I'll duck behind one of the animals.
All right. Gee, it's a frightening place, Lamont. What's that noise?
Just the clock ticking off the minute.
You don't think it's a bomb?
No, I'm sure it isn't. I don't think, though, we should attempt to find the lights. It's better that we remain in the darkness. Margot, you look on that side of the room, and I'll take this side.
All right. And if I find it, I'll shout, but loud.
All right.
Lamont?
Yes?
I found a stuffed goat. Will you settle for that?
I won't be the butt of that joke.
Well, no harm in trying. Lamont, what was that?
It sounded like a live gorilla.
Oh, but why should... Lamont?
Yes?
I found it. The stuffed gorilla. The mouth is closed.
Well, wait a minute. Let me help you.
Wait, I'll open it.
You must be quiet, young lady. The time is now at hand when we shall all travel to the promised land. So you're becoming impatient too, eh, big boy? Soon, oh so soon, you'll know the supreme joy. The machine is almost ready, but we must be steady. I must. Yes, my dear.
The other young lady has arrived.
Good. Bring her in, Madame Santo.
Yes, sir.
Now we are all set. The finest we are about to do. Yes, I know, big fellow, I know. Your waiting has ended. Both the young women are ready and here. My hour of triumph is very near.
Get in here, you. Where am I? She's still dazed from the fall through the trap door.
I see. She's an excellent specimen. Put her on the table next to the other young woman, Madame Santo.
Wait, take your hands off me.
She has a temper. That's very good, very good.
That girl on the table. Why, it's Doris Molnar. The girl that disappeared.
You know her?
Well, I know who she is, yes. What are all these strange-looking machines? What do you intend to do?
Put her on the table, Madame Santo.
No, you
Close
won't
the door
get me.
quickly.
No, stop.
It is very foolish of you to try to escape.
Let me out of here. A gorilla.
That's right, young lady, a gorilla. Seems to like you. That's very good. Considering that you and he shall soon be one.
What do you mean?
I intend to combine your brain with portions of the brain of the gorilla.
No.
When it is finished, you and the other young lady shall retain your brain. But the strength of this beast.
Oh, no, you can't.
Oh, but I can. Fasten the straps around her body, madam.
No, let me go, I say.
Now I'll put the machine in place here.
Let me off this table.
We attach the electrodes. There we are.
Oh, stop it,
Now we try out the machine. In a moment, the current will be passing through your body, young lady.
Don't let me off. Let me
Now,
off.
just see. Huh? What happened? My machine, the current has failed. What was that?
Have I spoiled your plans, Professor Fielding?
Huh?
Shadow.
Yes, Madame Santo. I warned you that you'd hear from me again.
Who is this talking? I see no one.
It is the shadow. He's invisible, Professor. You cannot see him.
Why is he here?
I have come to learn of your experiment, and it appears that I arrived just in time.
Did you tell this voice where we were, Madame Santo?
No.
Then how did you know him?
He came to my quarters last night.
I trusted you. Now you tricked me. Trying to ruin my experiment.
That is not true, I swear it.
Now, Madame Santo, you know you told me to come here.
No.
Don't you remember that you promised that we would learn the secret and profit by it ourselves?
No, that is a lie. Don't you believe him, Professor, please?
So you are going to reap the harvest of my years of labor. Steal my secret and then dispose of me.
That is not so. He lies.
I have a way of dealing with those who betray my trust.
Professor, put down that knife.
This is to be the survival of the fittest. I'm going to be the one who survives.
Shadow, help me. Help keep him away from me.
I do not fear him. He's only a voice. You are flesh and blood. I can deal with you.
Leave her alone, Professor Fielding.
Keep out of this.
I will open the cage. If you don't keep away, I will open the cage. I will free the gorilla.
You wouldn't dare. You are more afraid of him than you are of me.
I am warning you. Keep away or I will open it.
Don't open the cage, you fool.
I told you I would do it. I told you.
Look out for that beast, both of you.
Professor, he's coming at you.
Keep away. Keep away. No.
Don't try to save him, Madame Santo. The beast will get you, too.
Help him.
Look out, Madame Santo.
Lamont, he'll turn on us next.
Yes, fortunately, I'm prepared.
Oh, he's coming toward me.
Don't move, Margot. No, you don't, Victoria.
Lamont, I just spoke to Doris Molnar on the phone. She's feeling much better. Fortunately, she doesn't remember any of the gory details of the gorilla killing Madame Santo and Professor Fielding. That drug that they'd given her saved her that unpleasant memory.
Good. Well, I went to the shop with the police this morning. You'll be happy to learn that Commissioner Weston ordered that infernal machine of Fielding is destroyed.
Oh, I hope they destroy the whole shop. I don't want to see any more animals for the next few weeks. In fact, right now, I'd even hesitate to look at a stuffed chicken.
The weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The shadow
Groucho Marx meets some of the most interesting people you could ever hope to hear on radio in You Bet Your Life, coming up next.
Dad, 3. Is that one of your children out there laughing? You have 3 now?
3, that's right.
2 boys and a girl?
No, 2 girls and a boy.
Mm-hmm. You through now?
Time to start?
Are you going to have more children?
My wife here? I guess she is.
Rolling? Okay.
You want me to answer
make
that?
a nice, yes, I'd like an answer to that. First father I've ever seen made up. It's usually the mother that gets made up. Father is willing to usually go along with his regular sallow complexion.
I was willing.
And a rough exterior. I think it's much better. I think a woman likes a man that way, don't you?
I hope so.
Yeah.
Because I'm not going to wear this.
Where were you born?
No joke, I was born in China.
You were, huh? What part?
Peking.
No, that's too easy.
I was
George.
expecting it.
There's some things even I stop at.
Ready, Eddie?
You may fire when ready, Gridley.
Okay, rolling.
That's not really his name, Gridley. We just call
Okay,
him.
cameras. Everything all right, Pat? Ralph, okay.
Could have heard the Luck Show if it wasn't for this. Now it's no soap.
Don't forget to help us.
I'm out of luck. So what did you say? I didn't say.
Don't forget to help us with the Stroud Show as we go. All right? Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is name. N-A-M-E.
Really?
You bet your life. Elgin American, creator of America's most beautiful compacts, smartest cigarette cases, magic action lighters, most beautiful dresser sets, presents Groucho Marx in the Elgin American show, You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood. And here's that sterling Elgin American, the one, the only...
What a ridiculous name. Oh, that's me, Groucho Marx. Thank you. Well, here I am again with the $1,000 for one of our couples. George Fenneman, who's first to try for it?
A pair of newlyweds, Groucho, selected by our studio audience just before we went on the air. And here they come now, Mr. and Mrs. Howard Scala. Right up here, lady.
Welcome, youngsters, for Elgin American Compacts, and a Happy New Year. And if you say the secret word, you win a 16mm Apollo Sound movie projector that sells for $129.50. It's a common word, something you always have with you. Newlyweds, eh? Well, you're the tallest newlyweds I ever saw. Howard Scala. Scala, is that the way you pronounce it?
That's right.
What kind of name is that? Is that
That's a German
Italian?
name.
Scala?
It's a German.
That's so. Doesn't sound German. It sounds, well, I was thinking of La Scala, I guess. Italian Opera House. You're the groom, I presume. You're the groom, I presume, huh?
That's right.
I just wanted to be sure. I can't see that high up. How long have you been married?
1 week.
That's 2 weeks between you, huh? Well, Arlene? Arlene, huh? I'll just call you Shorty. Is that all right?
That's okay.
How tall are you?
I'm exactly 6 feet in my stocking feet.
And how tall are you in your bare feet?
The same.
You wear very thin stockings, eh? How tall are you, Boxcar?
6 foot 6.5.
6 foot 6.5. Huh? Now, how's the weather up there?
Well, not quite as smoggy as it is down there.
Reminds me of Bob Sherwood, the playwright. He's an old friend of mine, and he's 6'5" and very thin. I said to him one day, I says, Bob, what do you say to people when they ask you how the weather is up there? He says, I spit in their eye and tell them it's raining. What did you say when I asked you what kind of a name that was?
It was German.
German. What, huh? A German what? Dachshund or? They're certainly eager to give away things on this show, yeah. What did he win?
I'll tell you, Groucho.
Huh? Well, I wish you would, huh?
All right. They won an Apollo 16mm projector.
Which sells?
For $129.50.
That's right.
Hollywood movies or movies they take themselves.
Well, nobody wants to show Hollywood movies anymore, huh? Now, let's see, when I got wiped out by that thing. Where are you from, Arlene?
I'm from California.
You're a very beautiful girl, you know that?
Thank you.
Did you know that, too?
I certainly did. And do.
You're from California. Which part, Arlene?
This part.
Well, where's the rest of you from? Where are you from, Howard?
I grew up in this part, too.
Hmm? Well, you better get out of town, or you may never stop growing. How much do you weigh, Howard?
Oh, about 305 pounds.
Is that on the hoof? Arlene, how did you meet this mighty Joe Young?
I met him in the California Tip Toppers.
What's the Tip Toppers?
Well, it's a club for tall people where the girls have to measure at least 6 feet.
Well, whose feet do they measure?
No, the girls have to be at least 6 feet tall, and the fellas at least be 6'4".
You're not stretching things a bit, are you? You were both at the Tip Toppers Club? How did you meet them?
We were washing dishes at a Tip Topper party.
Is that what you do at the club there, just wash dishes? Don't you ever get them dirty? You just wash them?
At the time, it was we were prospects in the club, and of course, all prospects must do all the cleaning up.
Mm-hmm.
So I was washing, and he was wiping dishes.
And what happened?
Well, we were talking, and so forth.
You threw him a towel or something?
Yes, over the suds.
I suppose if you'd had an electric dishwasher there, you'd never met, huh? Shows you how these modern inventions are ruining everything. Were there a lot of your tall friends at the wedding?
There were a few.
Were they all high? Where did you go on your honeymoon, Arlene? Mount McKinley?
No. Phoenix, Arizona.
Phoenix. Why did you go to Phoenix?
Well, it's such a, I have to say the climate.
You like
it's nice climate,
you like
yes.
the climate there. What do you do for a living, Howard?
I play left tackle for the Green Bay Packers professional football team. The main reason that I'm not playing now, I was disabled at the first of the season with a slight injury, and so now I have to wait till next year.
What happened? What happened?
I dropped two metatarsal bones in my right foot.
You dropped them, you said? What do you do, carry them in a bag? What do you mean you dropped some tarsal bones?
Well, they...
You strew them around the field?
They fell out of place.
Somebody tackled you? Is that what happened?
I was hit on the leg.
Imagine tackling this when it's running down the field. I'd rather stop in front of the super chief. And now, how do you live? Do you get insurance for... You get bone insurance or something?
No.
Are you boning up on your studies?
Well, right now, at present, I'm unemployed, but I'm going to work here in town until next season.
Mm-hmm. And then you're going to...
Go back.
Go back.
I hope.
You ever play against Notre Dame?
No. Afraid not.
You look pretty happy, too, huh? Arlene, where did you work before you were married?
I still do. I work at the Carnation Milk Company.
Oh. Are you as tall now as when you were single? That's odd, really, because after they get married, lots of men find themselves very short. Well, in spite of the fact that you two giants make me feel pretty low, we're happy to have you here. Now, Fenneman, you have some perfect gifts, I presume, for these people.
I certainly do.
Well, whip them out.
All right, for Arlene, we have a sterling silver compact engraved in 14-karat gold, an Elgin American, of course, the Arlene.
Oh, thank you.
How do you like it, Shorty?
Very pretty.
And what have you got for Big Boy?
Well, for Howard, we have
A sterling silver cigarette case engraved in 14-karat gold, also an Elgin American, holds 16 king-size and 20 regular cigarettes, Howard.
Thank you. It's very nice.
Thank you.
Arlene, would you mind looking in that compact and looking in the mirror and see how you look?
If I can get it open.
Can you open it?
Yes.
What do you see?
My face.
I got robbed. All I can see is my face. Well, Arlene, as a tall girl, you must have had some unusual experiences. Do you know any tall stories that you'd care to relate?
Well, I think of one that was quite embarrassing. I was in a department store, and I was standing by the escalator with some packages, of course. And as I was standing there, accidentally one of my packages hit the button which controls the escalator to make it stop. And, of course, it hit it. And the escalator stopped with all the people on it. And at first I didn't realize it was me that had hit the button until I looked around. And
is that the first time you hit the button?
No. But I was quite embarrassed because I slowly walked away.
And what happened to the people on the escalator? Are they still there?
Oh, no, they walked down very fast.
What do you, I forgot to ask you, what do you do at the milk company?
I'm working in the Albers Milling Company accounting.
I thought you said you were with a milk company.
Well, Albers Milling is part of Carnation Company.
Oh, I see. You have nothing to do with the cows.
No, I don't milk them, thank goodness.
Have to be a pretty high cow for you to milk. Now, what has been your most unusual experience as a telephone pole?
The most unusual one I can think of is when I was in school.
Where'd you go to school?
College. I went to Compton. And they had a party one night, a house party, and I was near the front window.
Is that anything like Linkletter's house party? I just said that because Linkletter is sitting out here tonight. He'd have been very angry if I hadn't mentioned it. Of course, we'll take it out tomorrow, but that's another story. And we may take Linkletter out tonight. Did you ever take out Linkletter? More fun than milking cows, eh? And just about as productive. Now, where were we?
Well, and I started to walk out the door and paused to talk to someone, and as I backed up, I tripped over a small stool. It was so far down I could hardly see it, and fell.
You're a very graceful couple, you two.
I slipped and slightly fell through the bay window. And
have you still got the bay window?
I can't.
You'll get it in a few years. Now, what do you do at your club, Arlene? I mean, what do they do there?
Well,
you just don't stand there and walk around tall, do you?
Oh, no. It's a social club, and also they all tall people can congregate and talk over the problems that tall people have.
Well, what are the problems that tall people have?
Plenty.
Well, what, for example?
Well, for instance, there's clothes, beds. King-size beds are very rare. Also, in the houses, there aren't many facilities for people who are very tall, like the sinks, or the windows, the doorways, particularly.
Your head gets mighty sore walking through those doors when they're all so low.
And
you
all
spend a good
wearing
deal of
apparel.
time ducking then, huh?
Yes.
Have you ever gone out with a short man, Arlene?
Yes, I have.
I don't mean financially. I mean physically, huh?
Yes, I have.
And were you embarrassed or anything, or was he embarrassed?
Yes, I was embarrassed because I wasn't told he was short at first. It was a blind
date.
Yes.
Was he blind at the finish, or?
Yes.
He was. How big was your smallest girlfriend, Howard?
Oh, around 4.5 feet. Plus, I was 4.5 feet at the time, too.
I don't get that. Were you on your hands and knees? How do you mean you were for only 4.5 feet?
Well, you have to grow up. Oh,
I see. You were just a little fellow. I see. Well, in the future, pick on somebody your own size, huh? Are there many tall girls born in your family, Arlene?
Well, they all had to be babies. They all have to grow up.
I'm not doing very well here tonight. I'm on the wrong side of this microphone. Arlene, I've never kissed a real tall girl. Would you mind if I kissed you?
Not at all, if Howard didn't mind.
How about it, big boy?
Well, it'd have to be over my dead body.
Well, if that's the way you want it. Fenneman, get the gun, huh? Howard, seriously, could I kiss your wife for $20?
No.
How much is it a foot? Suppose I kiss her and you didn't know anything about it.
Well, I'd know about it.
Well, I guess I'm going to have to trap you. Howard, I'll bet you $1. I bet you $1 I can kiss your wife and you won't know a thing about it. Bet?
Okay, it's a bet.
Okay. Would you mind moving aside there? Just a moment. Well, you saw me kiss her, didn't you?
That's right.
I lose. Here's your $1, huh? Well, I've kidded you, too, about your height, but I'm sure you're tall enough to overlook everything. Now, in just 1 minute, you're going to work together as a team for $1,000. But right now, I want you to pay attention to this.
Everybody goes for Elgin American's terrific new Socialite lighters. So beautifully designed and finished, they look like jewelry, and they work like magic. That's their marvelous magic action, the most modern, surefire mechanism of any lighter made. Yet these last words, Socialite lighters for men and women, are priced from just $4.95. By all means, see them tomorrow at your leading store and buy the finest lighters you can use or give. Socialite lighters by Elgin American.
All right, now let's see if you two will get a chance at the $1,000 question. You're going to play You Bet Your Life. Fenneman, bring them up to date on the rules.
All right. Each of our 3 couples has $20. They bet as much of that 20 as they want on each of 4 questions. The couple that earns the most money gets a chance at the $1,000 question at the end of the show. Our other 2 couples are in a waiting room off stage, so they don't know what's going on out here.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected songs with baby in the title as your category. Is that right?
That's right.
All right, now here's your first question. You have $20. How much are you going to bet?
$5.
Talk right up now. $5. All right. Jerry Fielding will supply the music. You give me the title. Play, Jerry. Yes, sir, that's my baby is right.
And we're off to a great start with $25, Groucho.
Wish I had my $1 back. Now, all right, here's it. Remember, you're going for $1,000 tonight. How much of the $25 will you try?
$10.
$10. Okay, here we go. What is the name of this song?
Melancholy Baby.
Melancholy Baby's on the nose.
The timing now, we have $35.
All right, you got $35. Here's your third question. How much of the $35 you're going to try?
20.
$20. Give me the title of this baby song. Okay, Jerry. Babyface is right.
They're really on their way now. They have $55.
All right, you're climbing up. You got $55. How much of the $55 you going to try? $30. Here's your last chance to beat the other couples. You're going to bet $30. What is the title of this song? Everybody loves a baby. Pretty baby is right. They know it. He said the first line. Oh, of course they know it. Look how honest they look. You can't take that away from them.
Wait a minute. Start again,
Pretty baby.
Pretty baby is right.
And they wind up with $85.
Take them away. Thanks and Happy New Year from Elgin American Compacts. Now stick around. You may still get a chance at the big question.
Well, Groucho, the secret word is still named, I think. And we have some people out here who have
You
been...
have, huh?
Yes, we do.
That's very interesting.
Thank you. Selected by our studio audience.
Mm-hmm.
Wait a minute, John.
Yeah, I know. We'll start over.
All right, let's have a clean break now.
All right. I'll walk around the block.
Okay, wait a minute.
Would you walk?
Oh. Just keep walking back and forth. Till Fenneman extricates himself from this dilemma.
We changed minds.
You may fire when ready.
All right. You have to ask me.
Okay, what do you want me to say?
Go ahead.
Go ahead, George. That's some ad-lib, eh?
Groucho, the secret word is still name. Perhaps our next couple will say it. Just before we went on the air, our studio audience select... Our secret word is no longer name, because undoubtedly our next couple will say it. Just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected a car hop and a married man, and here they come. Mrs. Evelyn Fredrickson and Mr. Larry Stearns. Meet Groucho Marx. You come over here.
Hello, folks, and welcome to You Bet Your Life.
Hello,
And
how are
if
you?
one of you says the secret word, he wins a 16mm Apollo sound movie projector. It's a common word, something you always have with you. Evelyn Fredrickson, is that right?
That's right.
Miss Evelyn Fredrickson?
That's right.
Thanks for that. You're the car hop, huh?
Yes, I am.
I knew it. My headlights started flashing the minute you walked in. Where are you from, Miss Fredrickson?
I'm from Shannon's on Pico and Sepulveda.
Shannon's,
Shannon's Drive-In.
How are the hamburgers?
They're terrific.
Well, if they're anything like the car hops. Mr. Steins? Larry Steins?
Larry Stearns.
You're the husband?
Yes, I am, sir.
How long have you been married to Evelyn?
Oh, that isn't my wife.
Well, don't come running to me with your troubles. Are you married?
Yes, I am.
Do you have any kids?
3 and I think 4 pretty soon.
When were you home last? Does your wife know you're out with a car hop tonight?
Well, my wife, I'm out with my wife tonight.
You just said she wasn't your wife now. What are you trying to hide there, Larry?
My wife's out in the audience there.
Oh, I see. Trying to hide your wife, eh? How did you meet your wife?
Well, decided I'd take some photography at night school. Thought I'd learn something, maybe. And,
Well, don't be too despondent.
well, actually, one night there, I met her in the dark room.
You met your wife in the dark room?
Yes, sir.
Was she well developed? I don't know how that crept in there. I'll creep out again. Would you mind going ahead?
Well, I used to go to photography with a friend of mine, a guy named George.
That's a good name for a friend, I think.
Well, we used to fool around in the dark room. He'd sock me, and I'd sock him, and...
You went in the dark room and just socked each other?
Well, just while
How did you know who you were hitting in the dark?
Well, I did, and I hit my wife that time, or she wasn't my wife then. And that's where the trouble began.
You hit your wife, and now you've got 4 kids, huh?
Not quite 4 yet. I think 4.
Well, what happened after you slugged your wife, who was then just a stranger to you, huh?
Well, she decided to tell me off a little bit, and she's been doing it ever since, I guess.
Well, how did she know you hit her if it was pitch dark in there?
She found out.
You tell her?
Well, I had to apologize in a sort of a way, and of course, the other guy, he ran out in a hurry, so I was left there. There was nobody else. So I got stuck with the crime.
It's a very sad story, all. Evelyn, just what is a car hop?
A car hop is a car waitress.
Let's see. You wait for cars, is that right? Well, why do they call you car hops? Was your mother frightened by a kangaroo?
No, it's because we hop from car to car.
You hop on one leg? Or,
No, we hop on 2 legs.
Where do you do all this hopping?
At Shannon's Drive-In on Pico and Sepulveda.
It has a faintly familiar ring to it. Is it true that many girls become car hops in order to be noticed by movie producers?
Yes, I believe that is true.
Offhand, I'll bet there are more movie producers trying to get noticed by car hops. Well, what are the requirements to get a job as a car hop?
Well, a car hop should be quick, fast, alert, able-bodied.
Well, you seem to fill those requirements. You should be well-rounded, in other words, huh?
That's right.
Well, why do drive-in restaurants specialize in hiring beautiful girls?
Because it draws more business.
Nice-looking car hops mean that more business?
Right, much more business.
Well, if you mean business, I'll change my tactics. My wife means business, too. Larry, what sort of work do you do?
Well, I was teaching people how to drive.
And was your car wrecked? No. How long did it last, Larry?
Week and a half.
How'd you lose your job?
Well, I was teaching someone how to drive, and I got a ticket for giving the wrong signal.
My hunch is you've done a lot of teaching around this town. Anything unusual happen around your place?
You mean besides the kids?
Oh, you must have had an eventful life. What's your most unusual story, Larry?
Well, I had a lot of jobs. I never seemed to keep any of them too long.
Well, if you keep putting out the wrong hand, I can understand why.
The most unusual thing, I was selling vacuum cleaners for a little while. And I sort of developed a system. I thought it was pretty smart. I'd leave the machine out in the car, the new machine, and go in and demonstrate with their old one, because if you walk up to the house with a machine, they throw you out. They slam the door in your face. And that's when I lost my job, because I was in the house demonstrating without a cleaner, and her husband came home and...
What did the husband say when he saw you demonstrating without a cleaner? Was he amused by this, or?
I didn't give him much chance to say or be amused at all. I thought I'd better leave.
Was the motor running on your car? Tell me, Hopscotch, you don't care if I call you Hopscotch, huh?
No, go ahead.
Which gives you the most trouble, men or women customers?
I believe women give you the most trouble.
Well, why is that?
Well, they're more demanding and...
And what do they demand? New car hops? Ugly car hops?
I think they demand men car hops, to tell you the truth.
Well, which would you rather wait on, men or women?
Oh, I believe I'd rather wait on men. They're much easier to please.
In what way?
Well, they don't expect such fast service, and they don't expect you to be too pleasant. I mean, you don't have to put out so much to a man as you do to a woman.
You see. Is your drive-in at a good location, Evelyn?
Oh, I should say so. I believe.
Where is it?
Pico and Sepulveda.
How many cars would you say, estimate, would you say pass there in a day?
About 100,000 cars, I should say, pass by.
Why do they pass by? Isn't the food any good there?
Stop then.
They don't all pass by, huh?
No, definitely
Well,
not.
what do you mean when business is slack?
Well, when business is slack, we just stand around and wait for them to come in.
Mm-hmm. Well, to make business good, what do? You just take in your slacks? Or?
No, we wear shorts when it gets hot.
You wear shorts?
Yes.
When it gets hot, you wear shorts, huh?
Yes, that's right.
I won't answer that. Now, Larry, you've been standing there a long time. What's the matter? Can't you get any service?
I don't seem to be doing very well.
Why don't you blow your horn? Tell me, how do you like driving into a restaurant when you just want a quick sandwich, Larry?
Well, you mean a drive-in?
Yeah.
Well, it's good.
I didn't mean Ceros, huh?
I like it because you go in, you don't have to get dressed up or anything. You just...
Isn't that kind of chilly? What's your chief complaint against customers, Evelyn?
I believe my chief complaint is people that are always honking their horns.
What about the wolves who want you for an hors d'oeuvre? Huh?
Well, that's an idea, too,
That's
yes.
an idea. You get pretty weary of them, huh?
Sometimes, yes.
What would you say the percentage of men who flirt with you?
Oh,
100%?
100%, yes.
That's a pretty good average if you can keep
Pretty
it
good,
up.
I think.
I've often wondered about the strange language that the car hops use. You know, you shout orders back to the cook. What are some of the code words you use?
Well, there's make one, that means hot chocolate. Leche means milk.
Leche means milk?
Mm-hmm.
What is the derivative of that? Huh?
That's milk.
I see. Well, why did they say leche? I thought that was a nut in Chinese or something. Yeah?
That's a Spanish word. Leche means milk in Spanish.
Oh, I see. It's too tough to holler milk in English, I suppose. Do you ever scream any code words that have nothing to do with food?
Yes, such as 110, that means here comes the boss. Now we know, see. And,
What does that mean? Boss is coming. Suppose he is coming.
That means do everything right, immediately.
And when he's not there?
Well, when he's not there, you're supposed to still do everything right, naturally.
Well, I won't press you. Now, suppose I just drove up with my girl and my hot rod and ordered a Coke and 2 straws. What would you holler?
Stretch one for 2 deadbeats.
Well, cancel my order. You can't call my girl a deadbeat. Well, we enjoyed having you here tonight. Now, we have some ideal gifts for each of you. George, proceed with the honors.
For Miss Fredrickson, Elgin American's beautiful simulated pearls. They're the finest pearls made by man. I'm sure you'll enjoy them.
Thank you very much.
And Mr. Stearns?
Well, what have you got here for Larry?
I have an Elgin American slim cigarette case in jeweler's bronze that looks like gold. There you are, Larry.
That's swell.
Why don't you hold it up, Larry, and show it to the customers? All right, that's enough of that. Now let's play You Bet Your Life for $1,000. You run your $20 into more than the other couples, and you get a chance at the big question later. Now, Fenneman's off stage to remind our listeners how much the first couple won. How are you two getting on? Still married? Here we go. Let's see how high you can build your $20. You selected dice expressions as your category. Is that right, Larry?
Yes, it is.
That's quite revealing, that category. Now, here's your first question. You have $20. How much are you going to risk?
That's 10, 12.
How much? Talk right up.
She says 12.
$12. All right. Snake eyes is a throw of what number?
2.
2 is right.
And they're on their way with $32.
Remember, you're going for $1,000 tonight. How much of the $32 you're going to try? Talk right up. Evelyn.
25, she
Here's the
says.
microphone right here.
25.
25.
Make believe this is Larry, huh? You're going to try
25.
$25. Okay. Big Dick is a throw of what number?
10.
10 is correct.
And now they have $57.
Now you have $57. Now, here's your third question. How much are you going to bet?
I like to bet it all.
Bet it all.
You want to bet it all. These two are really gamblers here. Okay, boxcars is a throw of what number?
Oh, that's 12.
12 is correct.
They're really climbing now. They have $114.
All right, you're shooting away up. You got $114, and how much you going to go for?
You want to shoot it all?
Let's shoot it all, shall we?
Shoot it all right. It's no more dangerous than going in a house without a vacuum cleaner. Here it is. $114. Little Phoebe is a throw of what number?
5.
5 is correct.
And they wind up with a grand total of $228.
Put it there, kid. You want Thanks to both of you, and a Happy New Year from Elgin American Compacts. Now, in just 1 minute, our last couple will play You Bet Your Life, and then we know who gets the $1,000 question. But right now, listen to this.
You know, Elgin American Compacts always look like a lot more than they cost. Smart as tomorrow in fashion, master craftsman engraving to the last detail. Clasps, mirrors, powder doors so flawless, they rival many other compacts that cost a lot more.
and packaged with the luxury of a gem. For yourself, for every woman on your gift list, you can't beat the greatest value of them all, exquisite, finest quality compacts by Elgin American.
Okay, now we'll soon know who's going to earn the most money and get the $1,000 question. George, who's ahead so far?
Well,
George, who's ahead so far?
The car hop and the
Isn't he cute, huh?
The car hop and the married man are ahead with $228, and the secret word is still name.
N-A-M-E.
Name.
Pretty brilliant, huh?
You figured it.
I should say.
We invited some college football players to the show tonight, and just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected Jess Swope. And his partner is a Hollywood chiropractor, Dr. Mar Elia. And here they come. Gentlemen, meet Groucho Marx. Right in here.
Welcome, kids, for Elgin American Compact. And a Happy New Year. And if one of you says the secret word, he wins a 16mm Apollo sound movie projector. It's a common word, something you always have with you. Jess, you're the football player, huh?
Yes, sir.
We have a surplus of football. We have a boy here from Green Bay Packers. You know him?
No, sir.
Well, you may before you're through here. How tall are you, Jess?
6'3", sir.
Well, you're only a baby, huh? You got to be taller than that to be a big man around here tonight. How old are you, Jess?
22 years old, sir.
Where are you from?
Los Angeles.
Are you married?
No, sir. I guess I'm lucky.
Why aren't you married, Jess?
I just haven't got much time for girls.
How much time do you need? Have you got a girl?
Yes, sir.
Well, would you mind telling us about her?
Well, she's about this tall, and she's got big brown eyes and sort of brown hair, and she's really nice.
Sort of mahogany, isn't she? What school do you attend?
University of Southern California, sir.
And you play football for USC?
Yes, sir.
Well, you're the only one on the team that does. Huh? What position do you play, horizontal or perpendicular?
I play left offensive guard.
Offensive guard?
Yes, sir.
Have you tried a dab of perfume behind each ear? Jess, what's your reason for going to college other than learning how to be offensive?
I'm planning to be a coach, sir.
A coach?
Yes, sir.
What kind of a coach? Hudson coach or?
Football and track mainly.
Oh, I see. And you're Dr. Sheikh Mar Elia? Is that?
Yes, sir.
Is that right? Did
That's
I pronounce
right.
it correctly? What kind of a name is that?
That's an Iranian or Persian name.
Oh. Well, here we go again. You said name, and that's the secret word tonight. George, tell him what he wins.
You win an Apollo 16mm sound movie projector. With it, you can show movies you take yourself or Hollywood sound movies. Retail value, $129.50.
Thank you.
That'll teach me to keep my mouth shut. Now, do you say that's a Persian name? Or?
Iranian or Persian name.
I see. Only one answer between you now. Make up your mind, Doc.
Well, you see, Iran is the correct name, but most of the foreigners call Persia.
Mm-hmm.
So Reza Shah Pahlavi put it out to the world. It should be called by its original name, Iran.
Well, your ruler is over here now, isn't he?
That's the son of the...
Steady there now. Now, what did you say, Doc? He's the son of
This is the son of the gentleman that put this rule out into the world. His name was Reza Shah Pahlavi, but this man's name is Muhammad Reza Shah.
Well, let's skip the whole thing, huh? Now, you say he's from Iran?
Yes, sir.
What was he running from? Tell me, do Persian kittens really come from Persia?
Not necessarily. Usually they come from Persian cats.
would you like it if I went over to your house and stole your Persian rugs? I tell the jokes around here. Yes, I used to tell the jokes around. I know a lot about stealing rugs because I used to hook Persian rugs. You're a chiropractor, is that right?
Yes, sir, I am. Yes, sir, I am a chiropractor.
And what sort of work do you do?
I locate the cause of their suffering at the spine.
What do you use, a compass?
Take x-rays.
You take x-rays?
Yes, sir, of their spine. Then give adjustment with hands to correct the cause of their condition at the spine so the innate healing power within them can cure them.
Well, I'll bring my wife over. She's got all the backbone in our family. Are you married, Doc?
Yes, sir, I am.
Any children?
I have one son.
How did you meet your wife?
I met my wife here in Hollywood while I was a professional man. I was invited to have a Persian meal at her home, and I found her to be a very good cook and good looking, and so here I am.
What did they feed you, Persian ivy?
Shish kebab. Shish kebab and pilau.
Shish kebab?
And pilau.
Well, I'm all right. How are you? Are you still here, Jess?
Yes, sir.
You haven't made a move for several minutes. You're not playing football for USC now, you know. Tell me, what do you want to be after college? I mean, do you want to play professional football?
No, sir. I'm hoping to go to the Olympics in 1952.
Well, I think you're smart and stay where the money is. Stay in college football. Now, Ducky, you don't mind if I call you Ducky, eh?
No, sir.
What did you want to be when you were a boy? I want to tell me a man, because that's a very old joke. How did you want to be when you were a boy?
I wanted to be a sheik like my father.
Your father was a sheik? Don't tell me he was Rudolph Valentino.
No, sir, he was not Rudolph Valentino. He was a real sheik.
Oh, Errol Flynn, huh? And you must be the son of the sheik, huh?
Being the son of my father, I was the son of a sheik, but now I am a sheik myself.
Oh, you are, huh?
Yes, sir.
Well, you're a doc in sheik's clothing, is that it? Well, since you're also a chiropractor, you'd better straighten me out. You say you are a sheik?
Yes, sir.
Well, how do you find time to be a sheik?
You see, Mr. Marx, in this country they have different meaning for a sheik.
Yeah.
It looks like in this country you have to be a good-looking, a good storyteller, or a great lover in order to be sheik. But in Persia, it's altogether just the opposite. To be a sheik, you have to be a leader of a tribe, or a high priest, or a very well-trained leader in your field. Then you're known as a sheik.
That takes care of USC. Not a sheik on the squad. Now, Doc, I don't want to get nosy, but tell me, have you got a harem?
No, sir, I do not. It's because against the law.
I realize that, but answer my question. Were harems always illegal, Doc?
No, sir. Years ago, harems were legal in Persia. A man could have all the wives that he desired in order to get closer to his heaven.
Get closer to what?
To his heaven.
Why would a man... That's why a man would want more than one wife, so he'd be closer to heaven?
Yes, sir.
That's certainly getting to heaven the hard way. Are there still many harems in Persia?
No, sir, there are not. It's against the law now. But there are a few places that they still bootleg him.
Well, see if you can get me a case of 20-year-old stuff right off the boat, will you? Why did they figure they were closer to heaven if they had a number of wives?
You see, Mr. Marx, when we figure in Persia, when you have only one wife, she might be a good cook, maybe ugly, or not good dancer, or good singer. But if you have more than one wife, one will be good cook, one will be good dancer, one will be good singer. And this way you receive all the pleasures of life right here, and then you are closer to your heaven.
Yeah, under those conditions, the cook certainly gets a great deal, all right. Slaving over a hot pot roast all day. While you're out dancing with 6 other wives. Now, Red Grange, that's you. Since we have a chiropractor here, perhaps we can squeeze a little free advice from him, huh? Have you ever come out of a game with a Charlie horse?
Yes, sir, many times.
What'd you do about it?
Well, I had the trainer rub it and had it wrapped.
Well, after he wraps it, where do you send it? Santa Anita? What do? You rub it down with alcohol? Is that
Yes,
what you...
sir.
Can be very dangerous, you know. My Uncle Julius hurt his back. Aunt Minnie rubbed it with alcohol. And Uncle Julius sprained his neck trying to lick it off. Now, as a football player, what's been your most embarrassing moment, Jess?
Well, the most embarrassing moment I ever had was I was playing football down in San Diego Navy, and we had a big banquet where all the high mucky muck brass was there, and I was sitting at the table with the speakers, and I accidentally knocked over a coffee pot in the big shot slab.
What happened?
Well, I had a lot of time to think that over.
Coffee was much cheaper in those days, too. Now, Sheiky, in your profession, you must have had a few spine-tingling experiences. Can you recall any incident in particular that you'd care to discuss?
Well, one of them was very embarrassing. When I first got to this country, my first professional match, I was booked as the great wrestling sheik of Persia. The arena was all sold out. As I entered into the ring, I thought I'll show them how Persian wrestlers are. And there we are trained to be very mannerly, very polite. So naturally I walked in, I bowed to the public, and I bowed to the referee, and then I bowed to the wrestler, and went back to my corner. When the bell rang, again I bowed to the public, and I bowed to the referee. And as I bowed to the wrestler, he let me have one right cross right to the chin. I went back, and he let me have one in the stomach, and I bowed again, and that was the end of the match.
Now, that'll teach you not to be polite in this country, huh? It was a short match, huh?
Very short.
Next time, use a lighter. Now, in addition to being a sheik and a chiropractor, you also are a professional wrestler, huh, Doc?
I used to be.
You can take a person apart and then put them back together again? Where have you wrestled?
I have wrestled just about throughout the world. I have held 3 professional titles. The Asiatic welterweight, catch and jiu-jitsu title, also the junior middleweight belt of the world.
Mm-hmm. That's pretty good. You do jiu-jitsu too, huh? I didn't know you did jiu-jitsu, Doc. I hope you'll overlook any remarks I made here. If you don't, my friends can overlook me at Cedars 11 and between 2 and 4 next Sunday. Well, you've been an interesting couple, and physically I'll never be the same. Now, before we proceed, George, is something from our sponsor.
Certainly do, Groucho. For Jess, these beautiful Elgin American pearls. They're the finest pearls made by man, Jess.
Jess, you're going to look lovely in those things. That'll fit right on the USC squad. Huh?
I had in mind maybe, Jess, you could give these to your girl.
Thanks very much.
You bet you're welcome.
No, you can throw them at the football, and then it'll be pearls before swine.
I have a gift for the
Well,
doctor.
they are pigskins. What have you got for Sheiky over here?
For the doctor, I have this exclusive Elgin American Square Compact in jeweler's bronze that looks like gold. I'm sure your wife will enjoy it very much, Doctor.
It's a good thing we're not doing this in Persia. You'd have to have 7 of those, huh? Okay, let's play You Bet Your Life. You beat our other 2 couples, you'll get a crack at the $1,000 question. I can't tell you how much they won, but George is off stage to remind our listeners. Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected famous rivers as your category. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, you've got $20. How much you want to try?
10, sir.
10? Here's your first question. Hoover Dam controls the waters of what great western river? Talk right up.
Colorado.
Colorado is right.
And I'm off to a good start with $30.
All right, now you got $30. Remember, you're going for $1,000 tonight. How much of the 30 are you going to try?
$10, sir.
10. $10. All right. What is the name of the sacred Indian river of the Hindus? They bathe in its waters to be purified.
I know it, too. Not Nile.
Take a guess. Take a guess. I'm sorry. It's the Ganges.
Ganges, yeah. I get mixed up.
Well, that's a tough one. That's not
No,
too
I
easy.
should know that.
Well, you ought to know it, yes.
They now have $20, Groucho.
Well, you only lost 10 that time. You still have $20. And here's your third question. How much of the 20 will you try?
Yeah, $10.
$10. What is the name of the northwestern river where the salmon spawn each year? The Grand Coulee Dam is on it.
Columbia.
The Columbia River.
And they're on their way again. They have $30.
All right, you're coming around the stretch now. Here's your last chance to be the other couples. How much will you bet? You got $30.
20.
$20. What is the name of the river immortalized by Mark Twain? It is called the Father of Waters.
Swanee River. No.
Wait. Come on now. Now think. Mark Twain wrote a couple of books about it. Mississippi. You said it right as the bell rang. Give it all.
And they wind up with a grand total of $50. And that means that the car hop and the married man with $228 get the chance at the $1,000 question.
Well, I'm sorry, but you did pretty well at that,
And now a word from Myron Wallace. And here's the car hop and the married man, our winning couple tonight, Groucho.
Ready to try for $1,000, eh? Good luck, and I'll give you 15 seconds to decide on a single answer between you, so talk it over thoroughly, and no help from the audience. You rascals out there. Okay, here we go. You ready? You got your thinking caps on? Okay. In 1876, government troops were annihilated in the Battle of the Little Big Horn. What general was in command of the doomed forces? All right, now what is the answer you two have decided upon?
Anyone I can think of it.
Custer.
General Custer is right. That's right, you win $1,000. Well, you had the right answer, so you win $1,000 from Elgin American Compacts, and you also win $270. $78. Or is it $228? $228. Well, a few bucks. You really cleaned up tonight. Congratulations to both of you.
Thank you very much.
The Elgin American Show, You Bet Your Life, is a John Goodell production, transcribed from Hollywood, directed by Bob Dwan and Bernie Smith. Music by Jerry Fielding. Remember, next week's big question pays $1,000. Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at the same time for Groucho Marx and You Bet Your Life.
Well, this brings us to the end of 3 very pleasant years of association with Elgin American Compacts. And I'd like to thank them for their interest and cooperation in presenting our show. Next week, we'll have a new sponsor. So I'll say good night with this final reminder. Have you looked at your compact lately? Good night.